Good afternoon. We'll roll call in 30 seconds. Good afternoon and welcome back. I will roll call this time starting with Councillor Esslinger.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Hamilton.
Present.
Is live and on deck. Welcome. Councillor Henderson. Councillor Henderson, are you there? No. Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Oh, you're still here in person? Yeah. Councillor McKean.
I'm here.
Also alive and well. Councillor Nicol.
Good afternoon.
Here as well. Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Walters.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Councillor Banga. No. Councillor Carmel.
Good afternoon.
Here in person. Councillor Katarina.
Yes.
Councillor Zadig.
I'm here.
And I'll try Councillor Henderson one more time.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
I missed you by seconds. I heard you. I wasn't sure it was me you were looking for.
Yes. I thought I'd try starting on time just to keep everybody, guessing a little bit.
I was here. It still said 1:30 on my clock.
All right, so we are back with, we have two time-specific items for 1:30 because of external resources. First, our Independent Council Compensation Committee with their final report and recommendations, and then the Integrity Office annual report will be after that, and then we'll resume debate on items 614 and 613 after that. So, with gratitude to Phyllis Clark and all the folks on the Independent Committee who've had to do this under slightly different circumstances, both for yourselves virtually and logistically and macroeconomically. We really thank you for your work, and we really do and have traditionally relied upon this Independent Committee to do this important work on behalf of citizens to give us some distance from it. So with due regard to that independence, still grateful for all of your efforts and eager to hear your presentation on the report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So, good afternoon to you all. As you know, my name is Phyllis Clark, and I'd like to introduce George Andrews, who is another valued member of the committee. We had three other people who participated: Robert Badia, Shelley Ewart-Johnson, and Paul Precht, and I think Paul is joining us virtually today. So their contributions were extremely valuable in terms of our discussion and our conclusions. We have got the report to council, which I believe you've already received, and you've seen the recommendations, so I'm not going to go into them. I'm going to talk more about the philosophy of why we did them. We wanted to make sure that the economy and fiscal realities of the city were taken into account. At the same time, going with the principles of attracting a diversity of candidates to both the mayoral and councillor positions. We also wanted to recognize the extraordinary time commitment that the councillors put into their jobs and the broadness and depth of responsibilities of the municipally elected officials. We looked at other jurisdictions and comparators as well to come up with the recommendations. Frankly, our discussions were dominated by a lot of discussions about the economy and the impact that COVID-19 is having in the near and the long term. So after careful consideration of all of these issues and the unprecedented situation that we find ourselves in, we came up with the recommendations that you see in front of you in order to ensure that we could get good people going forward on the council. I want to say a few things as well about what our jurisdiction is. As you probably know, everything that we're proposing applies after the election in October 2021. We did step outside that, however, with a proposal for this year's compensation with the average weekly earnings impact on salary increases. We thought, given the impact of the economy on the finances of the municipality, and also on the situation of most people, or not most, but a great number of people in Edmonton, that salaries should be frozen this year. As I said, outside our mandate, but nevertheless, we put that recommendation in. I do want to highlight as well that we've said that there should be a committee not in 8 years to look at this, but in 4 years to check this. And this again flows from the turmoil that we're all seeing now in city politics as well as the fiscal situation. There was one increase that we suggested, and the basis for that was the health spending account, was mainly the comparator of what it was out of date, we thought, and it didn't compare well to other jurisdictions and what other jurisdictions had. It's a modest increase, and we believe it can be done within current budgets. We made another slight change, and that was to lift the number of months that people had for transition allowance from 36 to 39. I'm not going to walk through the other changes. I leave that to questions, and also I will consider that you have read this. I wanted to say in conclusion that the administration was extremely helpful in terms of our work and shaping the information that we had and what we put forward. So that was Kathy Perrotin, Alex Lochsterkamp, Lorraine Wooland, Felicia Mutardi, and Mark Bolter. Great thanks to them. We were all pleased to be able to serve on the committee. Each of us has expressed views on the value and dedication of the people who do sit on City Council during regular times and during this very tumultuous time. And we're hoping that our deliberations have added value. We want to emphasize our admiration for public office holders at this time. So thank you very much, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. There should be a speakers list in the background there.
Yep, the speakers list is live.
Yeah, and I had selected this, so I'll hand the chair to Councillor Knack.
I've got the chair.
So I've just got one question, and then I'll, based on the answer, I'll put something on the floor here just to start the discussion. So the first question is that the Alberta Weekly Earnings indexing, I think, has made a lot of sense historically, both when it went up, but also, and importantly, when it has gone down, which it has several times in the last few years, although it lags along with what's happening in the marketplace. Now, I'm assuming that your recommendation for the 2-year freeze starting in 2021, which I completely support, was to get ahead of the possibility of that index increasing still even a little bit because of whatever's happening in the market. But in the event that it goes down for whatever reasons, and it's not trending in that direction right now, but should it adjust significantly either this year or next, my sense is that it would be challenging if there was a provision that said it's frozen even when the rest of the market is actually going down again. So I just wanted to test with you what your sense of the committee's feeling would be around if the index goes down, whether council should honor that traditional practice, having capped the upside to zero, that if it goes down in the marketplace, that it should go down for us as well.
Thank you for that question. So the intent of the committee definitely was that the councillor and mayor's salaries should represent the conditions of what's happening to the constituents in Edmonton. So we would have seen a decrease in the AWE as signaling that that was what was happening to most people in the city. And we would say, yes, the councillor's salaries and the mayor's salaries should be governed by that. Just to be clear about our considerations, the numbers that we had when we were making our decisions around this forecast an AWE increase between 2.5% and 5.5%. We thought that that was extraordinarily out of step with what was happening, hence the freeze. But you're quite right, on the downside, we would also want the intent to be to reflect what's happening to Edmontonians.
And that index is up for some reasons that have very little to do with the price of milk in Edmonton. I understand there's some shifting in there because of loss of low-wage jobs. There's some inflation in some sectors where, for a variety of reasons, there is some wage pressure, but that is not certainly the city's experience right now. And so there's some distortion happening, as there often is in indices like that, that's driving that number up. And so coming to the conclusion that it should be 0 instead of 2 or 5, again, I wholeheartedly support. But I guess I'll ask in very plain terms, if we were to vary your recommendation slightly, just to make sure we're all on the same page, to say 0 unless the index does go down over that period of time, in which case we should go down accordingly. That would not be inconsistent with the principles you were working from.
That's correct. And I'm just going to look, I'll move that, and I have a seconder.
Okay, so that's just what I wanted to establish. Then I will put the recommendation on the floor with one adjustment, which is just to catch that scenario that, and it may be more a next year or 2022 scenario, but I think the language covers both. So I'll put the recommendation on the floor, but with alternate wording vis-a-vis the wage freeze, to expand it a little bit to say that there be no annual adjustments for council salaries in January 2021 and January 2022 unless there is a year-over-year percentage decrease in the average monthly value for the Alberta average weekly earnings as reported by Statistics Canada, in which case council salaries are to be adjusted downward commensurate with the year-over-year percentage decrease in the average monthly value for Alberta average weekly earnings.
And the rest of the motion, 2.5,
Yes.
is also.
Yeah, the rest of the recommendation, but with that wording for in place of the wage freeze
Okay,
clause.
so we've got the motion. Do we have a seconder? I'll second. Councillor McKeon. Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Mayor?
I'll speak to it later.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McKeon is next.
Can I ask general questions?
You can ask general questions or questions of the mover. Yeah, we're on
No,
question.
but I mean, it's unrelated to that.
Unrelated to the you can ask about the standard report or
Thank you.
process. Yeah.
And I've already wasted 10 seconds. So, and I seconded that for a reason, that I do think that even though I think we've had 3 drops in compensation over the last few years for various reasons, that there's a good principle at play there. What I am concerned about, by the way, I wanted to preface this by saying I used to, and I haven't mentioned this for at least a week, I used to cover city council as a reporter and then a columnist, and always, as a columnist, suggested councillors were not overcompensated for the hours they put in. And also saw examples where councillors who had devoted years to this left the role and then struggled, because city councillors do not get corporate board gigs, generally speaking. They got to go back out as working staffs. And I saw one in particular who was, his profession, he had a tough time getting back in because he'd been out for a lot of years. So I raised questions about the transition allowance, whether it's sufficient. You only bumped it up by 3 weeks. And you didn't apply it to this council, which would apply to some of my colleagues who devoted years and years and years of sacrifice to this. And that isn't being recognized this term. Please.
Yes, thank you for the question. So I want to endorse what you said to start with, the amount of work that councillors put in. When we see the surveys that are done about councillors' hours and the amount of effort that goes into not just preparation, but simply to sitting in meetings, it is massive. I'm not sure that the general public, well, that's a little unfair perhaps to them, but I think people need to recognize that. So with regards to the transition allowance, why does it apply going forward? That was our mandate. Our mandate was for all aspects of compensation, starting with the elected council from October 2021. So we don't have a mandate to do anything that applies immediately. And I think not you, but I think that made us comfortable in the sense that we were taking recommendations forward to a group of people that would be opining on what should happen or deciding what should happen to people in the future as compared to themselves. I do want to say, though, that with clarity, for greater clarity, the increase from 36 to 39 will apply to any people who want to run again or re-elected. So their cap will go up. We did look at comparators in other cities. It is something that I think the next committee should look at because we're kind of in the lower end of what transition allowances are like. And so I think that should be looked at going forward, but we stand by our recommendation of 36 to 39.
If Edmonton is low on transition allowance, why didn't you go higher than the 3-week addition then?
I think that's something that should be looked at. And again, we went back to fiscal realities. And we think that the fiscal reality at this point is for a gentle increase with more perusal for the next time.
Well, I don't know if I have the courage to try to change it. Let me ask one more. 39 is an odd number, and it would apply how? So I think right now it's 3 weeks per year.
Correct.
And 39 does what then?
It ups it one more year.
Okay, I'm not clear on that. Could you
So if you
unpack that, as we say in this business now?
Sure. If you've got 4 years of service, you get 12 weeks. If you've got at this.
Okay, so you've just added a new cap. So
Correct.
if you're in the 4th term or something, you would.
Correct.
Okay. Well, I have to muse on whether or not I will have the courage to try something, because you can see what the media shows up for this. Because council compensation, political compensation, is something that draws great public cynicism, which I hate too. But I'll think about it, whether I'm going to do anything, and have to face those guys and defend it. Secondly, thank you so much for the work you've done. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. That's your time. Councillor Henderson.
My question was similar because it seems to me, going from 36 to 39, really I'm puzzled by it because it really just means somebody working. Right now, if you go past 12 years, you don't add any severance. All we're saying, if you go past 13 years, you don't add any severance, which seems to me a fairly minor change. And I wondered, given that our terms now are 4 years, some of this is wacky because you're going to be seeing the last of those of us that ran for 3-year terms soon. But it just seemed like an odd, I think it's absolutely defensible to raise it. I get it. But I'm wondering why just to that piece, because anybody now who got that extra year would still be there for 3 years without adding to their severance because of the way our 4-year terms work out. So it just seems like an odd number. I was curious. So, and you've answered it in part, but.
So I can't say anything, but it is an odd number. And that, again, we were driven in this instance by fiscal implications for the city as a whole and for the budget within that. So I don't have much to add to what I have said before.
Yeah. I mean, in practice, it is only ever going to affect a small group of people. So the actual dollar figure is fairly insignificant. It just would, because I think the argument at a certain point is, you don't want people running forever. So I can understand why you would want to cap it at a certain number of terms, but capping it 1 year into what would be somebody's fourth term seems like an odd cutoff. That's all. Because I don't think it has that effect of discouraging people keeping on going when they shouldn't. Anyway, it was just a question. I mean, Councillor McKean's asked the question. One other question I had was, I was curious about it more than anything else. So the one other question I had is, in terms of what happens to the freeze, which makes total sense, what do you see happening in year 3? Does it true up to what's happened in the previous 2 years, or do you just see the increase in that year 3, or decrease in that year 3?
We had hypothesized that what would happen at that point is that the increases would start again related to the AWE for that year. So the same system of averaging over the 12 months. And let's say the AWE for the 2 years that you were frozen had gone up by 1%, up by 2%. We would say that those are lost, and that the next increase would be if it were a 2% increase.
So you wouldn't do a true up. And the only reason I ask is, this is way before my time, but this had got serious. I mean, one of the advantages of having the increases done by formula was that you didn't get out of whack. Because I remember what it was like before that, and there was 1 year where there was a big jump because they had to catch up for years that had been, where it hadn't kept up. So I think over a 2-year period, there's probably not a lot of risk of that, but that would be my only fear, is if something wacky does happen over the next 2 years, that you might have to catch up to that later, or do a bigger true up in the future, which is never in anybody's interest. I don't think it always looks much worse than it actually is. So, but probably the risks of that are pretty low, I would think. Yeah.
Yes, and it always is. Forecasting in these kinds of indices and statistics is always difficult. But if I were going to be a pessimist about what's going to happen with the AWE in the next 2 years, I would say we would be lucky for it to be stable, and then start from there.
So the risk is pretty low of getting out of whack. Okay, great, thanks. I was just curious about those. Thanks, those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton's next.
Yeah, I just want to clarify the recommendation in the report, which thank you for that work, by the way. But the reason I read that you were talking about a 2-year freeze is because of volatility. So that, as you mentioned, right now the earnings index is up, and you're seeing that is not what people are experiencing, but it could go the other way as well, right? So that's what I was curious with, and I don't expect you to answer this, but I just wanted to clarify that you're trying to stabilize the salaries at a point where we might see a lot of volatility, and then sort of re-engage the adjustments up or down per your recommendation in 2023. So I guess my question to the mover is, given the nature of the recommendations, what you've put on the table is essentially guaranteeing that you will definitely get a salary or decrease, but you might never get a salary increase. And that seems to be sort of against the spirit of, am I understanding that correctly?
No.
The downward commensurate piece?
So,
So I can't see it. It's just
yeah,
like itty bitty
the
on the screen over there.
The intent is that we honor the freeze in the event that there is upward volatility of the index, but that if there is a downward pressure on the index, that council, as it always does, is exposed to the downward pressure. So I think their recommendation managed against the risk of significant upward volatility, but the cost of that, the way they structured the recommendation, was that if it happened to go down, council would be insulated from that volatility downward. However, I think and I can speak to this further in addressing the motion, that if everyone else's wages are going down in a dramatic fashion, so should ours. That's all this does, is link it on the downside, but cap it to a zero if the index is going up for 2 years, and then after that, the index kicks back in.
But I'm understanding that the recommendation from the independent committee is that that there is a freeze in place, not just upwards, but downwards. So right now, it would insulate the risk on either side. I guess my concern about the motion is that, and I don't disagree with the spirit of it or the value of it, but you get downward risk, you don't get upward risk.
And again, they can speak more to it, but in the questions I asked at the outset, my understanding was they were assuming it was more likely that the index was going to spike and not imagining a significant risk of the index going down, because the volatility is mostly upside because of the restructuring in the labor market. So it just occurred to me that if it does go down, then a freeze would look tone deaf, and I think they agree. So, but they can answer that question for themselves.
That's what, not confronted, but when given the issue about, did we think that it was a good idea to have an increase? No. Did we think it was a good idea to stay the same? That was the best in light of an increase. The notion of a decrease and what could happen with a decrease, you're both absolutely right, Councillor Hamilton. We had insulated people against the downside risk, but we still I would still go back to what our intent was that it would recognize the economic reality of what's happening to the citizens. So with that principle, removing the floor that we essentially put on would be in the spirit of what we were thinking about for that principle.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Councillor Zadek.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. To the mayor for his motion, just so I'm interpreting it correctly, would you see a situation where if wages go down by, like, say 2% over a given period of time, but then the average weekly earnings go up by 1%, would the councillor's wages go up by 1%, not reaching that floor where it was at before, if you catch my example?
Well, I think, let's take it 1 year at a time. If the index is +2 for next year, then you'd get 0. If the index is -2, you'd get -2. The next year, if the index is +2, you'd get 0. If the index is -2, you'd get -2. If the index is 0 in both years, you get 0 in both years. So it's capped at 0 if the index is positive, and it's fully exposed on the downside if the index is negative, the way I've structured the motion, which I verified was their intent. They just didn't think it was likely that the index was going to be negative in the next couple of years. But it's on the premise that it's been negative in the last 3 years, and who the heck knows what's going to happen over the next couple of years. If we don't put this in, council's going to be in a situation where it has to either think about going to override the freeze to ride what's happening in the marketplace, which would be problematic, or have to look at a big rebasing exercise to catch up the downside 4 years out. So
I'm just trying to understand what you're proposing, and I'm still not completely clear. So is the average weekly earnings, that's a quarterly report, right? So there'll be 8 times over the next 2 years.
It's tracked monthly by the feds,
okay,
but we take an annual snapshot of it from September to September, and it's the average of the monthly changes over the previous 12 months. And so it's the same snapshot every year from the fall measurement in September to the fall measurement in the following September, and that's available a couple of months later. We haven't seen what that is yet for this year. We can only guess what it will be. It'll probably be positive, in which case we'll all take a 0 next year if this is approved, rather than an upside. And then the first year of the next council's compensation would also be exposed to the same thing. So if the index is positive again next year, council would take 2 zeros essentially.
Right, so there's, in a 2-year period, there's 2 opportunities for adjustments.
Correct.
Okay. And so, again, to my first question, I'll just try and rephrase a bit differently. Say if there was a -5 drop, and I hear what you're saying, we think that it's going to go up, and I wouldn't accept a pay increase for councilors right now. I like the independent commission's report. I also like where you're going with this, but just in the instance where, say, there's a -5 drop in our salaries next year, and then the year after that, like, what's our new base? If then in the second year, if there's a +5 increase, are we still staying at the -5 because an increase is an increase? Like it just seems there's pressure to go down and no opportunity to get back up to this base level where we're at now.
It's a very good observation. That's exactly what would happen. You'd lose 5 and you wouldn't get it back until the committee went back in and rebased it in 2024. So that's a
Yeah, and
risk,
that's what-
but I guess you
Okay.
got to do the math on how likely it is that that exact scenario will come.
Okay, well, that's what I was getting at. Okay, thanks for answering.
Thank you. I see, Councillor McKeon is on for second rounds. Can I get a motion for a second round of questions?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
I heard Councillor Cartmel first, so seconded by Councillor McKeon. And I'll just seek unanimous consent. Anyone opposed? Hearing none. Councillor McKeon on the second round.
Acting Chair, I actually have a motion, and I don't know if it would be subsequent or part of.
It might be an amendment to the main
Yeah,
motion on the floor.
Okay. So that's why I'm on, and is it possible, Madam Clerk, to display that motion, which I don't have handy in front of me?
The motion that would need to be amended is motion 2C, and the motion or the recommended amendment to the main motion would be to delete the word 39 and replace it with 48.
So, but no, there's another difference. So my motion was that Edmonton City Council's transition allowance be increased to 4 weeks per year served to a maximum of 48 months. And I'm happy to introduce that.
I'll just wait to see if I have a seconder, and
Second.
I see here Councillor Hamilton. So go ahead, you may introduce it now.
Yeah, and I might speak to it upon closure, but I'm happy to take the lead on this, which I think is a just and fair move, given my experience over the years talking to city councilors who left the role in their 40s and 50s and struggled to get back to where they were. And while you're serving on council, if you're doing it right, you're not making any entities out there to find new work. You're busy doing the role. And I always thought that was a problem for councilors who had served their community, putting in a remarkable number of hours, and then at the end, having very little in the way of transition allowance, which a lot of executives would get much more generous allowances. So if I didn't run again, if this motion passed, then I would have this applied to this council, by the way. I don't think it says that, but that's what I sort of mean. I don't know what it would mean for somebody like some of the long-serving members of this council, but if I didn't run again, I'd go from 24 weeks to 32 weeks, which would be not a huge impact on the taxpayer. I mean, I would love it even if we could build it in so that if a councillor was able to transition into work, this allowance would be disregarded some way. But I do think, I just feel badly for those people over the years who have had that situation. I might be able to totally retire when this is all done, and I might not transition into anything else. I don't know, but I've thought about this a lot over the years. This is the opportunity to put it on the floor. If I put you all in an awkward, terrible situation, I apologize, but I'm doing it for what I believe is an issue of equity and fairness for my colleagues and for past colleagues or for past councillors who've devoted tremendous amounts of life and lifespan, I would even argue, into this role. And I don't think the transition allowance reflects that enough. So I'll stop there for now. See if anybody else wants to comment.
Thank you. Yes, I'll first check to see if there are any, Mayor Iveson, you're on the board. Do you have questions or do you?
Yeah, just a question. Is the intent of your amendment that this apply for the benefit of future councils? Because the committee primarily recommends for the next council, or are you suggesting that this would kick in for this council as well?
I'm suggesting that this would kick in for this council.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Ms.
might
Clark,
be-
did
there might be a
did you have a thought on that?
I just wanted to say two things, not to go pro or con for this, but one of the strengths of this committee, in terms of the consideration at the council, is that all of the recommendations apply to the next council. So there is no need for anybody to recuse him or herself in terms of voting. There is no conflict of interest. And I think that that is a great strength of how these committees are established. And then point number 2, we did have comparators, and one of the comparators was Calgary, which has a higher cap for payouts, but a lower amount at 2 weeks per year and up to a maximum of 52 weeks. So we did look at that, and then finally, budget implications are always a concern.
Yeah, thanks for that, Ms. Clark. I'll speak to this and say that it is challenging for all the reasons why you want to have an arm's length committee and why we shouldn't weigh in on this. We get an opportunity to provide input to the committee through surveys and the public engagement that they do and the comparators that they look at. And but I also think the principle that council should be very, very hesitant to make adjustments during the term, because it essentially changes the terms of engagement during a term. And notwithstanding that the freeze that's proposed for 2021, I think, haven't heard anyone argue that that's an inappropriate move in this environment. I think an upward change in the transition allowance for the current council, I think would be very challenging for me to support, because I think it changes the terms of our engagement during our engagement. In principle, I think Councillor McKean raises excellent points, and there are 12 members 14 members of Calgary City Council who get one transition package. The mayor's transition package is very different in Calgary. We all get the same deal here, but in Calgary, the mayor's deal is very different, let's put it that way. And so, but again, I feel quite satisfied with the terms of engagement in which I signed a piece of paper 13 years ago, 10 years ago, 7 years ago, and 4 years ago, and eyes wide open. And I think to change it now, especially, I mean, forget the economic circumstances, for us to touch it at all, I think is very problematic. I do applaud Councillor McKean's courage in bringing it forward, because there are huge obstacles to raising this question, and it's so hard to make the case for our value when we often systematically erode the sense of value in public service with some of what happens around here, which we don't get paid for, frankly. But that's not all neither here nor there. The point is, you need a committee to do this and look at these things. And I hear Ms. Clark saying she's willing and thinks that there's a need to look at the transition provisions going forward. Their proposal already increases them marginally, and I think we should stick with that. I really think the independence of the committee on these substantive issues is critical, and I realize someone could argue, well, I'm varying their recommendation on the indexing, so that's hypocrisy. I look forward to debating that point, but on the substance of this council's transition provisions for anyone who chooses not to come back or is sent away, I really think it's not right for us to vary that midterm, midstream, mid-engagement. And so I won't be able to support this, recognizing that I do think Councillor McKean raises fair points about the fairness of the transition provisions and how we set thank councillors for their service when it's over in a thoughtful way. And I think the committee's recognized that with the adjustment that they've provided, albeit modest. But given these circumstances, I think that will have to do from my perspective, and it should only apply going forward to the next council, not to us, so that we're not in the bind of having to make a decision about our own entitlements at the end of this term, if this is the end of your service. So I won't be able to support this, but I'm glad we had a chance to talk this out.
Thank you. Just before I go to you, Councillor Cartmel, I did get notification from the clerks that this would require a funding source because that could potentially have a budgetary impact. So I just want to.
So apologies, not a funding source, but we would need to also amend the recommendation below in point 4. So the motion that I read out, first of all, amended 2, but we'd also need to amend 4. So if that's friendly, we would just like to put that up on the table as well.
So I'll just double check to see if that's friendly. That was essentially the intent, so at least we're all debating the same thing. Is there any objection to that? Hearing none. Sorry about that, Councillor Cartmel. Go ahead.
No, not at all. So first of all, thank you for the work. A question. In your scan of other jurisdictions, do you have at your fingertips how many of those jurisdictions offer a defined benefit pension plan to councillors?
All I can remember at this point is Calgary. We did have more information on that, and I'd be happy to get that to people.
So Calgary does.
Yes.
And I guess a follow-on question, and I appreciate you may have to find the data on this, but is there any correlation to jurisdictions offering a defined benefit pension plan and less of a transition period, or the opposite, that do not offer a defined benefit pension plan but offer a longer transition period?
I'm just checking the defined benefit plan from the information that I had because
Because, Ed, I want to be clear, City of Edmonton councillors do not get a defined benefit pension.
correct.
And City of Calgary councillors do.
And I want to double check that before I
Right.
go on the record on that, please, because I do have that they have a group RSP where the participation is optional. Let me just see one other source that I might have on that. But I understand where you're going in the sense that there would be a bridge if it were a defined benefit plan as compared to if it was a defined contribution plan, although there are so many arguments to and fro on defined benefit versus defined contribution.
Well, if an individual is not eligible for a defined benefit pension plan, they are faced with trying to save enough money in their earning years to retire on. And a transition allowance very modestly speaks to that. Whereas if there's a defined benefit pension plan waiting out there at some point, perhaps that would be part of that conversation. So I would like to see that analysis, not just from Calgary, but from other jurisdictions before going much further on this.
Okay, so I'm grateful for administration for reinforcing that City of Calgary does have 2 options. It has a defined benefit pension plan, which the formula is 2% times 36 best average earnings, which is times members credited service, which is a pretty normal one, or a member's contribution at 9%, and the city contribution higher than that, double that amount. And then, as you know, the City of Edmonton has 12% contributed to the AUMA. The participation is voluntary. If not taken, there's an 11% increase in salary. I don't want to get into the which is better, a defined benefit or a defined contribution plan. It is certainly better that you have one as compared to neither, but there are arguments on both sides of a defined benefit plan.
No doubt. But I think the defined benefit plan is is the relative one here, at least in my view, and I'd be interested in that and understanding that better. I appreciate where Councillor McKean's going, and I won't reiterate all of it, but I also agree with Mayor Iveson that this should, whatever decisions we make should only apply to the next council going forward.
Could I suggest then, Minister, sorry, I just raised you.
I'm not sure that you did, frankly.
Councillor Cartmel, but that be put in the terms of reference for the next committee, an in-depth
Fair enough,
analysis.
yeah. Yes, thank you. Thank you for your work. Thanks.
Thank you. Next up, I'm on the list, and I think next in line is numerical, so it's probably Councillor Hamilton, who I'm going to be passing the chair off to in chambers. It would be Councillor Essinger next, I think, but pretty sure it's numerical order. It's 12, 1, 2, 3, 4. Sure. I'm going to slowly pass
To
the chair.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
I've got the chair.
Thank you. Just briefly speaking to it, and very much appreciate the idea behind this that Councillor Keane brought forward, and I actually think it's a very valid comment, but for the same reasons I think the mayor talked about, I think this is very challenging to do now, and even though that wouldn't impact me if I was no longer here after next year, you know, there are 3 folks that could apply to, and I think that puts us in a bit of a challenging spot. I defer to the suggestion that we just heard, which is that when this next commission comes forward in the next term, that be a very deliberate item that they work on, and then provide a clear set of recommendations at that point. So recognizing, I think it's a very valid conversation. I worry about doing it a little bit on the fly. It's not, and I appreciate it's thoughtful, and I know the intent behind it. But I'd rather empower our sort of independent committees who are made up of Edmontonians to go through that and spend some time on it. So that's why I won't support this particular amendment, but appreciate the point you've raised on it. Thank you. I'll take the chair back.
You've got the chair.
I don't see anyone else. Councillor McKean?
Just to close quickly, and I know this is going to die on the vine, which I'm maybe not surprised, and I appreciate the principle at play. The reason I felt comfortable bringing it forward was because my opinions on this predated my time on council and were stated publicly in stories and columns in the Edmonton Journal. So my opinion has not changed. And I felt strongly then, and I feel strongly now, that there's way too much cynicism around political compensation. And it does not necessarily reflect the stresses and strains of and hours that elected officials put into this role. The laying awake at night on decisions like the one we're going to have to make at 3:45. And how do we compensate people in our society, in our culture? We do it with salary. And we do it with retirement benefits, and we do it with other benefits. We recognize the import of the role through that. And I remember that's what I was trying to get at in previous, in my writings about this in the past, was that, in effect, there are people in the private and public sector fairly well down the leadership range who make more money than city councilors. And these are values at play, and I understand that, and that's fine, and we would have to have a really robust debate with our public. But again, to repeat myself, I apologize. I know that there's those who have struggled, who've put in years of dedicated service. Someone could be in their 30s. And devote 8, 12 years to this, get dumped back out on the curb, say, what am I going to do now? And giving them a little bit of breathing room seems justifiable to me. So I might be the only vote yes on this, and I will be comfortable doing that and defending that later. And if you all vote against it, I understand. But please, reflect on it with your values at play. not politics. Because they're going to be mad at you over something else next week anyways. Thank you.
Thank you. That was to close. Please vote on the amendment, just the amendment in front of us.
So just, if you
Oh,
wouldn't
sorry.
mind being absolutely clear, so everybody knows what we're voting on. So the amendment that we've put up there is to Part 2 be replaced with the following: an increased transition allowance to the 4 weeks per year served with a cap for a maximum of 48 weeks, and that Part 4 be amended to replace $40,300 with $71,077, and also add that a transition allowance cap be added after flexible spending account. And if this passes, that budget adjustment will come to the fall budget adjustment period in November.
Thank you. So that is the motion we are voting on right now, which is just that amendment. So please vote, everyone.
I'm sorry, point of order. I can't see it, and I'd like to read it. That was really fast.
Okay, if we can read it out once more, just to make sure everyone has heard that.
So we can put it into the Google chat because it's an amendment to the motion. I can't
Sure.
create the motion, but if you give me a few seconds, I'm happy to do that.
Sure, and I'll read it out here. I have it on my screen too, while that's being put in the chat. So again, number one of the amendment is that Part 2C be replaced with the following: increased transition allowance to 4 weeks per year served with a cap of a maximum of 48 weeks. Number two, that Part 4 be amended to replace $40,300 with $71,077 and add "and transition allowance cap" after flexible spending account.
And I'm sorry, but when would that be effective? Because it doesn't say
Oh,
that.
It's all, so this is a subset of a main motion. So the main motion that is on the floor that includes all 5 parts does not come into effect for this council. It comes in after the general election in 2021.
But I believe it was the mover's intent for it to take effect immediately. The transition would take effect immediately, if I recall.
Then we need to take this offline and we need to redraft the whole motion because that's a substantial change to the
Okay.
main motion.
That was the mover's intent, I remember, when he said it. So if we can take a 2-minute recess to have that worded.
I would also need to work with finance to estimate what the costs would be. I don't have that information to hand.
Okay, so that's a longer than 2-minute recess. So that was the mover's intent. So we would either postpone this to discuss it at the next one if we want to take a bit of time. How much time do you think you'd need for this? Just
If you,
approximately. Would it be easier to postpone it to Wednesday's council meeting, or is it 10?
I think just out of respect for the members of the public that are here from the committee, if you want to move to the next item, I could try to work with finance
Okay.
while the next item is being dealt with. And we will redraft this in a way that addresses those issues.
Okay.
And just for absolute clarity, motion 1 that adjusts the salary would not come into effect until after the 2021. It's just the transition allowance. We've got the costs projected beyond 2021. I just need to work with finance on this year.
I have had a suggestion that we could potentially, because we also have our member here, our integrity commissioner for 6.8, we could move that forward so they could finish some of the timing, but I believe that the mover would like that as the motion that's going to be voted on. That was the intent, correct? So
Yes,
Okay,
that it
then-
would
then
apply.
then
to
in
this
interest of
council.
making sure we have appropriate time, I think we need to either move on to the next item or do a recess, and I'm happy to take a motion for either.
I'll move that we recess so that the motion can be redrafted.
Okay, do I have?
Yes.
I have a seconder. I can just check to see if there's unanimous consent for that recess instead of. Okay, so hearing no objections, let's just take a recess to get those numbers, and we'll do that. All right, let's go in alphabetical order and see if I can do it all in my head because I don't have the sheet. Councillor Banga?
Yes.
No, I'm going to test myself. Councillor Cartmel, of course, yes, C-A-R-T, here. Councillor
Car
Cartmel?
before cat. If the cat can ride in a car.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Katarina. I see Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Zadok?
Yep, a lot of people think Zadok's at the end of the alphabet, but it isn't.
Councillor Essinger?
Present.
Councillor Hamilton?
Yep.
Councillor Henderson?
Yep.
I think I'm next. I sort of skipped over Mayor Iveson. I don't know when I goes in this range anymore, but that's all fine. Councillor McKean?
Oh, you know I'm here by my amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Nickel?
I'm here and it's only Monday.
Councillor Paquette?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Walters?
Yes, sir, I'm present.
Thank you, Mayor Iveson.
My transition allowance topped out a year ago, so somehow, I don't know why, I'm still here.
Thank you. All right, so everyone's back. Can we just, I do not have the chat, so I actually can't read it out. I'm not sure why it's not popping up for me here. So if somebody who has that in front of them, can they read out the new wording? Councillor McKean, preferably, who is the mover? No? Okay. Councillor Cartmel sees it, so sorry
Yeah,
if
I
you don't
see
mind
it.
reading it out
Fine.
for us.
So I'll read it in. So Councillor McKean's amendment would be as follows. Part 1, that Part 2C be deleted, and number 2, that a Part 6 be added as follows. That the council compensation package changes be approved and come into effect immediately as follows. Increase transition allowance to 4 weeks per year served with a cap of a maximum of 48 weeks, and that administration return in fall 2020 with the appropriate budget adjustments.
Thank you. Great. We've already done questions and speaking, so we're just going to go right to the vote on this. Everyone's clear on what we're voting for, so please vote using eScribe. Again, just on the amendment that was just read out.
We have all the votes, Mr.
Thank
Mayor.
you. Thank you. Please display the vote. And that has been defeated 4-9.
Could you read out the vote, if you wouldn't mind, please?
Certainly. So in favor was Councillor Banga, Hamilton, Henderson, and McKean, and opposed was Mayor Iveson, Councillor Cartmel, Councillor Katarina, Councillor Zadok, Councillor Essinger, myself, Councillor Nickel, Councillor Paquette, and Councillor Walters. Thank you. So that motion, that amendment has been defeated. We're back to the original motion made by Mayor Iveson, which included the one change that has already been discussed. I don't think we had completed questions, so I will check. Are there any further questions? And I'll look to the speakers list if it shows up.
Councillor Knack, I'm trying to log on here, it's not letting me, but I'll speak.
Okay, I just want to wait before Councillor Zadok to make sure I'm not missing if there's anyone on. I don't have the list yet, but is there anyone who's...
There's nobody on the speakers
Okay.
list except for Councillor Zadok.
So now it's, so hearing no further questions, we'll move into speaking. Councillor Zadok has expressed a desire to speak, so I'll start with him and then everyone else can click on. Councillor Zadok, go ahead.
Thank you. Just my understanding is that this would be friendly, so I would propose that that if the if the wording's adjusted to reflect that if the index goes down in 2021 but rises again in the next period, it can rise in 2022, but up to the amount that it went down in 2021 and no more. If that's clear.
Well, so I want to check, is that an amendment you were looking to move?
Yes.
Okay,
If it's friendly.
okay. I do see a nodding head from the mayor that might be friendly, so I just want to make sure we get that wording. Do we have that wording that can be?
So the recommendation in motion 1 is that there is no annual adjustment in 2021 and 2022. Is the friendly amendment that there now could possibly be an increase in 2022?
I think that only if it went down.
Yeah, never to go higher than the current rate.
Okay. I just want to make sure, do the clerks have that wording, Councillor Zadok, just before we get into?
No, I have not been able to send that to them.
Okay, I just want to take a moment, while I see that might be considered friendly, I'd like to make sure we have the wording to be clear on it, so we can take one more moment and see if that can be sent in. But can you, just to, again...
I have challenges technologically right now, to tell you the truth.
Okay. Do the clerks have an understanding of what Councillor Zadok was looking to?
I don't believe I do.
Okay.
But I'll try again.
Can you, yeah, go ahead.
So
please.
if the motion as it states right now is that there would be no annual adjustment for 2021 or 2022 unless there's an opportunity for it to go down based on the Alberta average weekly earnings. And I'm now hearing that it could possibly go up in 2022 depending on what happens in 2021.
Yeah, and no more than at the
And no
base
more-
level.
And no more than the amount. Okay, we'll try to craft that.
Okay. So, sorry, and that, your intent, Councillor Zadok, I just want to make sure, is that, again, if this went down, let's assume it went down 2% next year, but it went up in 2022, or rather 2021, that you would be able to go upwards of what it went down. That's your intent.
Well, I mean, there's some nuance to it. If it goes down by 2% in the first period, and then in the next period it would go up by 1%, I'm saying that it should be reflected that way. If it goes up by 2%, then it would be back at the base level. If it went up by 3%, it would be capped at 2%.
Okay.
Because we're not talking about going any higher.
Okay. I want to make sure, so I think we might have some wording to be clear on that. As that's getting drafted, just I can check, if everyone's clear on the intent, I can check to see if that's friendly first. I'm not hearing any opposition to that being considered a friendly amendment.
I do have one question.
Is that about what is being suggested as a friendly amendment, Councillor Paquette?
It is.
Okay, then that would not, then we'll have to not treat it as friendly, just so we can make sure. I appreciate that it might be a friendly question, but in terms of...
Yeah, then I'm going to withdraw this.
Oh. Okay. All right, well, I haven't accepted it technically because we hadn't gone through it, so we'll assume that's not there. All right. So, just take a moment, everyone, and now we're going to go. So, Councillor Zadok, you still had the floor. Do you have anything you want to say regarding the motion on the floor?
No, I'd support this. I did try and... Sorry, like I know it's not an excuse not having proper technology in front of me, but my battery's out of my laptop here, my phone's finicky at the moment, and I'm under the weather at the moment as well. So I identified this as a possible cleanup, and I'm not going to put forward what I was suggesting based on mostly my technology issues at the moment, but I'll support the main motion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Paquette is next.
Yeah, I just wanted to also indicate my strong support for this motion. I think that it's in keeping with public service, and it is largely symbolic, but symbols, as we know, matter a lot. And I just think that it's important to draw a line between responsibility to the public and playing politics with this kind of thing, because there will be councils after us. And one of the things that we have to do, and what I think this move does do, is helps the public retain some trust in their own systems. They own this system. And a lot of times I think the public might feel like they are not empowered or have a say in this system. And so by us taking the lead, it shows a responsiveness to the public, and frankly, maybe a lot of the public really doesn't care about this one way or the other. But for those who do, it is very important that, especially in tough times, that they can look to their government for leadership, and they can look to their government for understanding, and they can have faith and trust in that. If we undermine that, I believe that, especially in times like this, we are undermining the entire system. And there's something really important about that. If we want to devolve our politics, we certainly can do that. But if we want to evolve our politics so that we can actually deal with important issues, then moves like this, in my opinion, should not even be something that we seriously debate as right or wrong, especially when it comes to this political climate. I could say a lot about this. I won't. I'll just say that I absolutely support this, and I'm ready to vote.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton?
Okay, to catch everyone up, Councillor Zadok had put forward a motion that was friendly, and then when it was not friendly to everyone, or there was questions on it, he withdrew that motion. So we're back to the original motion as amended.
Correct.
I would like to put that motion on the floor, and I don't really care right now whether it's friendly or not. I'm comfortable with a vote happening on that. I'm just teasing you a little bit, Councillor Zadok. And to preface, I think we should play a little bit of a game here today, other than the ones we've been playing so far, a new game. Let's pretend none of us are coming back next term. And let's pretend that there are 13 positions open to members of the public who wish to serve their city. My concern with the original motion put forward is that this council would only see decreases. They would never see an increase, which is fair given the economic circumstances, but a decrease on decreases on decreases is a risk. Some years that might be a small risk and some years it might be a big risk, but 2 years of 2% decreases amounts to about an entire paycheck. So for this new council, we would be looking at what kind of people can take that kind of risk on an annual basis. And I think we have to consider that the kind of people that can take a significant financial risk to go 2 weeks or a month without a paycheck, because that's the difference that we're talking about here, are people who are already financially stable in their own lives, or who are extremely comfortable with that level of risk. And what that translates to is people who don't have other people to depend on them. So you're talking about, so in a roundabout way, I'm coming to a concern that we might build a policy that excludes the ability of people who have families, people who are more financially vulnerable than others, to run for this council. We might make the job more attractive to people who have the financial stability with which to withstand it, withstand the weather of it, so to speak. So I understand the very honorable sentiments behind all of the suggestions here today, but when we talk about the values of creating a more equitable and diverse council, we have to understand how, notwithstanding anyone who currently sits at this table, because the decision we are making is for the next council, how that might impact the people who choose to run, and the people and the message that we send about who can afford to sit around this table. And so that is my fundamental concern. This is why we have an independent commission. I think they've done a remarkable job. But if the message is that you will only see decreases, you will only see negative risk, I think that we expose some people more to that risk than we do others. And that is, I'm being a bit of the devil's advocate here today, but I think we have to take those values that this council has expressed, in perspective with the financial accountability piece here.
So just to be clear, you are going to move that?
Yeah.
Okay, so I can double check because we have wording, I think, now from the clerks. So let's see if we can get that wording first.
So it's in the chat, and so the amendment to motion 1 is listed there, and it would just be to add, or if the index goes down in 2021 but rises again in the next period, it can rise to 2022, but only in the amount that it went down in 2021 and no more.
Okay, so that is moved. I first need to see if there's a seconder before I check if it's friendly. Is there a seconder for that? Well,
Second.
thank you. Councillor Walters is seconded. I want to check to see, is that friendly? It is not friendly, so, but I do have a mover and seconder, so we will take that motion and accept that now. And now we're going to move to any questions on the amendment that has just been made. Mayor Iveson, do you have questions, or are you there to speak to that amendment?
No, I'm persuaded actually by Councillor Hamilton's argument, and I think sadly, by trying to introduce the downside risk, I've muddied the whole issue. And so what I'd actually like to do is withdraw that and go back to just the straight-up wage freeze and keep it simple. Because now we're sending really mixed signals to our public. So I would just like to now, at this point, go back to the original recommendation.
Well, that would first take the current mover of the amendment to withdraw to see if she's acceptable and amenable to that.
I'm comparing it to rock, paper, scissors in the room, so I will withdraw my motion.
Is there any opposition to that or any concern? Hearing none, we've got the amended motion in front of us, which we have just heard from the mover, is he's willing to withdraw and then move the initial recommendation. Is that correct? Just to make sure that is your intent? Let me check with members of council to see if anyone has any concerns with withdrawing the amended motion. Hearing none, I will now accept the original motion as noted in the report. And I think the seconder was Councillor McKean. Are you still willing to second that?
Yes, and I have one more question.
That'll be fine. I just want to make sure we get the motion as originally written in the report is now on the floor. Do you have any other introductory comments, Mr. Mayor, or can we go to questions first and then?
Actually, yeah, just very quickly, if the Alberta Weekly Earnings Index does happen to go down during this period, I will take the commensurate pay cut, notwithstanding this. The rest of you can decide what you want to do.
Thank you. I have 4 questions. Councillor McKean.
So, and Mr. Acting Chair, if I'm out of line, you'll let me know, but my earlier attempt at amendment failed. I don't want to extend this any longer, but I guess I'm looking at the chair to know whether or not those recommendations or suggestions I made in my earlier amendment around the transition allowance policy will be considered.
I would say that that the city clerk would write those into the terms of reference for the next independent council's review, which would be 2024.
I feel a little bad, Councillor Knack, that I made a motion that looked really self-serving to this council, but didn't push it forward to the next, which I would like to do that. But again, if this can be packed up somewhere along the line, I don't want to extend this.
I would offer, just in terms of process, that might be a very valuable subsequent motion to allow us to finish discussion on this particular piece.
Thank you.
Thank you. Again, I'm just going to quickly check on the list to see if there's anyone with questions. And I know, so Councillor Nicol on the first round for questions. Please go ahead.
Okay, somebody explain this to me. So I remember a time when I tried to give some money back for my salary. And administration told me I couldn't. So how does that work? Can I voluntarily reduce my wage?
I don't think that's a question that you could ask me. I think that that's a question that you would need to ask administration.
And I would argue it's not entirely relevant to the debate before us. I think it's a fair question.
Again.
I think it's a fair question that you could ask the clerk's office at a later time, but I don't think that's relevant to where we're at now.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
I ran into some trouble when I tried to do that.
Sorry to be difficult, but just want to keep this moving along if we could. Thank you. Are there any other Councillor Paquette, I see you on the list. Are you there for questions or are you there to speak? Councillor Paquette?
Sorry, having trouble with my mute button. I did have a question, if that now is the appropriate time.
This is the appropriate time for questions. Please go ahead.
Okay, so I'm a little bit unclear, and maybe someone can clean this up for me. So the question I was going to ask was in the mayor, I guess, you know what, because he withdrew it, it really doesn't matter. You know what, I'll just be quiet. Thanks, sorry.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, I'm going to the list to see if there's anyone willing or interested in speaking to it. Councillor McKean, you were there from before. You're fine. Excellent. I do have a few comments, so I'll turn the chair over to Councillor Hamilton. Thank you. And actually, I guess my comments were going to be when, in fact, with the amended motion. So now that I think about it, I'll just support this motion. I have nothing else to say. So I'll end it there. Thank you.
Return the chair.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to it? I see no one on the list.
Yeah, I'll just really quickly say that I was ready to support the other motion. I would prefer to be voting on that, but I will support this as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no one else on the board, so I'm going to call the vote. Please vote.
We're just waiting for one vote. Councillor Katarina?
Hasn't shown up, but yes.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, we have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that has carried unanimously. I will happily turn the chair back over to Mayor Iveson.
Well, thank you for steering. Sorry for making that complicated. Good discussion, though, and thank you again to the committee members for their work. If there's a subsequent, can we work that up offline? Because just out of respect for Ms. Pytel and Ms. Rathgaber's time, let's pivot to that, and then we can deal with subsequents later. So, Ms. Pytel, come on down for your annual report, and Mr. Rathgaber's online, I gather.
I am, Mr. Mayor.
Welcome.
Thank you.
All right, the floor is yours for a presentation in whatever format you wish to give it, if in fact you have a presentation.
I'll just quickly pop through the report. I appreciate that council's time is short, and it was a pretty lengthy report, or a pretty thorough report. So I'll just do the highlights if I can. Just 1 second, just getting set up, making sure that I'm on. Yep. All right, so we've now completed 2 years in the integrity role position and of the office. Just very quickly, the number of complaints, so in the first year was 16. This past year, September to September, was 20. This shows an increase in complaints, but not in actuality, because some of the complaints related to 9 complainants, but the same event, so to speak, and that was with respect to social media activity. So what I would like to say is, in the past year, what I found is that our thinking on the code has been expanded and moved forward. We had to deal with a number of issues, including issues raised by complainants and by respondent councillors. And so when I come to council with my report, I think of Councillor McKean's question back in January, which is, how is the Integrity Office accountable to council? Reporting to you like this is one element of that accountability. Seeing the Integrity Office in action is another element of that accountability, whether it's through Mr. Rathgaber or my reports to council. If there are other recommendations in terms of how I can show my accountability, I'm happy to receive those from council. But today I'm here to explain what we've done in the past year. Now, in terms of advancing thoughts around the code and the interpretation of the code, some of the concepts that have been moved forward are who can make a complaint, and we now know from research and from having complaints made that organizations could bring a complaint forward. Obviously individuals can, but also somebody who's not the aggrieved person can do that. The code also applies to activity outside of chambers, including social media. One of the areas of debate, I would say, is freedom of expression. And I've given my opinion on that, and that is that when somebody enters council, their right to freedom of expression is limited by the code. The Municipal Government Act made it so when the government passed the law saying that councils must have codes, and those codes must say that councillors must treat each other with respect. And so I've looked at this issue a few different ways, but I want to reiterate that through the past year, we've had a chance to think about that issue and the issues around freedom of expression. And I feel strongly that the code encourages freedom of expression. It says so right in the code, but it also limits it in terms of how those views are expressed. Another issue that came up was the issue around how social media is used. And I bring this to council because I'm asked to bring trends forward. And so across the country, councils are asking for social media policies to be put in place. I'm also receiving a number of complaints that councillors are blocking and deleting on social media, and I've even received some lately, and I haven't investigated because I think it's an issue for council to decide. Now, right now, there's nothing in the code that prevents councillors from blocking and deleting. Other jurisdictions are putting guidelines in place, and the reason they're doing that is not to limit councillors' activity, but help to protect councillors from harassing behavior when they're trying to use their pages, but also to balance things so that a councillor can go to that policy and say, well, I've just done what the policy says in terms of blocking and deleting. I'm not saying that this council wants that sort of policy. I'm just saying I'm obliged to bring this forward because it's an issue that keeps coming up. I'm not sure what's happening with you folks on your side of the equation, but I'm getting complaints about this. There are councils across the country that are saying we need a policy that gives us those guidelines. One of the drivers, I think, is that female politicians are harassed often more than male politicians, that sort of thing. So they want to be able to block people who are harassing them, and they want to be able to appoint to a policy that says that. I'm not a big fan in adding more policies to anybody's day-to-day life. I'm just saying this is one of the things that I've become aware of, is this trend of bringing in more consistent guidelines at other levels of government. And the individual parties might have those guidelines. Here, councillors are left to their discretion. As I said, I don't know how things are working for you folks, so I'm leaving this with you as something to consider as you go forward, and just to be aware that that's a trend. One of the other questions that keeps coming up for me that wasn't a complaint, but it was just a question, is just how council members treat city employees. And so I will answer that. The code is very clear that council members are expected to communicate to city employees with respect and with decorum, and not to interfere with their neutrality or their objectivity. And so, in other words, have the same sort of respect that you would expect of each other. There is a fine distinction that I'd like to tell you, though, and that is this. The City of Edmonton has an obligation to provide a safe work environment for their employees. So when we look at the functioning of the code, we're also looking at the fact that the city is obliged to provide a safe work environment free of harassment. So that means that councillors must be aware of that, because the city has that obligation. The code requires councillors to abide by things like the Occupational Health and Safety Act, which prohibits harassment of workers in Alberta. That's seen as a safety hazard. So I just raised this as an issue just for awareness. I don't have a complaint, but I have people ask me that question. How does it work? Well, it does apply. But be aware of that fine distinction, that how city employees are treated puts the city in a difficult situation in terms of their obligations as an employer. The one thing that I will mention, because I've seen it come up in other jurisdictions, when giving feedback or wanting to give feedback about a city employee's performance, for instance, that should go to the city manager. Privately, it should not be done publicly. I'm talking about performance feedback. Like, you did a crummy job or you did a great job, that sort of thing. Great job, good, maybe bad feedback, not so good. So those are some of the topics that arose in the last year, and not easy. They required a lot of research. I don't think that I'm going to need to re-research those again, but just update my research on these things. But it has meant that we've done a fair bit of work. I can say, though, that we've stayed within our budget in this past year. It's basically spent the same amount as money year over year. We're at 132,000 and within a budget of, an annual budget of 150. Obviously, we'd like to keep, have a situation where there's no violations of the code found. Obviously, we want to be proactive in terms of how we do things. So we again invite any sort of feedback or questions about how to keep within the code. The other thing I'm obliged to do annually is talk about any potential amendments to the code. The one that's really outstanding is gifts and benefits, and that's the one that keeps coming up, and my colleague Brent will probably talk about it more. I'll say in a nutshell that one of the big issues is that around receiving tickets to events and being constrained in that in terms of only getting tickets from the actual offer or the person putting on the event. I agree that that doesn't make sense for it to be in the code. Some people here may have some good reason why that was put in originally or may disagree with me on that. I do believe that that's something that could come out of the code unless there are unintended consequences that I haven't seen. I believe in the ambassador role of councillors. I believe councillors should get out, and I believe smaller nonprofit organizations should be able to get them out to events without these sort of restrictions around very low monetary issues. Overall, gifts and benefits are like conflict of interest. To step back and ask by going to this event whether this is going to impact your decision-making on council, right? If it's not, if it's you being an ambassador, if it's you getting out there and doing what you want to do to help this city move forward, especially during these times, you need to know that I take a very liberal view of that, and I'll let Mr. Rathgeber comment on that more. So as I said, we're within budget. It's been an interesting, challenging year at times, but I'm continuing to enjoy the role and appreciate council's trust in having me do this work. It's an opportunity to fulfill a public interest role for the City of Edmonton, which I take very, very seriously, and I thank council for the opportunity. I wanted to just pass it over to Brent Rathgeber now in case he had any comments.
Thank you, Integrity Commissioner. If I may briefly, to the members of council through you, Mr. Mayor, I too believe that the office is working well, perhaps beyond expectations, and the evidence of that is the very, very few number of substantiated complaints that have come before the Integrity Commissioner, found to be substantiated, and then ultimately come before council. In terms of my role and my responsibility, I was certainly less busy in 2020 than I was in 2019, and that is single-handedly accounted for by what Ms. Patel just talked about, and that's questions about admission to events and banquets and sporting events and cultural events. Obviously, with COVID-19, almost all of those events are shut down, and as a result, I'm not receiving any inquiries from councillors regarding whether or not those gifts can be accepted or under what conditions. That being said, gifts and benefits is still the most advice sought section of the code when individuals, when councillors or their designated staff members contact me with regard to advice. And within the subsection of gifts and benefits, it's events, and it's the four-prong test. It's the one prong, as Ms. Patel has already indicated, that the offeror be the entity responsible for presenting or organizing the event. That is where most of the events get tripped up, if they are to get tripped up, and I think it also causes the most confusion and from time to time the most angst from councillors when they're advised that perhaps a ticket ought not to be accepted because the offerer is not the entity responsible for organizing or presenting the event. So if council is so inclined, I think some fine-tuning to Part L of the code should be entertained with respect to gifts and benefits, with respect to events and tickets and food and beverages at those events. Other than that, I think things are working. The Integrity Commissioner and I think, work together. We don't always agree, but I think we have a mutual respect and a good working relationship. And I I certainly echo the Integrity Commissioner's words that it's an honor to serve in this position as a former elected official, to be able to contribute to the democratic process by providing ethical and legal advice to the members of City Council is quite an honor, and I thank you.
Well, thank you both for those comments and for the report and for the work the past year. Questions, starting with Councillor Essinger, who'd selected this item. Go ahead.
Thank you. And first of all, thank you both for your service. Appreciate it. And the report was very thorough. I do have some clarity for Ms. Pytel. You recommended the change under G, under gifts and benefits. You mentioned the concern under the social media policy. Are you recommending that we pursue a social media policy, or just alerting to us that we may need to consider it?
At this point, I'm just alerting you to it, and even the recommendation on gifts and benefits, my annual report is just a way to raise issues to go to the council's committee about the code of conduct. The social media policy, I can't recommend it till I know what's going on with you folks on your side and what the response is to it. So it's just simply to raise it as an issue.
Well, I did note that you had attended a conference, and obviously there's a presentation on that. So if we were going to pursue that, would you have access to some social media policies from other jurisdictions?
Yes, I've been interacting with other jurisdictions, and I've been looking at their other policies. So yes, and I've done a lot of research on this. What a lot of people are waiting for is for this to be decided by the courts as well. But yes, I would absolutely be able to weigh in on that.
Do you have any sense when the courts will make a decision on this?
No, I'm not aware of a case that's before the courts right now. It's hotly contested in the U.S., but in Canada, nobody's taken the issue, for instance, of blocking and deleting that I know of before the courts. But it's probably only a matter of time, and then it would be a constitutional challenge, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to make sure I understood that. Mr. Rathgerber, you obviously haven't been as busy. We've been not as busy ourselves with the pandemic, but you anticipate through the election there may be more inquiries. Just to clarify, what is appropriate for councillors during an election period? Is that what I anticipate here?
Yeah, I mean, as you know, there's a date in the spring of 2021, I think 3 months before the election, and thereafter, most communication budgets are frozen, and individuals have to use campaign funds to do their promotion and do their advertising. I anticipate there's going to be questions regarding communication projects that start before that deadline and end afterwards, or start before the deadline and are invoiced afterwards. So I hope to, before that date next spring, perhaps come up with an interpretive bulletin or some proactive advice to try to minimize the number of inquiries. But I suspect there might be some confusion with respect to what is the city's responsibility as opposed to what is the campaign's responsibility when it comes to financing of advertising most predominantly.
That was going to be my question, so thank you, because I think more information we have to avoid having to contact you would be the best. Finally, and this is to administration, if we could, someone explain to me now a process if we wanted to change the gifts and bylaw that's been suggested here. Does that go to council services automatically, or do we have to have a motion on that?
So nothing will be going to either the Council Services Committee meeting in November or the Council Code of Conduct Subcommittee unless directed by Council. So if that's something you'd like us to work on, we can draft up a motion. That would then need to go to the committee for discussion and then back up to Council to amend your bylaw.
I would like to make that motion if we could work that, because I would like to take the recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, well, let's work up a little bit of wording here, and I'll come back to you for that once we finish with the questions. Is that all right, Councillor Essinger?
Perfect, thank you.
Super. Councillor Banga.
Thank you. Thanks for all the work. And my only couple questions are, during the election, I guess just before the election, people tend to muddy each other's names, whatever, either they're councillors who are or citizens be interested in somebody either positively or negatively. Is there a cutoff date for taking those complaints so that they are not using social media to kind of exploit that situation?
Yes, Councillor Banga, there is a cutoff date. I believe it's, I'm just looking it up. There is a blackout period where I cannot do any investigations just before an election. I'm just looking it up because I can't remember it off the top of my head. I want to say 90 days, but I think that's wrong. Oh, yeah. So complaints received or under investigation within 90 days prior to a municipal election may be suspended until after the election day.
Okay, that sounds good. And my other question is, in those 16 and 20 complaints that you received in 2 consecutive years, if somebody just calls you that this councillor wasn't fair to me or rude to me because that person did not vote the way they expected somebody to do, you consider that as a complaint?
So generally, I don't it's not good for me to answer theoretical questions, but I can tell you that I get many of those types of questions, and I don't investigate everything that comes my way, and members of council will know that because I've had a lot where I don't answer those sort of questions. I have to make sure that it's an actual violation of the code if it's proven true. So simply disagreeing with something isn't a violation of the code.
Okay. So what would be your threshold in that respect? Or do you have to determine case by case?
I have to follow the code, and so first of all, if proven true, it would be a violation of the code, but if it's frivolous or vexatious, or if it's very, very minor, or it could be resolved informally, then I don't investigate everything I receive, absolutely. I have to pick and choose in the sense if I don't get a choice in investigating stuff that could be a violation of the code, but if it's something that really doesn't fall within the jurisdiction or is very, very minor or frivolous or vexatious, I don't investigate it.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hamilton?
So I'm really interested in the social media policy for a number of reasons, because on one hand, in your report, you're talking about the premise of members of council blocking or you could even argue muting members of the public. But on the other hand, there's another side to that coin, which is, as many of us will know, people will approach you over social media about constituent issues in direct message form, and there's no way to track that either. Would you consider that a problem as well, to have this sort of, let's call it an alternate channel of communication that's unregulated? There's no way to keep track of that communication.
Well, and that sounds like something that's why I say this is outside of my hands in terms of the code of conduct. This seems more like, is there something that could help council in the form of some other process or policy to manage their social media accounts, for sure. Now, the only way this code or this policy matters to me from a code point of view is councillors can say in their defense if they are accused of violating the code, I'm actually following a council policy. Now, your question to me is more of a practical question that's probably outside of how I could help.
All right. I'm playing devil's advocate. Apparently that's a straw I drew this morning. Yeah, it was, considering if Councillor Esslinger is coming forward with a motion to that extent, something we might consider, as it's become infinitely more complicated in the last decade or so, is not just, I guess, related to social media, but what appropriate or protected channels of communication from the public are or should be. And as an example, in my office, we stopped accepting constituent requests over Facebook because there's no way to keep track of that or to loop in city staff in a way that ensures that those requests get managed correctly. So, you know, I know you're working on something, Councillor Esslinger, so that's my 2 cents on this. Thank you.
And if I could say something to that, the one thing that you have to be careful with is the social media is now seen as the method by which councillors communicate. And the cases that are going to the courts are when there's limits put on those potentially going to the courts. When there are limits put on that method, then you just have to be careful with it.
Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for everything that you've done. This is great work. But I want to follow up on the social media aspect. You know, where, and it comes down to like if using, you know, a private entity like Facebook or Twitter with their own algorithms and, you know, the advertising and everything that comes with it, some folks are going to be using social media with their personal accounts, and some are going to be using them for their councillor accounts or interchangeably, or both at the same time. And, you know, as far as these larger questions, where would that line be drawn? And maybe that's part of policy, but I think there's a larger question here about using non-city resources for communication, and then do those count as official communications?
I did comment a bit on this over the summer, and what matters to me is whether the communications are about council, the city, the business of council, and the role of councillors. So that when I refer to after hours or outside council chambers activity, where it happens doesn't matter so much as what is said. And if it's about the work of council, it's about the city, then it can be relevant when people are basically councillors 24/7. So Mr. Rathgeber pointed out, and I believe one of the members of council did, that we want to be really careful with the election coming to make sure that we segregate those things that are campaign activity versus council activity. And read the section of the code dealing with elections well in advance, as in today, because I'm already receiving questions about activity related to elections.
Right, and so that's a very difficult distinction to make. You know, this difference between electioneering versus council work, because frankly, when people are blocking, it's not because they don't want to hear the dissenting voices, for the most part, as far as I've learned. It's that it games the algorithms on social media, and it creates sort of like this echo chamber room so that it looks like all that potential candidate has is support. And so, and it also elevates that post or that site up in the algorithms because it's getting a lot of favorable reviews. So really it's not even about connecting with constituents, it's about marketing.
Possibly, and I can say that the code doesn't deal with marketing without due respect. It's more about behavior and conduct, and so social media this is why there are policies at other levels, because social media as a medium, we're just beginning to understand the unintended consequences of it, and it is an evolving area that I think is worthy of more consideration by council, especially as you're approaching an election period.
Right, okay, so, you know, I think that we need to get some clarity, and maybe this is the work of council, maybe this has to do with Councillor Essinger's potential motion, just on what is marketing, what is communication, what is electioneering, what is, you know, just working with algorithms, what is putting out information, whether it's true or not, just so that it sticks in the memory of voters. You know, all of those things, it's very complicated, and I'm not sure how we navigate this, and I have a feeling you're going to be busy in the next year. So thank you.
Councillor Knack, if you could take the chair.
I've got the chair.
So, both for employees of the city, but also for elected officials themselves, there is a question of workplace safety. The legislation doesn't apply so much to us from an OH&S. So lateral violence among us is not covered so much by that. But with respect to employees of the city, that's where the issue of public criticism, attacks, et cetera, become challenging from a liability standpoint for the city. I'm not asking you for legal advice on the city's risk, but that's where it gets beyond just a code matter and into an OH&S matter.
Yeah, this is something that I wanted to draw to council's attention to get ahead of it, just to be aware of it, because it's a complicated issue, and it's one that's different from 5 years ago before the OH&S legislation changed that to make harassment a safety hazard, and I mean psychological. It's considered a psychological safety hazard. In some of the work that I did over the summer, I pushed the envelope a little bit on this issue by saying that this is a political arena, and it is for administration as well. So people who work in city roles have to have broad shoulders, for sure, and I've read lots of commentary on that. But I also say that this is a place to do work. So you're legislators, and you're also politicians. And there is commentary out there about wearing that two role where you need to be able to do your work as well as, battle it out in the political field, so to speak. And so things are evolving in terms of looking at harassment between elected officials and letting them do their work in chambers without harassment while still being able to have vigorous political debates.
But as it relates to staff specifically, or employees of the city, you quote a number of provisions in the code, but we've made some pretty strong statements around expectations for workplace safety for the 14,000 people who come here. And for me, that goes all the way to the city manager, the deputy city managers, and yes, the cut and thrust in here is a little different than what frontline employees never experience, thank goodness. But do you feel that those provisions are clear enough in the code today and in light of those OH&S changes, or is that something that we should revisit as well?
That's a good question, and I didn't actually consider it in light of the OH&S changes because the code incorporates the OH&S Act. So a violation of the code a violation of the Act is a violation of the code. So I didn't look at it that way, but I will take a look at that and see whether there could be better language actually incorporated into the code with respect to the treatment of administration.
Then the same question does come back for around this table in terms of psychological safety to do our best work, but also our ability to attract and retain talent. Same issue for the organization as an employer, but also for, we just had a conversation about creating conditions for people to join this group with enthusiasm. And I'm disappointed with the number of conversations I've had, particularly with women who are turned off by the tenor of debate these days. Not just here, it's general to politics, but also here. And so, from a GBA plus perspective, in terms of workplace safety for elected officials, do we have all the tools that we need?
Well, you have a code of conduct that in my view is very clear. It's just in the interpretation of it. Do we have a code that is as strong for elected officials as it is for employees? No. But it's something, again, that we can look at. I put some language in a decision in some of my communications this summer that said I believe the counselors should be able to do their jobs free of harassment and still be able to have the full ability to, and I didn't find anybody harassed anybody, I'm just saying that I put that out there, and that I'm pushing the thinking on that, to say that you're sitting here having to do your day-to-day jobs and support your families as well. And it's not only a political role, it's a hybrid role. So I do believe we need to move it forward. I've already opined and said what I think of that. So I think, as an integrity commissioner, how I would think of that if I'm given a circumstance in the future that I think fits into that. The code doesn't, it talks about using harassing language, et cetera, so that's something else to look at. And this is definitely pushing the thinking forward in the realm of municipal politicians.
Well, I'm just going to move that we extend to finish this item,
Okay, take that motion.
as long as it doesn't delay the start of the public hearing by more than 30 minutes, so
I have that seconded by Councillor Cartmell
25.
by 25 minutes. I'll seek unanimous consent on that one, if we're comfortable with that. Hearing no opposition, great, that's carried. I'll return the chair.
Great, thank you. Councillor McKeon?
Thank you, Ms. Pytel. I wanted to get your thoughts on City Council ultimately, after you've done an investigation and recommended sanctions. The council is the one that would then decide on those sanctions. And I would submit to you that City Council is, there's self-interest all over the place. And it might be better to have that taken to an outside public body to do that, to decide that. Have you given that any thought? And do you have any recommendations for us?
That would be new. I have not given that any thought because, organizations are evolving into not investigating themselves, which is good. But at the end of the day, when I make a recommendation after I do my investigation, whether you sanction or not is not my business normally. Having an outside body do that, I would have to research whether and how that's been done, but I haven't seen that done before, Councillor McKeon. At the end of the day, I'm not sure it can be done under the Municipal Government Act. It would have to be researched.
Thank you. Well, I can't, I don't know if I would venture a motion to send you away to do that. The other question I had was about social media. Having come from the media, it was my understanding that communications media were communications media. So if I say something on Twitter or Facebook or Instagram or TikTok or whatever, that I would be held accountable for that if it was, certainly if it was a libel and slander case. And would you agree with that? That communication, public communication is public communication no matter the medium?
I agree, Councillor McKeon. That medium, though, has the ability to cause more damage than any previous medium.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
That medium, social medium, has the ability to cause more damage than any previous medium. I personally don't care about the medium. I just care about if it's communicated. Mitigating factor is how much damage it can cause, though, on social media. It's worse on social media. But a medium is a medium.
Yeah, and so I think there are specific intricacies or eccentricities around social media that we need to look at, like blocking and a policy around blocking, because that could frustrate a constituent. If I block a constituent, they want to be able to have access to me. But I just wanted to get your opinion on, if I say something on any form of that, whether it's quoted in the Edmonton Journal or I put the tweet out, those are my words, and I will be held accountable for them legally and in the court of public opinion, of course, too.
And I can only speak to the code, and as I've said, social media, this council was forward-thinking, including the word social media, but whether those words social media were in the code or not, the code applies to any form of communication.
Right. Thank you.
Councillor Esslinger, is it more questions or to make a motion?
Just for the motion.
Okay, go ahead.
I would move that the October 19th, 2020 Office of the Integrity Commissioner report OCM 59 be referred to the next Council Services Committee meeting to discuss potential amendments to the Council Code of Conduct Bylaw 18483 to remove the requirement that admission to events be offered by the entity or its representatives, as well as a potential social media policy for elected officials.
Second.
Is that within the jurisdiction of council services?
It was my understanding that that was the genesis for creating the or the Code of Conduct Subcommittee. I can check where, if you want it to go somewhere else.
Well, because we had a committee, right?
It still the Council Code of Conduct Subcommittee of Council Services Committee still exists, to the best of my knowledge.
Oh, okay, and so this is referred to there, or to council services? Councillor Essinger, what was your intent? To the subcommittee or to the council services itself?
I thought we had to refer it to the council services and they have to do the subcommittee. I could be wrong.
That was my understanding.
Okay, yeah, if that's the routing, then cool. I'm fine with that. I just couldn't quite follow, so. Okay, yeah, I'll accept the motion then. Thank you very much. Did you want to speak to it?
It's pretty self-explanatory is what we've just heard today.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Nicol?
So to Mr. Rathgaber, are you still with us?
I am.
So Mr. Rathgaber, let's discuss the issue of social media going forward and future councils with regards to potential policy. Mr. Rathgaber, with regards to editing, as the assertion is that I understand it from Ms. Patel, regarding social media on personal pages of councillors and or others that are not sanctioned or run by the city, what do you think could be the possible implications with regards to a social media policy that says that Ms. Patel can reach in and discuss or make commentary on those pages or those platforms?
Well, I think it's going to have to be very surgically drafted, because the code is somewhat contradictory in that it says in the city assets section that a councillor may use communication facilities provided by the city for personal use, but that they have, as long as they do so without causing any harm to any person. And the code also says the councillors must not use harassing, offensive, discriminatory, disrespectful, or unparliamentary language. So, and that's a pretty broad net, and I think E3 written or interpreted on its plain wording would apply both to city-run assets like websites and personally run assets like your personal Facebook page. And I think the Integrity Commissioner Patel has said as much, that a councillor is a councillor is a councillor, whether it's at 7 o'clock at night or at 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, Mr. Rathgaber, what are the limits? Because what I've heard from Ms. Patel is that she feels there are limits to a councillor's freedom of speech. So how is it, and I put to you, sir, how is it that as a citizen my speeches are more limited than the next just because I'm a sitting politician?
Well, I think she's also answered that, and that the Code of Conduct, which Council passed and perhaps passed unanimously, indicates that there will be respectful communication between councillors and other councillors and employees and members of the public. So to some extent, Council has attempted to contract out of the otherwise broad charter-protected freedom of speech, freedom of expression. Whether or not your bylaw would pass constitutional muster, I don't know. But the short answer is that the Code of Conduct contracts out of freedom of expression to some extent. And the constitutionality of that has, as far as I know, hasn't been tested in any municipality that's tried to do this.
Thank you.
Councillor Banga, did you have more questions? Okay. Counselor Esslinger was on for the motion. I was going to speak, but better to not at this point. So I'll call the question. Please vote.
We're good to go, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Display the vote. And that's carried 12-1. All right. We're going to pause this council meeting now. And on Wednesday, when we resume, there's still several items to deal with, so we may run out of time there too. But we have preempted ourselves. We will recess the council meeting that started this morning so that we can resume the public hearing that started previously. And the clerks need 10, 15 minutes to shut down and reboot? Okay. So let's start that at 3:55, so we'll be a few minutes late from what we had said, just so clerks can get started. Stand by until then. Okay, so we'll pick up this time with Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Hamilton?
I am here and paying attention.
Good afternoon. Councillor Henderson?
Yep, I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Knack?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor McKean?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Councillor Nichol?
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette? Councillor Paquette? Councillor Walters?
Present.
Howdy. Councillor Banga?
I am here for the time being, Mr. Mayor.
Dutifully and appreciated. Good to see you. Councillor Carmel?
Good afternoon.
Welcome back. Councillor Katarina?
Yes.
Hello. Councillor Zanuck?
Here and almost ready to vote.
Well, there's a little more work to do before we get there, but Councillor Esslinger?
Present.
Thank you, and I'll try Councillor Paquette one more time. Okay, well, we're 12 is enough to get started. Just to orient you a little bit to where we're at in the process, we had concluded hearing from the registered speakers last week, and we are now going to do questions of administration. I am apprised by the clerks that 27 people have already registered to provide new information, so we will have to fit that in as well in our proceedings. But just to manage your expectations. But questions of administration are next, and Councillor Henderson has clicked on, so we'll start with him. Go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't know I clicked on. I don't know what that's from. I can't even get into the meeting yet, so that's not me.
Okay.
I will ask questions at some point, but I'm just trying to get into the meeting at this point.
Okay. Well, if there's no questions, we can go straight to new information. There must be some questions. Councillor McKean, go for it.
Thank you, Mr. Pollock. You look like you're in the hot seat. Can you give me the highlights? Because this has been a little bit blurry. Administration's take on the ecological impacts of the solar farm in the River Valley, and whether or not we had ecological planners or experts do our review with us, or we have them on staff that did a good, exhaustive review, and that was included in our reports.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. I can assure you that there was an exhaustive review by our ecological planners of this file, and what was found was that there are impacts remaining when we take into account the full project. So there are mitigated impacts as well through the different mitigation measures proposed by EPCOR and Stantec through their EIA, which is the 125-meter setback from the river, the revegetation of 3 hectares of forest land, and commitment to no development within key biodiversity areas. Further to that, there's an adaptive management plan or adaptive management framework put in place to further monitor the wildlife impacts through that corridor or through that pinch point along the river. Through our review, what hasn't been addressed is the impact on the overall site where the solar panels are going to be placed, so the loss of approximately 19 hectares of habitat or of meadow habitat.
Could you expand on that?
So with the placement of the solar farm and the fence, it is expected that there will be limited wildlife, obviously movement through the area, as well as a reduced functioning capability to continue its function as a different ecosystem within the river valley.
So we don't have a good understanding of those impacts at this point.
We have understanding that there are going to be impacts, that there's going to be connectivity impacts. On the connectivity side, there's further and ongoing monitoring that we can adapt to different mitigation measures. But on the land itself, the impact of the 19 hectares of the solar farm, is expected that would be a loss of habitat.
I'm hoping you can help me, and I think there's a bit of a language semantics debate we could have about the word essential. And when early on, I didn't quite understand the word essential. What I came to believe was that if, for example, you were putting in a boat dock, that's essential. It has to be in the river, in the river valley. If you're going to move people from top of bank down to the river valley proper in a funicular, that's your goal, moving people up and down with mobility issues or using their bikes, that becomes an essential. You can't move that 2 kilometers away. There's an essential function being done there that has to be in the river valley. So we have this essential word in our river valley bylaw. Can you give me administration's thoughts on whether a solar farm adjacent to the E.L. Smith water treatment plant, that it is essential that it be there?
So through the motion at last public hearing, council asked us to provide the information necessary to deem it essential. That information was provided in the report, and it looked at 4 overall factors or groups of factors of financial, social, environmental, and institutional. Out of those factors, the strongest one was there was a financial benefit for locating it within the river valley. There were possible social benefits, including the partnership with Enoch Cree Nation in the river valley, but not necessarily tied to the solar farm itself, as that could happen without it. It's been shown that there are environmental impacts, however, some of them are mitigated. And on the institutional side, there's the advancement of the energy transition goals of the City of Edmonton, which also is not necessarily tied to that river valley location. That could be accomplished in other parts if the goal is a local generation, which is citywide.
Councillor McKeon, and just a reminder to council that what's before you here today is a rezoning application, and you're not actually voting on whether it is deemed essential or not, but you're voting on the rezoning application, and the deemed essential information is to help you with your decision making through that process.
All right. Thank you, Ms. McCabe. Thank you, Mr. Pollak.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson?
Well, maybe that's a good place to start. And I'm presuming Mr. Johnson's there. Look, and I know we went through this, but it was a week or so ago. Just, in looking at the zoning application, what are the factors that we're considering?
Council, first and foremost, this is Jamie Johnson, by the way. You are looking at a rezoning. Is this use appropriate at the location that's proposed before you? So deemed essential has come before you because of the motion that sent us back to do that additional work. And so therefore you did get some elements of financial and the social and all that comes into it, but that is still a bit ancillary to what you're dealing with here. You're dealing with here is rezoning to allow these uses in a direct control in this location.
Right. So, but it would come into so it would be a factor in as much as our understanding of whether this is an appropriate use of the land, and it does inform that. Correct. Presumably.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Good. All right. That's very helpful. Okay. I'm curious. One of the things that I'm wondering about, because when we talk about losing the meadow entirely, I mean, obviously we lose the meadow for large mammals. We probably don't for smaller mammals. So, in actual fact, probably they'll have a field day because they won't have coyotes getting at them anymore. So I'm really wondering what the actual impact, like to really understand what this impact is, and whether or not we had any analysis of what is actually truly going to be negatively affected. Is it mostly the large mammal?
So it is mostly the large mammals. However, I will defer to Paul Foster, our General Supervisor of Open Space, to further expand on that.
Great, thanks.
Hello, Mayor and Council. So the question of the actual impact of the meadow is we have a known habitat that is there right now. And we don't know what the proposed new plantings, how that habitat is going to function with reseeding the meadow, the shading of the solar panels and things like that. So the impact to the actual habitat is not known until we do a lot of that post-construction work.
Okay. But the larger mammals will lose access. So what I'm curious about is we have a much more severe pinch point at the water plant itself, and a much more severe pinch point at the bridge. So in terms of that movement back and forth, this isn't open to begin with, and that's what I'm trying to quantify actually what the shift and change is. That the pinch points seem to be much. It's not an open corridor as it stands because it's already constricted at both ends. So what are the impacts of restricting that corridor to the large mammals? Understanding it's not going to restrict the small ones, it's not going to restrict the birds, not going to all those other things. So how severe is that impact given we've already got these pinch points at both ends?
Well, what you're doing is expanding on that pinch point. So
okay.
We have pinch points that do potentially pose connectivity concerns, but you're expanding the length of those pinch points, which could potentially make it less desirable for those large animals.
And Councillor Henderson, what's been important in this application is that the applicant has made a commitment to ongoing monitoring post-construction to continue to understand those impacts as the solar farm is operated.
Yeah, but understood that, but the chance to mitigate will be limited at that point, I would presume. So I'm just trying to understand what the actual understanding we all recognize is going to be impact. I'm really just trying to get a feel for how big that impact is, given that it's not a freeway right now because of the two pinch points at both ends. So does it make a big difference if it's that longer constrained area than it would? I mean, I'm wondering how many of the animals are going around already because they can't get by the water treatment plant, and they're actually going in that wooded area that's the other side of the water treatment plant, which won't be affected, I don't think. But we don't really know that, or do we?
Well, I wouldn't say that we know exactly what that impact will be, but given literature, and when we're designing wildlife corridors, we try to provide unimpeded wide variety of corridors for the wildlife. So we are reducing that corridor because the pasture does act as part of that corridor.
As part of the corridor. Great. Okay, thanks. I'm out of time. I might need another round. I'll listen to see what other questions come up.
Thank you. Councillor Banga.
Thank you. A few questions. My first question have been answered to a degree. That was about the pinch point. So anyway, my question is, how much clearance is there between the river and the bridge where we are saying that wildlife is crossing or coming north?
So, Councillor, just to repeat your question, you're looking for the distance between the river and
and where the wildlife can travel north through the underneath Anthony Anday Bridge.
I don't know if we have that answer. Mr. Foster, do we know what the length of the pinch point or the separation space between the river and the bridge is in Anthony Henday?
Okay. Anyway, just to expand on that, then we have the second, we could say the pinch point at the plant site. Can you be able to tell me like how far back is water treatment plant then from the river? Is it 100 meters, 200 meters, 50 meters?
I believe it's closer than 100 meters, and just judging by the aerial photography, it's probably closer to the 15 to 20 meters. Mr. Foster, do you have further information on that?
I can get the width of that for you. I don't have the exact number, but it is less than the 125 meters that is being proposed as a width right now.
Okay, and my next question is about this area currently. There, sorry for being not knowing. I can see it on when traveling on the Anthony Henry Drive, but is this area fenced off currently?
So the current area that is proposed to be the solar power plant is fenced off. It's fenced off with we'll call it a lesser grade fence than what's proposed to go around it. So there is permeability for different movements of animals within it. And just to answer your previous question about the distance between the plant and the river, it is approximately 20 meters.
Okay, so there is a pinch point there anyway. Then moving on to, if this area is fenced up already, it is not currently being used by either humans or animals, right?
It is being used by larger animals as it's not completely fenced, so there is movement through it, either over the fence or around it and in it.
Saying over the fence, how big is the fence? Is it 4 feet, 6 feet, 10 feet?
Mr. Foster, do you have a...
I don't have the exact height, but it is what we consider a permeable fence for wildlife, so they're able to get over the fence with relative ease.
Okay. I know that this is probably not going to be related to, I guess, the actual rezoning application. As far as the Enoch Cree Nation is concerned, their issue only about what the land contains, rather than any I guess enjoyment values for like the citizens of Edmonton. Would that be fair to say?
So, Councillor, to understand your question, you're looking for the amount of enjoyment that citizens of Edmonton...
Just comparable, like, let's say, Enoch Cree Nation, they are outside, and the citizens who this river valley, they're inside. They're in the city and they have access to go there, and they have a different, I guess, interest in the river valley than somebody else. So they wouldn't be concerned about the loss of enjoyment place for river valley, would they?
I think in general, the use and enjoyment of the river valley comes both through passive and active recreation, whether that's viewing of landscapes and wildlife. So it's hard to make that assessment of who gets more enjoyment or not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Walter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So maybe to start with, I'll ask Mr. Johnson, just struggling a little bit with how much we can or whether we can or should we tie certain elements of this project together. So your fairly typical statement that, or question, is this application an appropriate use for the piece of land in question? The fact that it's, so then I'm wondering about, the fact that it's next to the plant itself and inside them, and reducing the transmission costs associated with moving the energy, drives the best business case. So that's tying something together in my mind, but I'm wondering if I'm on side, giving weight to that consideration, considering this is a land use hearing. And that business case is driven by, of course, the rate that we have to be mindful of when we compelled this project forward at Utility Committee through the PBR. So maybe walk me through again how we can and can't tie some of that stuff together.
Sure, Councillor, and I'll first acknowledge this is a complicated one, so it's worth discussing even if it takes a few tries. These are often judgment calls. The reason the business case is even here today is because of the motion that sent it back to do the the four elements of the deemed essential. Otherwise, we'd probably be quite strict about that. But we do recognize that this is adjacent to another land use and that the two have an overlap and an ancillary connection between those two. We also recognize that there is some financial and some cost stuff before you because of that motion that was brought forward. We also recognize that council wears multiple hats. So I can't say don't give it any weight, but the primary function of why you're here is the land use on this land in this location. I would be careful giving too much focus to business case and to costs and such when what you're dealing with is the impacts and the formula before you here on land use.
But they're, categorically all in bounds.
Within reason, yes.
You're saying you can give it some weight, and I'm trying to kind of balance that out in my own mind, because this is certainly a complex application and a challenging decision for sure. And maybe Mr. Pollock, there's been a lot of presentation from our public on this application, and a lot of commentary around the significance of this project and the amount of land that it's going to require. This is about 20 square hectares. Is that, again, and I haven't gone back into the report really, but
The area in which the solar power plant is proposed is about 21 hectares, correct?
And it still represents 0.2% or so of the River Valley system within Edmonton's boundaries. The math is right.
Correct, approximately about 2.2% of the land area of the River Valley pre-annexation.
Pre-annexation. And while it's partially fenced today, hypothetically, because it's owned by EPCOR and it's for future expansion of the plant, even though that's way off, it could be wholly fenced, I suppose, or would there be permits that they'd have to get to do that, and we may have some ability to not let them fence it off, or would they be able to fence it off wholly?
They have the ability to secure their private property, so if they needed to fence it, they could fence it.
Right. And again, I don't know how significant that is. I don't want to overstate that, but it is, I suppose it is a fact. So just, I guess on the biodiversity questions, there's been a couple of pretty detailed biodiversity analyses provided by very reputable people in that field to support their application. Is that your assessment that this isn't?
Stantec submitted a supporting studies by a professional biologist.
And any professional biologists among the speakers opposing. So what do you make of that?
I think in any field, whether it's a scientific one or a non-scientific one of social sciences, you're going to get differing opinions, even amongst planners, if you could believe that.
And the degrees of severity are what's in question, I suppose. Again, compelling, challenging decision, no doubt. Okay, I'm out of time, Mr. Mayor. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Nicol.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. So, Mr. Johnson, land use is before us, but a consideration for land use is concentration of land use. Is that not also a legitimate consideration for us to be talking about today?
Yes, sir.
So, Mr. Pollock, I will address about the questions of the concentration of land use regarding a solar field in the River Valley. So what policies do we have in the City of Edmonton to guide us with regards to the establishment of solar fields in the city?
We don't have any that provide guidance in terms of land use decisions.
Okay. So what would be the next best default then with regards to regulation within, if we don't have it in the city, within the province?
We look within our larger policy set, and then we also look to other authorities, which is the government and the Wildlife Directive. So,
with regards to the provinces, because that's what we're talking about, the province really has the regulation. We don't have any at this point, correct? That's a fair assessment?
Correct.
So what does the provincial regulation say with regards to concentration or the establishment of a solar fields, and what is appropriate and what is not appropriate?
So it doesn't necessarily respond to the concentration of a solar farm, but it does give guidance to where it should be located. And if it's not within a municipality, then it looks to have it outside River Valley or 100 meters from river courses.
But doesn't it also speak to the fact that there is this distance, that I've heard at least a 500 meter distance. Is that incorrect in what I've heard with regards to its location near a body of water?
So there's varying guidelines in this location, which is within the river valley, that has a defined bank. It would be 100 meters from the top of bank is where the location of a solar farm would be limited to.
So if we were following provincial guidelines, strictly provincial guidelines, where would they recommend this site?
Be outside of the river valley.
Okay, that's interesting. So moving on to the wildlife, I'll go back from that and take one step, because there is a question with regards to what I asked about, and I know this is very strange for me to be asking about bird mortality, right? But it is a river, it's the river valley, it is a park, it's a park usage. So these environmental considerations, I'm curious as to the contradiction that some of our speakers have spoken towards our own ecological planners and what's in the report. Do you feel there's any significant difference between them? I mean, because I'm hearing from a lot of speakers that our own ecological planners, or some have made the assertion, that it's probably not supported as strong as some might suggest.
In terms of wildlife or bird mortality and the review, what it concludes is that we don't know what the impacts are putting a solar farm within a river valley next to water courses. And because of that, we're instituting a wildlife monitoring plan and adaptive management plan that if there are to be effects or impacts, then those mitigation measures would change.
Fair enough. I'm looking for our drainage people. Are they on the call?
There are drainage people on the call.
Because you know, one of my favorite topics is drainage, being from Millwoods, as you know. So with regards to the concern that has been raised about the 100-year floodplain, is there not a valid argument to suggest that there could be more frequency in a smaller sort of topography context with regards to this site, that the 1 in 100 year is a very general number with regards to the floodplain? And some speakers have spoken to the fact that an ice jam, for example, may cause this to be flooded more often than 1 in 100 years.
So if I may substitute in for the drainage engineer.
As best you can, Mr. Pollock.
So the solar farm with the setback itself, it is outside the 1 in 100 year flood line. We also have the 1 in 200 year flood line, and there's some of it that is impacted by it. In terms of what those impacts are, those may be best answered by EPCOR, as we heard a number of speakers talk about leaching of materials and whatnot. I think due to the raised nature of the panels, I'm not exactly sure what those impacts would be in that 1 in 200 flood line.
And this is where I'll flip back to Mr. Johnson with my last 20 seconds. The actual construction of the site, I'm not sure if that's a fair and legitimate question as to battery storage and or the actual configuration of the infrastructure that's going to be on the site. I'm not sure that's a land use consideration at this point, is it?
I'd be a little careful. We usually don't delve into owners' decisions.
Yeah. Correct.
So the battery storage is actually not part of this application either.
I just want to get it off the table for everybody. So,
Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for these answers. I've got a question. There's a little bit of confusion, and I would love some clarification about the land valuation of the area. And I'm just wondering if anyone can clarify that for me. This seems to be the number from the report that we got, and then an alternative sort of valuation.
Sorry, Councillor, you're looking for an explanation of the valuation within Stantec's report?
Yeah, because it seems to be like a really huge spread between what about what I've heard one valuation would be, and then a very low valuation in the report. I'm just wondering if that can be expanded on, or if anyone even has any knowledge of that.
So the spread evaluation from the city's perspective is based on the fact that the meadows habitat is not a common habitat within the river valley itself. So there's only about 6% of that type of habitat within the river valley. The rest of that is forested. And so there is a discrepancy of what that value should be marked as, and it wasn't definitively figured out. Mr. Foster, if you wanted to add, please do.
Yeah, I think I would just add is we don't have within the city the means to determine what that valuation for biodiversity is. So what we did through our review is we provided the applicant with examples of other literature of this type of habitat in an urban context as opposed to a rural context, something that we felt might be more in line with the valuation for this area, but we didn't define or provide guidance of what that valuation is.
Okay, so do we have any ballpark?
Mr. Mayor, I wonder if I could jump in and just
Please.
remind council to be careful that land valuation is generally not a land use consideration. We probably go past the line with that one.
Okay.
Okay, so I guess the point I'm going to make then is that, you know, I'm just curious. I'm extremely curious because we did get that in our numbers. We're being told that this is essential. But if, you know, if we're not going to look at those numbers, then why should we look at any of the other numbers? It doesn't add up. So that's, you know, this is a sticking point for me, to be frank, because I don't think that we can make a decision if we don't have as accurate numbers as possible. And so I guess my other question is, if we were going to purchase land or sell land in the river valley, I'm pretty sure it wouldn't be the valuation that we got in that previous report. So I'm just wondering if anyone can expand on that.
Well, we're not making that decision
Yeah.
here
Okay.
right now as a matter of land use, and the land is already in the hands of the applicant. So
Right, but it's part of their the numbers that they put forth to justify the potential development. And if we're not going to look at that, then we probably shouldn't look at any of it.
If I can clarify, the numbers put forward were the ecological value of the habitat in the EIA and then the response in the review.
Well, can we focus on that?
yes.
Yes, you can discuss ecological
Okay.
value.
So as far as ecological value, then I'm wondering if we could get a ballpark on that so that we can get a better understanding of what we're looking at.
So within the reports or the addendum reports, there was a roughly $2,000 ecological value put on by the applicant. The city's review, due to its unique habitat within the River Valley, that meadow, it was suggested through a literature review that's not confirmed, by the way, a value between 20 and 40,000.
And Councillor Paquette, this is one of the challenges with this file. It's something new. It's extremely complex. This is a really challenging decision. And so as administration, we brought forward the differing viewpoint in that in the report to just show you the level of complexity associated with the decision before you today.
Right, but that spread certainly paints very different pictures from one extreme to the other, right? And even if we landed somewhere in the middle, it's still extremely different than the valuation that was landed on.
There's two different opinions on the evaluation from professionals in the same area.
Well, okay, I'm out of time. Thank you.
Councillor Hamilton's having difficulty clicking in, but go ahead. You'd be next.
Amazing. Okay, so at first I disagreed with the line of questioning that Councillor Paquette was going down, but then I started to see his perspective, which was that I think you mentioned, Mr. Johnson, we wear several hats in this, around this table and in this position, correct?
That is correct.
And many of those numbers were submitted as part of a different meeting. They were submitted as part of a utility meeting, correct?
Yes, that's what I understand.
So it would be inappropriate of us to bring in many of those reports or that decision-making process into this meeting, correct?
Correct.
And yet, we have, so we have that knowledge and that information is available to us if we wish to apprise ourselves. But in terms of understanding how that conversation meets this conversation, would it be appropriate to say that the regulator, whether AUC or utility committee, found no or addressed their concerns with the application before it was brought here?
Yes.
Okay.
I would be mindful of how far into the details of that you go.
Okay, but that it sort of passed some rigor at both of those.
What is always before council is the viability of a project, and that is a very key element of whether this would even be viable or not, was whether it passed that rigor or not.
All right, thank you. That's very helpful. The second part of that would be that, in reference to the sort of questioning that happens at those regulatory meetings, many of the concerns about behind the meter, in front of the meter, are brought forward, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And the regulator, let's never mind our utility committee, but let's think of the AUC, they found that to be acceptable reasoning for the project.
Yes.
All right, so then being brought forward here today, whereas we have heard many people many folks talk about let's call it the degrees of development here, that is not in fact part of this application. It is not part of the major question of where a solar farm goes, but it is here under these particular conditions and circumstances or not, correct?
Correct. This solar farm.
This solar,
proposal
not any
is before
solar
you.
farm.
Correct.
Not mine or his or anyone, it's this particular project with these particular circumstances.
Correct.
And the question of alternative uses of this land are not before us today.
Except to the degree of what exists under the current zoning, because you would be deciding whether their proposal or remain as is before you.
All right, but the current, as we've established, the current state is not accessible to the public, correct?
There are openings in the fence.
Okay, so but it is not it is not parkland.
It's privately held land that's zoned River Valley Parkland.
And perhaps you can help me understand, and this is getting into I think a trickier place. Something you said, Mr. Johnson, sort of twigged in my mind the question of context. And I don't know what the context is for allowing recreational uses next to essential services, like power or water treatment plants. Because there are other considerations with which not only planning, but other parts of the city might see a problem with having recreational uses so close to an essential service. I'm trying not to be inflammatory about it, but the context is important.
Context is always very important in a land use decision.
All right. Okay, thank you for that. That's my questions.
Thank you. Anybody else on the first round? Can I get a motion for a second round?
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Knack.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Nickel. I'll just seek unanimous consent. Is there any objection to the second round? Not hearing any. Then on the second round, Councillor Henderson.
Well, maybe just to follow up on that question of context, and I realize this is a hypothetical, but if you can help me through it to understand your thinking. I'm guessing that if we were just talking about a solar farm standalone in the River Valley, that probably the River Valley bylaw would trump this application. Is that a fair assessment?
That's not the application before us. It would be,
I understand.
It would be
I
a
know. Yeah.
difficult test to pass.
Yeah. So because I'm just trying to understand, the rationale behind your recommendation. So really, it is the proximity of this particular one and the connection to the existing facility that changes the rules. It makes it much more complicated for us in terms of what the most appropriate use of the land is, or whether or not this is an appropriate use of the land.
Our rationale for supporting this application has essentially three pillars in it. One of them is that associated compatibility and complementary use to the adjacent water treatment plant. The other is that although it doesn't mitigate all of the issues or the impacts, it does a good job of following the best practices to mitigate most of them. And finally, it moves us towards meeting our climate change and energy transition goals.
So it's not so much that it's a solar farm that is creating the exception here. The exception is created by the fact that it's connected to the water treatment plant.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. And I don't know if anybody can answer this question, but I know I asked it before. The value of the energy being locally created energy. Was there any analysis done on that? About why that's important?
So that's taken from Council's own policy of...
I know it is. It's a policy that I've been asking questions about for quite some time. So I just wondered if we had any more analysis of it, or if it's just based on the policy that we passed.
It's based on the policy has been passed.
Okay.
And Councillor Henderson, I just add to that part of the policy that's been passed is about market transformation. And market transformation means that there's accessible green energy that our local universities can work with, that school groups can go down and see, and that's part of that market transformation, which is a component of the energy strategy, a big component of the energy strategy.
Great, thanks. The piles themselves, and maybe this is a question if I'm guessing we're going to, under new information, EPCOR will come back in front of us. Do you know, are these helical scoop piles, or we're not talking about digging a whole bunch of holes and pouring concrete into them, I'm guessing. But do we know that? Because obviously one would be way more invasive than the other.
That'd be best answered by the applicant.
I'll ask that for yeah, fair enough. I just thought now. Did I understand correctly? I hadn't realized this before. That theoretically I don't think they would ever do this, but theoretically they could put a fence now that would have all the same negative impacts without any kind of rezoning. That could be done just as a matter of course.
That is my understanding.
Okay, that's interesting in its own right. So, because again, and this is trying to understand what we're actually making decisions based on. So ironically, there's nothing. The zoning we're changing, it increases the likelihood of them putting up a fence, but it actually doesn't permit the fence in and of itself.
I would just like to clarify that putting up a fence would potentially mimic the wildlife connectivity impacts.
Yeah.
It wouldn't replicate all of the impacts that are identified with the solar farm.
Okay, so the other ones are, because I think, just so I understand them from your perspective?
The potential biodiversity and habitat loss that we're experiencing, as well as potential mortality rates to wildlife.
Okay, and that's because of the disturbance of what's happening inside the fence, that the meadow itself will change.
And based on literature, what we call what's often referred to as lake effect from solar panels.
Okay, all right. Okay, thanks. I think that is now all my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Banga.
Thank you. Just a couple more questions here. My first question is about zoning of the land. This is not the first application that came before us for rezoning in the River Valley, is it?
No, there have been previous applications to rezone the River Valley, or within the River Valley.
Okay, and what is the current zoning of this thing?
It's zoned A metropolitan, which is the River Valley zone.
Okay, so now that EPCOR or proponent has this land, can they again, the fence question comes again. Can they put up a fence and use it for agriculture purposes? Because there were a lot of questions about vegetation, elimination thereof. Can they do it for agriculture?
They couldn't do it for any sort of intensive agriculture operations. If they wanted to, say, cut the grass for hay, which has been done in the past, that is a possible scenario.
So if they were to grow, let's say, whatever on it, other than just having the hay on it, they have to make that application again if they wanted to, let's say, convert it to agriculture? Not that it's before us, but like, I'm just trying to understand the process.
So if they wanted to do, I guess, some sort of intensive cropping or agricultural reserve, if there's any buildings, they would have to seek permits that would have to meet the zone.
Hello. Okay.
Which would also require a environmental impact assessment because it's within the river valley.
I'm just helping her
Thank you. That's all my questions.
I'm trying to click in, but I'm realizing the reason I'm having difficulty with that is because I'm not in the right meeting. So I've got to go back to the October 6th, right? Okay. There I am. So part of the argument is that this is reserve land, that the intent was and the understanding was that this is reserve land for expansion of the water treatment plant in the fullness of time. So if a water treatment plant were to be expanded into any part of the subject area, I assume that would require rezoning from a metropolitan to public utility or something like that?
Correct.
So a different, just to understand the workflow here, at any time in the last 20 plus years, EPCOR could have brought forward rezoning to public utility for the entirety of this land. And if the argument was it was going to be needed for the water treatment plant, then there might have been a conversation about how much, and there might have been a conversation about when, but that would at least be consistent with the premise of the lands being transferred to EPCOR in the first place.
Correct.
And is that documented anywhere in a statutory fashion?
The transfer of land or the ability to rezone?
Well, the ability to rezone is in the MGA, but the premise of the transfer of the land. I mean, we can infer what council 20 years ago meant by handing over the land, but is the ribbon of green doesn't distinguish between reserve land and river valley land.
So within the master agreement that transferred all of the assets over to EPCOR in 1999, or 1998, sorry, there is indication that this land was transferred over and meant for the expansion of the water treatment plant. 2/3 of it anyways. Another parcel was bought from a private citizen.
And in this concept, not as public utility, which would be permissive of a variety of uses ancillary to the water treatment plant, including presumably power generation for it, the DC has, relative to other options that might have come forward, the DC is much more prescriptive and limiting in its set of uses than the public utilities zone would be. Yes?
Correct.
And also the mitigations are more extensive insofar as the reforestation requirements and the buffering and so on and so forth.
Correct. Those follow the recommendations of the EIA.
Informed by the EIA.
Correct.
Which would have otherwise happened at the development permit stage if we were working with conventional zoning. So if it was public utility, just to play it out, if it was public utility, they'd probably have to do an environmental impact assessment at the development permit stage.
Correct. And the major utility is a discretionary use, which would be subject to appeal.
So assuming they could get through that, they would still need to at the pleasure of the development officer and subject to appeal through SDAB, they would likely still have to provide some mitigation measures in that scenario.
So because they're in the River Valley, they're still subject to the River Valley bylaw, which necessitates them doing that environmental impact assessment and the implementation of those mitigation measures.
We're just seeing this at a much earlier stage in the development approval process, and with a much greater degree of transparency than we would if we were working with conventional zoning, because of the fact that we're dealing with a DC here that has all those prescriptions and tests done at this stage rather than the development permit stage.
Correct. Not necessarily the DC itself, but just the rezoning factor.
Well, chiefly the EIA happening at this stage, because if they just came forward with public utility zoning, which would be their other option, then until they actually put a development permit forward, they wouldn't have to do an EIA.
Correct.
To get the zoning. Now, council might or might not PU it, there might or might not be a conversation about split zoning or something for limitations of use of the site, but normally people come forward to zone a parcel and then work within it. So a case can be made that this is a more transparent, prescriptive, and restricted way of doing this. Is that why this came forward as a DC from administration's perspective, or was that a decision of the applicant, or was that negotiated?
It was negotiated. The application was originally a PU application, and then to ensure the different mitigation measures were put in, it went to the DC.
The system works. Thank you. No further questions. I'll take the chair back.
I'll return the chair.
And go to Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to pick up on that, because it was an interesting exchange. I'm just curious, in 1998, maybe the world looked a little bit different as far as ecological and biodiversity concerns, and also as far as water usage concerns and things like that, which would inform the potential use of that land as a place of expansion for the water treatment plant, yeah?
There were certainly different policies and objectives in 1998 as there is today, correct?
Yeah, and even scientific understandings. At that time, probably no one envisioned the possibility of a solar farm in that area. So understanding that and understanding that the trends for water usage are starting to taper off as things get a little bit more efficient. I mean, chances are that probably in 1998, no one foresaw the fact that we likely would not need expansion in that area, even from our standpoint, for potentially decades to come, yeah?
Through the reporting, this may be best answered by EPCOR, but there's a 30-year time horizon on the expansion of the plant.
Yeah. And so we're kind of faced with this decision today. Council has to determine whether zoning in this fashion is essential for the city, or if it is not. And then the other question is, the larger question is, how do we value the ecological value of this area? And do we even have the right policies in place right now based on understandings that we didn't have in 1998? And since we're looking at everything, maybe we should be looking at this too. Has there been any discussion around that?
Due to the uniqueness of the application, I think we're on the forefront of a lot of policy discussions here. So I don't believe the ecological value question, which is why there's such a big range, has been explored fully within the ribbon of green.
Right. So this is my concern. Like, based on that kind of lack of understanding, I am just trying to understand why this zoning is deemed essential when really it's not. I mean, help me out, because I'm having trouble seeing how this is essential to the people of Edmonton, to the development of Edmonton, beyond the benefit that certain groups may accrue rather than the city as a whole.
So in front of you today is not whether or not the zoning is essential. There's information that's being provided in order to provide clarity around that deemed essential analysis, but the zoning in itself is to permit a basket of uses, one of them being a solar farm. And it is in front of council today to determine in that wholeness of consideration whether or not it's an appropriate zone.
Right, and the local energy requirement is based on council's own direction, as Councillor Henderson alluded to, and so it's not based on an actual real world need more than it is a council policy, yeah?
Councillor Paquette, I would, council's policy around energy transition is based on what's happening in the world around the climate. And part of that was direction for market transformation and looking at market transformation through the energy transition file, which was including part of us, or part of administration recommending locally generated energy sources.
Right, but if the goal is just clean energy, I mean, obviously it's easier and cheaper to get it elsewhere. Okay, no more questions, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for administration? Not seeing any, then we will shift to new information. Okay, so in the order in which folks flagged that they wish to speak for new information, we will start with Sean Bradford, and maybe I will reiterate the ground rules just for clarity. Now that we're into new information, each of you will have 5 minutes again to make comments. You're not obliged to use the whole 5 minutes, but they are there for you. Please stay on the line as councillors may wish to ask you questions afterwards. The clerk will run an official timer during your 5 minutes, but if you're coming at us virtually, you may wish to use a timer at home. I will strictly enforce the 5 minute limit, given the number of people we have and the desire to hear fairly from everybody, not give undue advantage one way or the other. Please also mute yourself when we're not hearing from you. After we've heard from all of you, we'll see if there are any other questions arising. And thereafter, council may close the public hearing and debate the bylaw. Again, for those participating virtually, please refrain from using the chat function in Google Meet during the meeting, as it can create issues of decorum, provide unfair advantage, and may even technically interfere with the live stream. So additionally, again, please mute your microphone when you're not presenting or answering questions. If you are having any difficulties whatsoever, the Office of City Clerk has additional resources to facilitate communication with those participating in the statutory public hearing process. Please reach out using the contact information provided in your registration or at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. Finally, for those of you here with us in person, please remember that the temporary mandatory face covering bylaw 19408 is in effect. We ask that you keep your mask on at all times, including while making your remarks to City Council. You'll notice the members of council administration may take off their masks while they are behind the plexiglass barriers, but we'll put them back on when moving about the room and talking with each other during the meeting. We appreciate your understanding, of course, and your participation in helping to keep everyone here safe. So, we'll go now in order, starting with Sean Bradford. Nothing to add? Okay. Audrey Sudrick.
It is my understanding, Mr. Mayor, that some of the EPCOR and Stantec speakers who had originally indicated they wish to speak to new information no longer do. The names that I do have confirmed are Craig Bonneville and Martin Kennedy.
Still wish to, but the others don't. Okay, so Sean Bradford, Audrey Sudrick, Craig will speak though. Ward Pristay will pass then.
That is my understanding.
Martin will speak, number 5 on our list here. Trina Manning will pass. Curtis Fouquet from Stantec, pass. Derek Ebner from Stantec, pass. Scott Cole, pass. Kate Peach, pass. Nathaniel Pape, pass. Carmen Piercy, pass. Jed Johns. Okay. And Councillor Wilsden is back, but we'll check in with her next. So we may come to her quickly then, just for a heads up. So Mr. Bonneville, come on down. The original speakers. Hold on just a second. Oh, so this is the old speakers list with checks for, oh, okay, so this is, now I'm following. Boy, you'd think it was Friday, but it's only Monday. You know what it is? Friday from like 2 weeks ago is what this is. But anyway, Mr. Bonneville, go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, Mayor and Councillors. Thanks for the opportunity to speak again tonight to respond to new information and clarify details specifically around the EIA and the analysis of the project against the 4 pillars. The solar farm has been robustly studied and the conclusions informed by evidence collected and the experience of experts. Of the 687-page package before you, 432 of those pages are dedicated to environmental study. The first field investigations occurred in 2017 and are ongoing. First, with respect to biodiversity of the vegetation in those 50 acres, the biodiversity will actually be improved and not harmed. You can think of biodiversity as the richness or variety of species in the area. Currently, the 51 acres is perennial pasture characterized by introduced species and noxious weeds that have low plant biodiversity. The plan for the project is to restore the solar farm area with a rich, diverse species mix, making the 51 acres significantly more biodiverse than it is today. Secondly, the project has been designed to retain and improve good habitat for a variety of species. The increased plant biodiversity in those 51 acres will result in enriched habitat for small and medium animals and for pollinators and insect species. This area in its current state is low-value habitat for large animals and birds that prefer the forested land adjacent to the water treatment plant. We've been very careful to ensure the project site avoids the provincial key wildlife biodiversity zone, as well as the forests the city has mapped as key wildlife linkages. There has been a net increase of over 2 acres of forested land as a result of this project. Third, the claims that the solar farm will inhibit movement to large mammals along the River Valley corridor are not supported by our understanding of wildlife movement in urban areas, which has been rigorously studied. As illustrated on the screen, there should be a screen image there. Animals such as deer can successfully move around the site and prefer to move through the forested areas on either side of the solar farm. This conclusion is supported by now over 90,000 hours of camera monitoring and winter tracking data. It is well understood that birds also prefer forested areas. Wildlife are very adaptable in urban environments and do successfully move despite impedances on the existing site, like the pinch point we heard about and the Anthony Henday Freeway to the south. Lastly, there has been some concerns expressed regarding bird mortality. Site-specific bird migration data has concluded that the location is not considered to be located within a high densities of staging for migrating birds. The research that is available on the effects of solar farms on birds, mostly in other jurisdictions, show that it is much less than wind farms, which are well studied, and other anthropogenic features like buildings, transportation corridors, and electrical transmission lines. As we noted, a wildlife monitoring and mitigation plan has been finalized to include 3 years post-construction monitoring, and this data will help uncover any unexpected environmental outcomes and measure the success of the proposed mitigations. If this data shows that the adjustments are required, the adaptive management framework will require that we include additional mitigations. These two plans, which have been agreed to and approved by the city, are without precedent in similar or other municipal projects, and they're important parts of the DC1 and provide an extraordinary degree of project oversight. The SLS evaluated the project on the same basis as is stated under Bylaw 7188 for all municipal River Valley projects, and included a number of alternatives. Financially, the project is the most cost-effective new renewable energy project that can create local momentum for climate change action. The addition of the $10 million battery, paid by an NRCan grant, enhances the project by adding a layer of resiliency to the water treatment plant and prepares us for a future where we hope renewables and battery are commonplace. Dr. Nathan Sandercock from the U of A and NATE last week spoke to the uniqueness of the opportunity. The project beneficially uses land within our fence line that must be set aside for future water treatment plant needs. It does so while creating a meaningful decrease in greenhouse gas emissions. I would also like to note, based on some previous comments, that the solar farm site is above the 1 in 500 year flood plain, except for a very small portion, and it would be in the floodway or in the flood fringe, not the floodway. Also want to clarify some comments on the triple bottom line analysis that was done as part of the site location study, that we did not try or attempt to assign an ecological value or a market value to the land. We said that the value would have to be for you to not choose this site. In other words, we let the decision makers provide that ecological value. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have as I see my time's up.
Thank you. Questions? Mr. Bonneville? Can't see the list, so.
There are questions starting with Councillor Henderson.
Councillor Henderson, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Bonneville, just to ask to do a check back on when we talk about the piles, what kind of construction that is. I mean, is it digging holes and pouring in cement, or is it something different?
Councillor, they are helical piles. They would be 4 to 6 meters in depth, depending on the precise location based on the geotechnical information. That covers less than 0.9% of the total area of the solar farm.
So there's no actual, they screw in, there's no actual hole dug then?
That's right,
And
screw
that's
piles.
The kind of
Yeah,
okay.
screw piles
All
are
right.
another word for helical. Yeah.
If there was a need for, if you found a need for additional mitigation, what would that look like?
So we would look through that mitigation hierarchy that we saw in Stantec's presentation about 2 weeks ago. So there are ways to still provide, for example, restoration opportunities. To date, we've already installed, for example, a couple bird and bat boxes. Those could be included if we found that the mitigations for, say, birds were not effective. The last component of that mitigation hierarchy is also offsetting. So you can offset, a mitigation can be an offset for an effect that wasn't totally, that we found that still has some residual effects based on that 3 years of post-construction monitoring. So there are still opportunities.
Okay, and then in terms of the meadow itself, which seems to be the fear of it being disturbed, of it not having access to sunlight, and that affecting what will grow there. Can you is your intention to naturalize it, or to hold on to the non-noxious stuff that's there, or?
No,
and how does that get affected? Obviously the grazing animals won't be able to get to it anymore. I'm just curious to know what when you talk about what that will look like, albeit it'll be fenced, how different it'll be from.
Yeah, I think we have to look at the meadow in two ways. One, with the vegetation species. So we've talked about what's there currently, which isn't a very valuable vegetation species with low biodiversity. So that information is in the EIA. So that will be restored because most of the ground does have to be smoothed out before the installation of solar farms. So there will be, most of that will disappear. So we do have to restore vegetation. We can do it properly with a properly designed vegetation mix. And that's where things like pollinators come in. We've already had some meetings with pollinator groups, and I'll introduce other species like insects and bees and that sort of thing. Two, as we said, we feel that would actually increase the biodiversity from a vegetation point of view. The fence surrounding the solar farm, it's actually a requirement to have certain spacing in it so the small critters can now beneficially use that restored vegetation in the land. In terms of the loss of the habitat that the city spoke to for the larger mammals, so that's where the wildlife camera data becomes really important. So we're able to use the fall and all of last winter, and it continues on, but the data presented before you is based on that data, to demonstrate that while there is some larger wildlife like deer using that area, they have a much larger preference based on the counts through that camera data to use both the corridor on the riverside, but more so on the slope bank on the other side, because that is a much wider corridor. So there is camera data to support that.
So I'm presuming then, but you would have to keep some kind of meadow condition because you won't want anything growing up tall around.
That's right.
It'll have to be stuff that either doesn't get too high or that you would have to mow down, correct?
That's right. No, the plan isn't to do any mowing here for the solar farms, that we choose the right vegetation mix that won't grow high enough to encroach on the bottom of the panels, which are at least a meter above the ground level.
Okay, so it would still be grasses.
Yep.
Meadow flowers, probably not shrubs though, one would presume, or
Yeah,
would it
no,
include
I don't
shrubs?
think it would be shrub. It's mainly different plant species that are more the grasses. So that's where my expertise ends on the vegetation part.
But it's similar to what is there now, which is a recovered field, correct?
Well, what's there, that's what naturally grew, if you will, after it was the use as an agricultural field stopped in about 2005 or 6. So some of those invasive species, some of those weeds do tend to take over if it's not properly managed. This would be a managed field in order for us to establish the right vegetation mix.
Great. Okay. Thanks. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bonneville, for being here today. First of all, I want to ask you some questions about the floodplain and flood fringe. And I'm not sure if I should be asking these of you or if somebody else. So if it should be somebody else, just let me know. I think you said that the solar farm would be outside the 1 in 500 year floodplain.
Most of it would be outside of that level. There's a corner in the northeast that would still be impacted by the 1 in 500 year level. And the distinction I mentioned between floodway and flood fringe, the floodway is where you have the fast moving river still in a flood condition. The floodway is kind of the spillover part. So it spills over into the floodplain. So it's more stagnant water. And it goes to some of the questions about the potential effect of damage to panels in a flood condition.
Yeah. So most of the plant would be on the flood fringe.
Yeah.
When were those floodplain and flood fringe limits established? Do you know what year that was?
There's been mapping done at various times. So there was some done in the 90s by the province, which are the official ones that if you brought the provincial site up, that shows a 1 in 100 is based on 90s data, but we have done our own updated mapping, which is informing some of the flood mitigation work that EPCOR is doing at the 2 water treatment plants. So
I'd be interested in knowing, I only got 5 minutes, knowing how current that information is, because I think there is at least a perception that rainfall intensity has increased in the last few years, the last decade. So do those limits still, are they still those limits?
Yeah, because they're statistical calculations to determine those, it does change after every season theoretically. But if you look even based on the data, even if it was 1990s data for the flood, that the difference between the 1 in 100 and 1 in 500 in terms of encroachment into that floodway is in order of feet. It's not a large difference because the river spreads out and fills a larger area, so the elevation doesn't increase that much, even if the volume does.
But the speed of what is present in that area you might move from flood fringe to floodway.
The floodway stays fairly well in the existing contours of the river. That's why it spills over into the plain, right, to get rid of that volume of water. It does expand a little bit, of course, but you even see pictures of the the famous flood 100 years ago, the water wasn't flowing through Rossdale, it was stagnant there.
Well, it was flowing through Rossdale in 1983 because I was sandbagging there.
Yeah.
But anyway, I want to move to some of the economic discussions that I think you spoke to. In the presentation on the first day of this hearing, I believe the slide showed a net present value of this alternative of roughly 25 million and the next lowest net present value of 42 million. And I believe that next lowest value was for a solar farm, but remote from this location.
That's right, yes.
And that calculation included the cost of purchasing land and the cost of transmission lines and the cost of connecting to the grid.
That's right, yes.
So a couple questions about that. First of all, in both of those calculations, those net present value calculations, the battery grant does not come into those calculations at all, correct?
That's right.
So those values have not changed since the business plan was presented 2 years ago.
That's right. They don't include that 10 million grant.
So the grant and the batteries that come with it are literally incidental to this conversation. They do not enter the economic comparators. Fair?
That's fair for the business case that's in part of the package. It doesn't include that 10 million.
Right, okay. So, and we talked a little bit about the possibility of arbitrage, I'm not sure if I'm saying that correctly, essentially being able to play with when you buy power.
Mm-hmm.
But again, that was not part of a business case analysis originally.
Not that original one, because the opportunity for the battery came after we initially presented that to Utility Committee.
So in the next lowest value, net present value calculation, the cost of land was considered, but the cost of land in the location of the solar farm in the River Valley was not.
No, we didn't try to assign a market value of the land at E.L. Smith. We did do a market search for lands within 40 kilometers, I think, of Edmonton to just so that we could attach a value of land, and I think it was something like $50,000 an acre is pretty low.
And I understand that the business case value presented was the most conservative, which is to say the lowest cost of land and the lowest cost of transmission. So I understand that.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I wonder if, we just need to be very careful about land values and land use.
Yeah, but you're using the last few seconds of my time. And this was already discussed, that it was presented in a amendment and in a motion that was brought here, and it was presented in materials consistently on the first 2 days. So can I have my last 15 seconds?
Sure.
Thank you. One more question, sir. There was discussion in that next calculation that if we connect to the grid, we have to pay income tax. But it's my understanding that solar farms don't make money.
Okay, it's not we. This is the issue, is that we're not here as the owners of the company right now.
Well, but it also is the issue when I get my train of thought interrupted with 15 seconds left in my time. So substituting EPCOR for we,
okay.
How do you pay income tax on something that doesn't make money?
I think my understanding is that income tax would be applied to the sales of the farm to the grid. But I would have to, I'm not certain of that. I just know that if it were off-site, we would be, income tax would be a potential cost for us.
Thank you, I'm out of time.
Councillor McKean?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Bonneville. In your submission, and I'm going to paraphrase, but you said that biodiversity in that area of the River Valley will be improved because of the project. And I just want to be clear, you don't mean that driving pilings 8 meters, or whatever it was, into the ground and attaching solar arrays and the operations of the solar farm itself will improve biodiversity. You were talking about the community benefits program that you would be adding along with the project in planting native species and trees, yes?
I'm referring, yes, specific to the diversity of vegetation that would be there after the project versus now.
Because that could be planted whether or not the solar farm was approved and put in place, yes?
If we chose to manage that land now, yes, that could be changed.
Okay. Now, the other statement you made, which I think is really interesting to me, and I'm hoping it still has land use application here. This proposal, this project on this land, you said would create momentum for, I'm going to use my words, other similar projects. Do you have any, I mean, we heard from Mr. Lee the other day that there would be a delay, he felt, in seeing another solar farm or similar project go ahead of up to 5 years, which is concerning, obviously, but I'm also wondering, given that we have not seen a lot of uptake in major energy transition projects like this in northern Alberta, what evidence could you bring to bear that would suffice perhaps to convince me that this project is going to break down the dam and we're going to see other projects?
Yeah, and I think we said that it would create momentum because of this unique project. There isn't a similar project in that next to a critical piece of infrastructure like this. In terms of how we quantify that necessary momentum so that other businesses, other entities think outside the box and start to look at projects like this. I'm not sure if I could give you a number, Councillor, but Dr. Neth 2 weeks ago talked to that as one of the research areas at the Future Energy Systems area at the U of A to understand how the penetration of renewables and battery into an urban market like this can create that momentum. So I'm not sure if we can say specifically what that pace would be or what have you, but I certainly think that's one of the intents here that other, if you compare us to other business communities, we would be leading by example in this area.
Thank you.
Okay. Other questions for Mr. Bonneville? Not seeing any. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Kennedy's up next. Go ahead when you're ready.
Great, thanks, Mayor Iveson. I'm presenting for your information 3 new maps to assist Council in understanding the site and how the land use proposal will improve recreational access in the West End. This slide shows you the site as it exists today. The area outlined in orange is the former farmer's field that would be home to the solar panels. The other areas look like green space from the air, but they're actually home to critical underground utility infrastructure. If you look at that large blue box that's between the solar farm site and the water treatment plant, from the air and even from the ground, it looks like a grassy lawn. It's actually home to 2 underground reservoirs that store about 135 million liters of water. At the bottom right, inside that circle, you can see what looks like a parking pad. That's actually an access point to an underground vault where we inspect a water transmission line that connects the reservoirs to the community. That water line runs the whole length of the EPCOR property just to the west of the solar farm. You can see it marked with a blue line. When you stand back and you look at the whole of the EPCOR site, you can see that utility infrastructure extends across the entire footprint. As long as our community needs drinking water, the primary use of this land is going to be for utility services. And that is contemplated in the River Valley bylaw as a legitimate and a beneficial use of land. The next slide illustrates current conditions for recreational users. The green lines show formal and informal trails used by pedestrians and by cyclists. First, look at what's missing. There's no path that helps people get all the way around the west side of the water plant along the forested hill that's between Cameron Heights and the EPCOR property. And then on the other side, you can see there's a trail along the river, but it's informal and narrow. Most people don't even attempt to use it. Trail app and camera data shows the highest levels of activity are at the southern edge. Many users park at the top of the hill, they work their way down, and they cross the river to the well-developed trail system on the opposite bank. The addition of the solar panels will have no impact on those trail users. The data also confirms there's virtually no human activity in the area that will become the solar farm, and there are no formal or informal trails on the solar farm lands. So we know the solar farm will have no negative impact on existing trail uses. We also know people are having a hard time moving around on this side of the river. There's an opportunity to do better. One of the things that's exciting about the land use proposal in front of you is shown on this final slide, how it will make recreational access better. The city will gain new 10-meter wide easements for trails on water treatment plant property. We've illustrated the easements with dotted green lines. At the north end, the trails will connect to the footbridge the city has planned to Terwilliger Park. At the south end, the trails will bring users to the pedestrian bridge at the Henday. The routes shown are just conceptual. It will be the city that will have the freedom to place the trails wherever you would find them most useful. Finally, the West End trail system will be able to offer a safe and welcoming pathway around the water treatment plant. The land transfer, marked in white, will add to the ribbon of green and facilitate permanent access from the top of bank to the river. Users will no longer have to pass through EPCOR property to get to the river. The 3 orange circles show future interpretive, educational, and cultural programming sites. These amenities are one of the reasons we believe Edmontonians will be excited to come here. Whether you're a school student on a field trip, a jogger on the trails, or showing off your community to an out-of-town visitor, this is going to be a gathering place for our whole community and an inspiration for generations to come. The River Valley Bylaw requires that as utilities grow to meet community needs, the focus should be on minimizing adverse impacts on the natural environment. Greg Bonneville spoke to how the environmental studies, the DC1 zoning, the monitoring and adaptation plans give you the assurance this has happened, as does the earlier review and approval by the AUC and Alberta Culture. But we've gone beyond that to use the rezoning and the agreements with the city to solve a long-standing problem with recreational access in the West End, and to do our part to ensure the ribbon of green is well-connected and accessible for all. I'd be happy to take questions on this or on any of the historical, archaeological, or public engagement information that's been before you in the hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Questions?
There's no one on the, oh, Councillor Paquette.
Councillor Paquette, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Just a quick question. There was much made about MOU with Enoch. I was just wondering if that's been ratified by their council.
The MOU was endorsed by their council. It was signed by Chief Morin at a ceremony on September 1, and as was a motion of support for the solar farm.
Okay, and they voted on that then?
Their council voted on a motion earlier last year to approve the completion of the MOU with a description of all of the contents of the MOU and what was being agreed on. So that process was followed by their council in their way.
Okay, so has that been universally agreed on then going forward by Enoch Council? Like, not just like in spirit and not just like a motion to explore, but an actual MOU ratified and signed by council?
It is signed by the Chief Councillor Paquette as the representative of the nation, and the motion of their council in February approved entering into an MOU based on a description and a report from their staff. That report's included in your package.
Okay, just dotting all the I's here, crossing the T's. Okay, so
absolutely,
and so regardless of the outcome of this land decision, everything in that MOU will stand and go forward.
Oh, the commitments and the relationship extend beyond the solar project. but they do include specific commitment and desire by ENOC to partner on the solar project, including honoring it with an Indigenous name and working with the development of the solar farm part of the site in a way that integrates cultural and historical interpretation and ceremony. So
Right, no, I understand that, but regardless, either way, they'll be able to use the site and all of the other things. I mean, if there's no solar panel, obviously they wouldn't be naming it, but all other things considered, it goes forward.
the enduring spirit of the MOU, from my view, is our commitment to share that land and to reunite the people with their land.
Okay, is that everyone's view?
That is right in the MOU, sir.
All right. Yeah, just thought that should be clear. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Kennedy? Not seeing any. Thank you. Next, so all of the other folks passed who have registered from APCOR for new information, except Stuart Lee. You'd be next if you've got more. No,
Mr.
you're
Mayor,
good?
sorry to check on the time. Have we thought about?
Oh, it is 5:30 now, right? Okay, well, we still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 so far registered to provide new information. So all other things being equal, we would take a 90-minute break now and resume at 7. I think the way the motion was passed. So unless absent direction to the contrary, we would recess now for 90 minutes and then carry on with the balance of the speakers.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes?
It's Councillor Walters. Would you entertain an amendment that we shorten the dinner break from 5:30 to 6:30?
Sure. Yeah.
So I think that gives us a little more time to possibly get completed tonight.
Okay.
So I'll make that amendment to adjust orders
to make it a 1-hour break instead of 90 minutes. Okay, thank you, Councillor Walters. Seconded by Councillor Knack. Is there any debate on that?
Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to return at 6:30, but I'll be a few minutes late due to a prior commitment.
Okay, understandable. If you're okay with council going ahead and carrying on, knowing that you'll join us then? Okay, so I don't hear an objection, so I'm just going to test unanimous consent to shorten the dinner break. Not hearing any objection, then orders are adjusted accordingly. We'll resume at 6:30. Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, apologies. Could we just do a last call for anyone wishing to speak to new information? If they could email city.clerk@edmonton.ca.
Yes, so you've heard what the clerks have had to say, just so we can finalize the list here of new information. Anyone else wishing to be added to that list, please signal your intent now, if you could, just so we can try to accommodate everybody who wishes to speak to new information. Thank you.
With the call out for speaking to new information, can administration be very specific on what speaking to new information is that has arisen? Because I don't think that that's been part of the process in explaining that part of it, that it is not to repeat what was previously presented, but
to speak to new information which has arisen during the course of the public hearing.
Right.
Yeah, I can remind folks of that when we reconvene at 6:30.
Terrific. Thank you.
Thank you. Roll call in 30 seconds. All right, bring us back to order to carry on with the public hearing. I will start with a roll call. Councillor Henderson?
Yep.
Welcome back. Councillor Knack?
Good evening.
Good evening. Councillor McKean? Councillor McKean? I see Councillor Nicol is
hanging in
here. Councillor Paquette?
Good evening.
Good evening. Councillor Walters?
I'm here, sir.
Thank you. Councillor Banga? How about Councillor Cartmel? Councillor Katarina?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Zadig?
I'm ready.
Thank you. Councillor Essinger had warned us she might not be quite back. Councillor Hamilton?
Present?
Thank you. I'm going to circle back. Councillor McKean, are you there? Councillor Banga? Councillor Cartmel? Councillor Essinger? Well, we have 9. That's enough to get going. So next up was Dwayne Goodstriker.
I'm sorry, did I miss something? I thought Mr. Lee was speaking, or am I mistaken?
No, he's declined. Unless there are questions for him.
None from me, just thanks for the clarity.
No problem. Okay, is Mr. Goodstriker on the line?
We have not been able to get him on the meet. However, our office has reached out to him by email, and we don't have a phone number for him, so.
Okay. Next up then is Christine Kowalczyk. Councillor McKean's just texted me indicating that he is here but is having technical issues. Can you see if you can speak up now, Councillor McKean?
Can you hear me, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Yeah, I had a little trouble getting on, but I seem to be okay. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Ms. Kowalczyk, go ahead.
All right. I'm responding to the multiple claims by EPCOR that this River Valley location is the only one that makes the project financially feasible for them. Firstly, if the question in this rezoning application is whether this rezoning is essential right now, the answer is no. We're not talking about essential water service, we're talking about solar panels. And these can and should, based on, oh, I'm sorry, I have slides that I submitted that are not appearing.
Okay. We'll pause your time for a moment here. Do clerks have the slides? Okay, they're up on the screen.
Okay, they're up now. So can you go to the next slide, please? All right, so that's speaking to the bylaw. And the next slide, please. Thank you. So solar panels can and should, based on provincial guidelines, go elsewhere. If the question in this rezoning application is whether or not the proposed use is appropriate, ecologically, the answer is no. Again, the provincial guidelines make this clear, and that is backed up by the city's own technical review, which was the only independent environmental review done of this project. I will also state that, as Mr. Pollock emphasized, when we're talking about what's appropriate, context matters. And that includes whether or not the rezoning is essential, and it includes accurate ecological valuation of the land. And if the question is about the financial viability of the project, First of all, I would say that EPCOR has focused only on benefits to EPCOR, not Edmontonians, who you represent. And secondly, when one looks at the actual numbers, which depend upon valuation of the land, even this financial argument crumbles. Next slide, please. The city's technical review counters the number EPCOR has used to value this River Valley land. In this review, which the ERVCC had to FOIP last summer, the city's ecological planners emphasized that the number EPCOR used to represent the land's ecological value, and upon which their whole financial argument is based, $2,000 per hectare per year, is grossly insufficient. They point out that EPCOR arrived at this number by doing a desktop comparison with another site, rather than an evaluation of the actual land in question, and that this study ignored the suite of services that this land offers. These services include sequestering carbon, helping to prevent both drought and flooding, and providing important rare parkland habitat and a critical wildlife corridor for animals, as well as offering recreational space for people. The planners thus undertook their own extensive research and state that the land would be more accurately valued at least $43,000 per hectare per year, 21 times more than EPCOR's estimation. And they emphasize this is still a conservative number. As the planners point out, the difference between $2,000 and $43,000 per hectare per year over the 30-year anticipated lifetime of the project is $50 million. The planners themselves say, and I'm quoting, the disparity between these two numbers, which resulted from a deficiency of HDR's ecosystem valuation, needs to be addressed, and a more appropriate assessment of the environmental and social values of the project area needs to be completed, preferably through a third-party academic assessment. Why has this not been done? If council were to vote in favor of this proposal, it could not do so in an informed way without this assessment. Obviously, it's not responsible to simply accept EPCOR's own EIA when they are the proponent. Is council going to request an independent environmental review? Furthermore, this loss will lead to a cascade of other losses. The world, as we know, is dealing with not just a climate crisis, but also a biodiversity crisis. The federal government recently announced its plan to protect 30% of our land and water by 2030, and it's in the process of planning ways to incentivize this protection of natural spaces. Slide, please. This very month, the Environment Minister is undertaking roundtable talks that focus on 5 themes: urban parks, reconciliation in protected places, ecological corridors, Indigenous protected and conserved areas, and protecting our cultural heritage. In its current protected state, the land in question checks off every box. It would be a strong contender for Edmonton's bid for an urban national park, and perhaps the world's first urban Indigenous protected and conserved area. This designation would entail federal funding, and it would enrich our city far more than a poorly conceived corporate project would. Stewardship and wisdom are required right now in order to not lose our chance at this genuinely valuable opportunity for our city. Edmontonians understand the value of our river valley. We know it's not cheap land. We will not allow a handover of it for a project that's neither essential nor appropriate. We expect and demand proper stewardship that reflects a clear understanding that our ecological crisis is both a climate crisis and a biodiversity crisis, that works with nature rather than against it, and that opens up opportunities, including funding opportunities, rather than shutting them down. Edmontonians want truly intelligent solar projects that don't destroy land that is already sequestering carbon for free, and we want our river valley protected. Slide, please. The only responsible way to vote on this application is no. Citizens around the world are asking leaders to stand up against the ecological crisis and against greenwashed exploitation of that crisis by corporations. This is an opportunity for you to do so. By saying no to this application.
Thank you, Ms. Kowalczyk. I gave you some extra time for the technical glitch at the beginning, but I'm afraid the 5 minutes is up. Questions for Ms. Kowalczyk? I don't see any at this time, so thank you very much for your presentation. Actually, I should indicate for the benefit of all those registered to speak here that, just to be clear, was reminded before the break that new information is to ideally to address new points that were brought up during the hearing that need to be responded to. Just guidance to raise new information, please, in the comments. So Next up is Christina Anton.
I have nothing else to say. I just wanted to attend this.
Oh, okay. Well, welcome back. Thank you. Next is Cheryl Savard.
Hi there.
Hi.
Sorry, we're just trying to get everybody quiet in the background. Okay, do we have the slides up?
Yep, they're on the screen.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, thanks again for having me back. I will do my best to speak to just new information. Could we have the next slide? So, according to an Alberta wildlife biologist, we were told that only 5% of parkland is left in our province, and protecting every little bit matters. This statement was affirmed by wildlife biologist Lisa Burt, who is herself a subject matter expert on wildlife impacts for solar projects, and actually who provided a wildlife impact assessment for a 2019 solar farm development near Drumheller. The Fox Course Solar Project near Drumheller was approved by the Alberta Utilities Commission to be built on agricultural private land adjacent to an airport. The Commission approved the project based on findings that, and I quote, "The project does not have a zone of influence in any environmentally sensitive areas. It is sited entirely on cultivated cropland, and no grasslands, wetlands, or treed areas are located within the project area." Next slide. This image of the proposed land and existing EPCOR land shows the white line fencing that EPCOR has put in place to keep out wildlife, which also include the red line proposed fencing for the solar project. The area where the star is placed is where we've already heard that one of the 10 wildlife cameras are placed, and that section actually shows the most pronounced wildlife activity. This area, if the project proceeds, would no longer be accessible to wildlife. And contrary to what Councillor Walters said earlier, smaller wildlife would also be impacted, because if an animal is even small enough to squeeze through the fencing, there would be no beneficial habitat left for them. The meadows would be gone, and the solar panels would not permit enough sunlight per day or rain to produce sufficient growth to make a habitable space for any wildlife. Next slide. Maria Dudkowski is a provincial wildlife biologist who reviews applications for solar and wind projects under Alberta's Wildlife Directive. According to this subject matter expert, Alberta's directive is, and to quote her, "the best guidance," unquote, for building solar farms anywhere in Alberta, including appropriate guidance for municipalities. We cannot take piecemeal approaches to conservation and development. Developing one area may result in other unintended consequences from a cumulative effect. So the city sets conservation as first priority, but we see from Dr. Kayla Stanley's published research, Nature-Based Carbon Sequestration, that grasslands are characterized by extensive fibrous root systems that make up to 80% of the biomass carbon stored in these areas. Because of this, natural grassland restoration has become a major focus of carbon sequestration. Next slide. When we talk about carbon sequestration, I'm not going to lie, I had to look that up. Just fancy language, which I'm sure the council knows already, for how we keep the air clean so that we can actually combat climate change. And so Dr. Stan goes on to talk about how the value of native grassland has been recognized as effective not only in sequestering carbon, in cleaning the air, but also in absorbing far more water when installed around stormwater management facilities than current naturalization practices, which reduces pressure on grey infrastructure that's more costly to maintain. And you can even see from the E.L. Smith site here, where they have all the cut grass, the incorporation of native grasslands also reduces maintenance costs, mainly by reducing mowing, and thereby also reducing carbon emissions through reduced fuel usage. Next slide, and I'm going to just speak to the Alberta's Wildlife Directive here. So this is an unfenced area. You can see way off in the distance is EPCOR, and all of this area is the meadow that would be gone if the solar farm is developed. So the Alberta's Wildlife Directive says habitat loss is the largest contributor to negative impacts on biodiversity, such as Alberta's native parkland habitats. Solar energy project development on native grassland habitat would present a much larger impact than on agricultural land, brownfields, or other areas with significant anthropogenic disturbance. And I learned that anthropogenic means things like rooftops and developed areas. So next slide. And we're going to continue on that to the next slide after that. EPCOR on October 6th, in their own statements, when they responded, said, when they spoke to why we need these solar farms there, 2 quotes said, "We know that these benefits," speaking of the benefit they've defined as a solar project, comes with costs, those costs being the loss of habitat and the loss of public lands. These trade-offs are what you are being asked to weigh in on. So they define loss of life and loss of habitat as a trade-off. We would define it as substantive loss that could actually expedite climate change.
Thank you, Ms. Savard.
Thank you very much.
Questions for Ms. Savard? I don't see any, so thank you very much for those comments. Next is Eric Gormley. Mr. Gormley there?
Yes. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thanks very much. It's an exciting evening here. I just want to talk, the expansion of the water treatment plant, that's something that's come up in conversation tonight. And I think we hear, oh, this land is for the expansion of the water treatment plant. Between 2005 and 2007, EPCOR expanded their capacity, water treatment capacity, by 67%, really without using any additional land. And I think, like earlier on, maybe on day one, one of the speakers for EPCOR said that they hope to increase their capacity by 59% in the future. So I wonder if really they're going to need all this land. Compared to Calgary, Calgary has 2 water treatment plants, and together they have the same size as the current E.L. Smith water treatment plant. Just for another comparison, Saskatoon's water treatment plant is roughly 7 acres. The Way We Green said that with minor modifications to the plant, everything should be good until the year 2086. Somebody else mentioned or wondered whether it was appropriate to have a recreation site next to an essential service. And I'm just thinking that Gold Bar wastewater is right in the middle of Gold Bar Park. And so I think it probably is okay. Glenmore Water Treatment Plant in Calgary is surrounded by soccer fields and lawns and trails leading to the Glenmore Reservoir. So the two, I think, are compatible. And number 3, Mr. Bonneville was talking about, deer, how they prefer the forests. But if you actually go down to that site, you can see lots of game trails going through the meadow. And you can actually even see trails that they come down from the hillside. They cross the field, they browse in the field, and even lay down in the field. You can see some lay down sites. And then they jump the fence and they follow another trail down to the river. So definitely that area is good habitat for deer. And my last point really has to do with, somebody mentioned that the 51 acres is really only about 0.2% of the whole river valley. And I would say by my estimation that, about 300 acres would be affected if the solar farm were to go in. Because sometimes we forget about it, but view is really important. And this is actually quite a beautiful part of the river valley. You can see this site from Lessard, you can see it from Riverbend, and you can see it from the trails across the river into Williger Park. You can see it from the recreation trails leading down to the Anthony Henday from Cameron Heights. The River Valley is Edmonton's masterpiece, and I would say that it's our version of Picasso or Rembrandt. And, if we had a painting like that and somebody were to tip over a little can of black paint right into the middle of it, or brown paint, or we'd notice it right away. So I would say that's the same with here. One time we were talking to a guy from O2 Consulting who consults on the River Valley in Edmonton here, and he was saying when he was down in Winnipeg that they said to him, "We want a ribbon of green too." I'm not really sure what he said to them, but what he said to us was, "Good luck with that. You're 100 years too late." So, in conclusion, I think we have a really good thing going with the River Valley, and I hope that Council sees fit to continue that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gormley. Questions? Don't see any at this time, so thank you very much for coming back. Rocky Furrow is next.
Yeah, okay. I'm feeling a bit frustrated. I mean, it's this decision-making process seems like a bit of a moving target, and I also really sense that there's not really content experts to help answer council's questions so you can make good decisions. For example, I find EPCOR's sort of fantasy of a pollinator habitat, not appropriate for the context and fanciful. I mean, it might be appropriate for like a agricultural area where none such habitat existed, but at any rate, I wanted to speak to the information that EPCOR cautioned you on, that if solar does not get built in our River Valley, Edmonton will get no solar. The truth is, now I don't know if you should take my word for it, but it seems there should be some solar experts that one could tap, that solar scaled for our city needs and aligned with the community energy transition strategy has excellent momentum right now due to new legislation put in place in 2018. This legislation is specific for community generation, and it has community benefits attached to it and required of it. That will help Edmonton meet not just the number of electrons it needs, but it will help it with a just and equitable transition. And it takes a much more holistic approach to solar. Council can think of the new legislation as solar by the community, for the community, MCCAC, and newly formed solar cooperatives assisted by Alberta Community Cooperative Association. Other independent small and medium enterprise businesses are making community generation projects happen in Edmonton. AUC is not the barrier. The success of community generation, however, will be dependent on the cooperation of the distribution wires owner, which is EPCOR. A barrier for developers is knowing where there is room in the system to locate projects, and EPCOR needs to help and cooperate, and that is why I really paused when I heard Mr. Lee speaking. I am part of a solar cooperative that is developing a whole funnel of projects under the new community generation legislation. Community generation is universally embraced as the most excellent way for cities to promote rooftop and ground-mounted solar. I don't see the argument that business as usual, led by a large private corporation with robust subsidy, will lead to market transformation. I would argue it's projects led by small and medium enterprises, co-ops, and social enterprises using community generation regulation that will lead to a market transformation and get Edmonton where it needs to go with the community energy transition strategy. Additional pieces are currently falling into place to assist. Edmonton is doing a zoning bylaw renewal initiative to align the climate resilience and energy transition strategy. It's in early days, so rather than thwart that process, Council could deny rezoning today and give room for a multi-stakeholder and evidence-based approach. ACCA has many new solar cooperatives developed to help launch solar at urban scale. Council can afford to be picky. I'm on a board of a certified social enterprise developing solar projects and will be launching Alberta's first ever solar community bond to help finance Edmonton-based projects. Projects are already being done, like the town of Smoky Lake, Métis Crossing Solar Project downstream from Edmonton, and the subsidy for that project is much smaller than for Epcor's solar farm. As you know, the PACE program is being administered by MCCAC that will assist. That's called the Clean Energy Improvement Program. And other funding programs are available through the Alberta Municipal Solar Program. Participation is booming, and municipalities across the province are finding countless ways to offset their electricity consumption with solar PV without developing their natural spaces. We have a brownfield program in Edmonton with large grants that qualify properties for interim uses. This includes solar PV, among other things. Council can ensure we have a coherent approach to meeting our solar aspirations by denying rezoning today, and think about the value of solar projects rather than the price. Community generation, with its associated community benefits agreements, can offer the full value of solar by offering urban scale solutions with social and environmental additionality. Edmonton doesn't need the cheapest electrons. We need the ones that bring us the most value. So I would hope there would be some questions. I find that the lack of questions kind of frustrating. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for Dr. Farreau?
I have tried to signal that, Mr. Mayor.
As has Councillor Paquette.
Okay. Yeah, the clicking's not working. Councillor Nicol also has questions, so I'm going to go in alphabetical order. Councillor McKean, Councillor Nicol, then Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Dr. Farreau. I'm going to try to challenge you because I know that you will take it in the spirit it was intended. I'm frustrated too because of it feels like we're at a point with climate change where we should be doing everything we can. So when you say, don't do this, but we could do this, and that, I want to challenge you and say, but we could do this and all those other things too, because this is such an important issue. And there are some upsides to this project.
Yeah, I think, are you finished? Because I think I appreciate the question you're asking.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, to that I would say we need, in order to get the most and the best, we need a coherent approach. We need a multi-stakeholder and evidence-based approach. This feels very piecemeal, very, robbing Peter to pay Paul. It just isn't a good way to proceed. Like I said, there's a lot of alignments happening now. The people in the Community Energy Transition Strategy Department are doing an excellent job, and they recognize there needs to be a coherent path forward. So they are putting the pieces in place. So, to undermine that process, to make a one-off decision that really sets us up for land grabs and poor decision-making around solar, does not really recognize that it takes everyone to deal with climate change. So we need to work together. We need to take a multi-stakeholder approach. Like, where has ACCA and MCCAC been in this? Where has Solar Alberta been in this? I mean, the Energy Transition and Resiliency Advisory Committee has already said they don't feel this is the best way forward. So I think the frustrating thing for me is that council is sort of playing a role that, it seems like you're just really laying yourselves out for, everything I just told you could be complete BS, but then everything Epcor is telling you, to me, sounds like a bit of BS. It's not innovative, this project. Having a microgrid, having battery storage, next to the facility, that's just the way, that's business as usual. So, who are you going to trust? Wouldn't it be a lot better to set yourselves up for success by having the right people at the table and letting the right people make the decisions?
Well, our Energy Transition Advisory Committee offered no comment, essentially. So that was.
Well, I think.
What's that?
It sounded to me that they were speaking very much against this project, that they're advising that seeing as wind is the cheapest. I mean, EPCOR themselves said they could save about $4 million by going for wind. And so why not do the battery? Maybe, I could offer alternatives. I think that City Council and the stakeholders can work with EPCOR. I would love to see EPCOR be successful, and I think there are ways for them to be successful, but I think the only way they're going to deliver a great project is by denying this land use, so that then they will go back to the table, work with their stakeholders, get people to the table that can help them make the right decision. I see a way forward. I know, yeah.
So, but I think we all have to appreciate at some point that there will be no perfect project.
No, but this is so far from perfect. Yes. There is, I don't know, I think there's a lot of fantastic projects. And like I said, I think community generation is always cited in jurisdictions that are very pro-solar, that are way ahead of us, that have already learned from their mistakes, that community generation, there's built into that a lot of community buy-in. I mean, rather than pit the community against the project, by virtue of the fact that you have community benefit agreements built into the process, the developers are meeting with the community offhand and making sure that the benefits of the project are agreed on with the community. So communities might ask for there to be a small endowment fund set up for their daycare, or they might ask for social procurement, or they might ask for there to be some training of disaffected community members. So it's a community building process rather than a process that tears community down. And it's very appropriate for the urban setting. And so I really just think this particular way forward is pitting, it's a zero-sum game, and it's just not the best way to get the best out of the talents that Edmonton offers.
Rocky, I appreciate it, and I really appreciate your passion, but I'm way past my time. And
Thank you, Councillor McKean. Councillor Nicoll is next.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Dr. Farreau, so I caught your first part of your statement. I'll make my question quick because Councillor McKean had gotten to it in a roundabout fashion. So given the limited expertise of the decision maker, which being council, because we're a limited creatures, you're saying the balance of opinion, we're missing what in terms of group expertise here, I think to voice through a more robust process that you're speaking towards. So what expertise I should be seeing in this room that is not here today?
No, I'm super glad you asked that question because, for example, I don't think you should take my take on things, but I would highly question that pollinator garden is appropriate. That's appropriate for farm-based solar programs where you want to get pollinators in there for crops. But that is not how this particular area would be restored. I mean, it's magical thinking to think that trees are not going to continue to want to sucker into that meadow. So it will have to be managed. And establishing a wildflower meadow is extremely difficult. It's very resource intensive. So I would say if you want to get some good information, I think that when administration presented to you, they somewhat misrepresented the information that is within the ecological planner's report. I don't think people have a good concept of what biodiversity really means and how it is that the ecological planners would think it through. So I would think if you could get the ecological planners in the room to ask them some direct questions, you'd get much better information. And as far as like, is this really innovative solar? Is this the best way for Edmonton to develop solar? I think that you have a lot of in-house expertise, which is amazing. And I think there are others that could assist that in-house expertise, like people from Solar Alberta. I think EPCOR is this is their first attempt at solar, and I think there's been some missteps, and I want to see EPCOR succeed, and I think they can succeed if this land use is denied. I think they can actually develop a lot better project, and I think they've already now, because this project has been delayed for so long, they've developed a whole lot of better partners, and I think they can develop additional good partnerships, because I think it's going to take a lot of us working together to get the best value we can and to start, yeah.
So, Doctor, you'd like to hear from our ecological planners. Is that what I'm hearing from you?
Absolutely. I think some of what administration has told you doesn't really reflect what the ecological planners might tell you about this area. I would think that would be essential for you. Yes. I also think it's important for you to understand that this is a municipal own use project, meaning that they used a specific piece of legislation to get through AUC. And when you do a municipal own use project, you're basically saying that you're the city or a wholly owned subsidiary of the city. So if this is a city project, I think it's really important that you do consider the essential clause. This does have to be essential. It does need to meet the test of being essential in the River Valley.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Dr. Furrow. So I was listening with interest to your presentation and everyone's presentations. So unfortunately, I think you're taking the brunt of the questions. But when it comes to solar install, we've been told that putting it here will set a precedent to ensure that there will be more solar installations in the future. But you just told us, and I'm sorry that I'm not an expert on this, but you just told us that there are already multiple installations going in and more planned.
Well, you know, again, I'm not the right person to ask, but I did look at MCCAC's site, and I have heard of other projects. I mean, could you give me the question again?
Well, we've been told that putting this installation in the River Valley will instigate or set a precedent that other outfits, I suppose, will follow and create this renaissance of solar panel installations in our region. And you're saying,
I mean, I think that Alberta has, again, my sense of things, being part of the Alberta Community Cooperative Association and networking with other solar cooperatives, social enterprises, and small and medium enterprises that are in this field, there is a lot of momentum and a lot of projects in the pipeline. And I feel this project would set us back, not forward. It wouldn't be a good example. I don't see how it could stimulate other projects. And I mean, I think other projects, like again, I mentioned Métis Crossing. Now they followed the Alberta Wildlife Directive and they're a full kilometer back from the water. And I think that's really important to note, that the Wildlife Directive does not say 100 yards back from the top of the bank. They say 100 yards back from the top of the valley break. So that does, again, mean out of the river valley altogether. And then once you get out of the river valley, you step back another 100 meters from the valley break. So Métis Crossing, they're a full kilometer back. Now that's best practices. So that project kind of sets a path forward. that project, is following the guidelines. It's not taking a compromised approach. So I think this project is taking a very compromised approach. It's not following best practices. And again, that's why I think it's really important to talk to the ecological planners, because when Alberta Environment and Parks gives the city a pass and says, we're not going to review it because we don't want to step on your toes, municipality, you guys review it, I think then you need to talk directly to the people that have reviewed this project.
Interesting. Yeah, it's a little frustrating. I'll echo Councillor McKean, because on the surface it seems like, oh great, it's solar energy, it'll be a big PR success, but the more I'm learning, the more I realize we actually don't know. So you recommend that we talk to our own ecological planners. Is there any other gaps in our knowledge from your perspective?
Well, I think if all of council had, it would be nice if this was after the community energy transition strategy came back to you, because I think you'd be seeing a lot of progress. Like I said, they're working on guidelines and best practices and zoning. That whole conversation is happening. Like, how are we going to meet our rooftop and ground mount ambitions? They've looked at how much land is going to be needed for the ground mounted systems. They have goals. They know how much they would like to see per year. And then they also know how they would like to start incentivizing and moving it forward. So I would really love to see a coherent approach, with the experts in the room.
So you're saying without these guidelines, without this expertise, we're kind of jumping the gun?
I feel you are. I think right from the beginning, that's why I sort of apologized for presenting last time. I feel I'm just saying the obvious when I say that there's aspirations at this point, but not a clear path forward. And I think people on council have already said that they sort of set themselves up for failure. They realize that there's negative unintended consequences of the fact that you gave EPCOR some goals and then sort of set them loose without assisting them. And I think EPCOR, by their own admission, didn't really take a partnered approach. They didn't meet with community early on. And, I think they just sort of haplessly felt, well, this land is right here. We won't have to pay for it. This is a pretty cheap way to go. And I think they underestimated the value of that land to the citizens of Edmonton. And I think that land is incredibly valuable to the citizens of Edmonton. Losing 99 acres of River Valley Park, you're going to have to redo all your marketing materials, because you're now going to be well under 7,000 hectares, right? They're always saying it's the largest, and quoting the acres involved, but all that kind of marketing stuff is going to have to be updated. And I really agree with
I'm sorry, Rocky, you're about a minute past the end of the councillor's time now, so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Dr. Farrell? Don't see any. So thank you. We'll move now to Sarah Patterson.
Sarah Patterson has withdrawn her request.
Jane Carr?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you for allowing me to speak again. I'll just be brief. There was a couple of points that I felt I didn't answer last time when the questions were brought up, and that was to do with bird mortality and the research that had been done. Unlike some of the larger wildlife, the birds are more difficult to see on camera, and so bird mortality involves counting carcasses of birds. So that takes hundreds and hundreds of hours to count tens of thousands of birds that on other solar farm sites have perished. There is some new research going on into devices that can count birds using algorithms, and but that is still in progress. Scientific American has some of those articles. But what I found in reading further into it, that you sometimes have a catch-22 involving the birds, because a lot of the mitigation offerings suggesting things like planting wildflowers and plants that will attract insects and pollinators under these solar panels actually attract more birds. So you have a bit of a catch-22 where you're trying to do something nice for biodiversity and creating another hazard for the birds. So that is basically all I wanted to add to my first presentation.
Thank you. Any questions following up on that? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Next is David Hamilton. We'll just swap out speakers here. Stand by. Welcome back, sir. Go ahead. Oh, hold on. We got to get the microphone on.
Dave, turn on your mic.
Hold on. Hold on.
Dave.
We got to put the microphone on, sir.
Off? Yeah. Okay. It's hard to believe that some might accept damaging the heart of our city. However, if we look at a different way, I believe that we may think a little better about this. What would happen if somebody walked into this room and said, I've been looking at Churchill Square and it looks quite empty. If you want, I could set it up side to side with solar panels. This would give you 20% of your electric bill, and people will be so impressed with how you are making the world have less CO2. Now, that, of course, is not going to happen, but I think that we do have to think a lot more deeply about the character of this particular part of the river. It is one that we have seen. There are many people whose lives go back in their families 9,000 years, and this is something that is, in most cities, would have already become a very special park in its own, looking at the entire thing. That way really helps you decide on what is really good for this city. And I don't believe that this has really been looked at very well. The person before who mentioned the way of doing the park is very important and I think needs to be looked at. But I think that we have to also look at the other side of it. And that is, and I think that this has not been brought up too much, we haven't looked far enough beyond this particular location. Alberta is changing and now entering the hydrogen world. Genesee, our local power place, is finally leaving the world of coal and moving forward to the gas, which immediately lowers the emissions. So what we are getting is a very different thing than what we have here, where they're talking about a very small amount of area that will be used, when the big picture is that of Genesee, which are now going and doing what the city hopes will be done, which of course is to take all the power in this city and taking out the wind power, and they have now a very, very large amount of wind power, which is what the city needs. And they have now a very unusual thing, which is to eliminate CO2 completely in power plants. It is conceivable that the electric issues may be moved before the gas emissions in the building are resolved. They're hoping in 2 years that they're actually going to say that this city doesn't have a problem at all with CO2. The Smith plant was very good about starting with reducing gas and electric power levels. They're also very good in using the batteries and advanced equipment to reduce the problems and the cost of running the building. However, the idea of adding their own power is not needed. The amount outside destroys the riverside without making anything, which has been done by Genesee. If they need extra power, and they may not with the new equipment which is coming out, the amount saved on the site would be a very small amount of what has already been done by the new Genesee Wind project. This is a win-win situation, because if they do their plant properly, they could get a very, very good thing working with Genesee, so that the city comes out a real winner, and the water plant will get a better future.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Hamilton? Not seeing any. Thank you very much, sir. Next is Jerry Bryn.
I believe that they are participating by phone on the meet. I see that they're unmuted.
Mr. Bryn, are you there?
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm going to go to speakerphone because my jack isn't working. So I'll speak slowly so there's less echo. Can I start?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Let me get a little closer here. There, am I clear?
Yes.
Okay. There's a couple of points that were brought up during the last presentation I was not able to respond to. The first one is to Councillor Sarah Hamilton regarding my role as a Treaty 6 person dealing with the 40 mass graves in the Riley garbage dump. I contacted you 24 times. It's on my phone. I actually called Councillor Nichols when I couldn't get through to you. So I did try to reach you. I'll move on. It came out when Lyle got up and spoke, Councillor Lyle Moore and Enoch, that there is a mass grave. There are 2 graveyards in that area, actually. On that hill, as he told you, is one major grave looking over that valley. And in that valley, as we can see on that plane, we had 3 buffalo skulls. I have the pictures of those. I finally received those last Tuesday at council from an unknown Enoch council who didn't want to be identified. They're circulating. If you guys want a copy, we've seen the pictures. They're missing still. I haven't heard any accounting of where they are. I talked to Louis Bull, and I also talked to the town of Riley regarding some aspects of this. And Riley appreciated Councillor Mike Nichols verifying that they do have bodies in their landfill, because they've been trying to get hold of the city on this, and they haven't had a single call returned. So they're happy, and they're going to work with Treaty 6 to bring the bodies back. We also have, as I mentioned, a second burial mound from 1885 located between the solar plant and the Edport ELL Smith plant. And if you watch my video on YouTube, you can see where it is. It's about 800 yards directly to the west of the fenced off area, right at the bottom of that parking lot, the bottom of the hill. So that hasn't been addressed. And overall, this site has important cultural aspects for the Papa Chase, who also did their ceremonies here. As Lyle told you, they would walk across the river. This was a very sacred place because of its age. It's 8,000 to 12,000 years old. We also link it to the village we have further upriver, which you'll be hearing more about eventually. That is being stewarded by Louis Bull as well. And we can think we can tie it in as an archaeological component to the site just down the river that Enoch is developing with the province. It's become provincial park. So I think the value of this site is too valuable, and it's too spiritually upsetting to see Treaty 6, not just Enoch, but everyone else, to see this turned into a solar plant. It's an inappropriate use of the land, and as the province states, you're not supposed to build anything near a river because the birds mistake it for the glistening effect of the water. They land and they break their necks, and it becomes a mortality thing, and the river in green, which is the province is paying $800 million over the next 16 years to build out from Devon to Fort Saskatchewan. How do you think they're going to feel when you bring industrial development smack dab in the middle of it, blocking it up, creating a bottleneck effect just a mile away upriver from where provincial park's going to go? So the whole use of the site is incongruous. It doesn't fit. It's the wrong place at the wrong time, and they're using this solar plant as a red herring. I would just drop it. This thing is just a dog that's going to turn into a white elephant. You can see that people come from years later to say, oh my God, is it ever ugly? And do we really want that kind of reputation? That's the question council asks itself. I would divest, walk away from this. I'm sitting down with Papa Chase and Louis Bull to deal with some aspects of this because it's spilling into my other work in 1885. The Prime Minister is monitoring this, and as long as Jason Kenney as well is also, I believe, listening in as well, because this affects all of us. And given what we're dealing with in Riley, I don't think the naming rights for this solar plant were spit, given that EPCOR has been mining people of the River Valley and dumping them in garbage dumps for the last 60 years. And that will, in terms of native eyes, be almost like having Aunt Jemima hung on you and you're a black person. You just don't want to be associated with that type of image. So I think for naming rights, I think it won't develop, it won't go anywhere. I think the focus on the use of the land, and it doesn't fit, don't put it there. There's two more. You can develop it other ways, and like it was mentioned earlier, perhaps a native and a spiritual park there tying into the, the provincial park upriver and eventually to the village further up the river would make sense over the time. This is not going to work short term, mid-term, or long term. I submit that. Thanks, Mike Nichols, for being so helpful with Treaty 6, and they do appreciate hearing you validate and apologize for, putting the people in the landfill. Riley, we have to move on and deal with that eventually. So I'd like to come out of here with an understanding that you'll not do anything else with the solar plant to aggravate things, because they're delicate right now, and we still have to fix Riley. So I'm asking the Prime Minister to get involved now because the city has refused to come to the table and deal with us on this. So you hear from other speakers on this. I'm pretty much done. I just want to say I did try to reach Sarah Hamilton, and I have 24 messages on my phone indicating date and time. March right till August 2nd. So that's about it. If anybody has any questions, I will end my presentation right here.
Don't see any questions for you, Mr. Bryn. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is Jim Rickett. Jim, are you there?
This sounds like a radio play.
Mr. Mayor, on a point of privilege, are we actually timing people?
Yep. Oh,
Okay.
yes, we are.
Can't see it on my computer, that's why I asked.
Oh, yeah, it's not counting down there, but we're using the, countdown lights here, so.
Thank you.
You're most welcome. Mr. Rickett, are you there? It's been a long day.
Hi. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
I'm very sorry, I couldn't get the mute off. So, yeah, I just want to address a couple points and then new information. So the first one is there's been some discussion around the ability for a private owner to fence off land that is zoned as A. And so I've just got identified here. So urban services parks. So this is from the City of Edmonton website today, identifying the different zoning categories. And you'll see that Metropolitan Recreation Zone A is identified as an urban services or parks. If we please go to the next slide, we'll see that definition in greater detail. And so again, from the City of Edmonton website today, it says the Metropolitan Recreation Zone A, the purpose of the zone is to preserve natural areas and parkland along the river, creeks, ravines, and other designated areas for active and passive recreational use. So again, the point I'm making here is I don't believe, and it would be great to get clarification on this, that a private landowner can fence off land that is zoned as Metropolitan Recreation Zone A. And I think it'd be extremely important if council could get a definitive answer from our city's planning department on that item. And maybe I fall into a bucket of money. I've got some green space in my community that my community uses. I strike a deal with the city to acquire that land. My understanding is I'm most certainly not going to put a fence around it. I'm not going to go out to my neighbors and show them the title for that land and I have ownership and now can restrict public access. So I think that's an important piece of clarification because it speaks to the nature of our public access in environmentally sensitive River Valley Parkland. If we can go to the next slide, please. The next item I want to bring up was the provincial directive. So again, another extremely important point to make here. So EPCOR's project was exempted from this directive because of a loophole in the directive which states, and I quote, "Review of Alberta Environment and Parks wildlife biologists is not required when solar energy products are small scale, for example, less than 1 megawatt, are within urban areas as solar energy infrastructure has inherently low impacts on wildlife when integrated into existing anthropogenic footprints such as rooftops." So what this means is this project is 12 megawatts, so much greater than 1 megawatt, and the land in question, which is zone protected and rare central parkland habitat and an important wildlife corridor, is not an urban area. So again, a loophole in the provincial directive which says that if it's small scale or it's not an urban area, then this would not apply. And I think we would all agree that our River Valley Parkland is not an urban area. It's not a habitated area. It is a protected zone. So in summary, this project does not align with the intentions of the Wildlife Directive exemption that was created to not require provincial biologists to review solar panels going on someone's home. Next slide, please. So another point I'd like to address here is, according to the city's lawyer, the gifting of land to the city, which a number of EPCOR presenters mentioned, should not have been allowed in this public hearing. It is not part of the rezoning discussion and is a form of bribery. Nor should the construction of a new trail be part of the conversation, but for the reason that it was not part of the proposal. The AUC report states this to be the case as well. Nor should the battery be part of the conversation as it was not part of the original application. I think that was already addressed earlier. And just if we go to the next slide. So I just wanted to address again, the point was made about alternatives and options. So I had a look at the admin report submitted by the proponent and just wanted to draw out one of the additional alternatives that was looked at. And this one talks about the second alternative considered for EPCOR was to construct and operate an off-site solar farm capable of generating enough renewable energy to supply E.L. Smith wastewater treatment plant. So this speaks to the alternative that that we can look to if this proposal is not approved. And I guess the ultimate question is protecting our River Valley Parkland from industrial development of higher value to the citizens of Edmonton than the cost for EPCOR to purchase land for industrial projects in an appropriate location. And I feel that the answer to that question is yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Rickett? Not seeing any at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is Jacqueline Noga.
Hello.
Hello. Go ahead.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Delightful. All right. So I just want to start by saying thank you again for everyone taking their time and energy to hear all of the thoughts and ideas. And I also want to say thank you for your commitment to representing Edmontonians. So since last week, I was reflecting on what we might all have in common. And interestingly, what I came to is that we're all likely very tired of talking about this. So as was mentioned earlier tonight, it might seem like the opposition is just shutting down all ideas, but that is because this project seems to be propelling itself on momentum that started with something that was not a good idea. So to be clear, I do not think this topic should have taken this much time, energy, or frustration. The rezoning of parkland to industrial in the River Valley should be simple. It is not essential, and therefore doing so does not align with our city plan and bylaws. In light of the new information that has come up, I have some ideas and some questions. Have you considered why there are still advocates for this project? What is the driving factor in continuing this project? So, as I mentioned, this project has a lot of momentum, and it does not seem to be because of the environmental benefits. It seems to be solely financial. And I think that is concerning. The colloquialism, a slippery slope, I think really applies here. As I discussed last time, a sunk cost means that the money is no longer a relevant aspect in the decision-making process, and what we do from here should not be dependent on that. So we need to stop trying to dig up. I have also been thinking about the number of people who have been discussing the negative ecosystem impacts. Do you know if EPCOR consulted with its own scientists to consider alternatives to River Valley development? I wonder why we have not heard from them. When it comes to the location, are there any other water treatment facilities in North America that have constructed a large-scale solar project adjacent to a river valley? To my knowledge, the answer is no. And in general, is the city working on land use plans that set overall habitat targets for the river valley and for the other 700 square kilometer footprint? Are we maintaining what we have, or are we losing more intact river valley each year? Is there a target to maintain tree cover and to reduce human footprints? These are all things that are in the city plan that don't seem to be coming up, and I find that concerning. I also want to take the moment to build on some thoughts that I shared last time about water reuse and conservation, as the entire concept seems to be new information in this context. There are so many ways that we could create resilient water systems that do not require expansion. We could create naturalized stormwater ponds to irrigate our sports fields, and we could use rainwater collection systems on roofs to flush our toilets in municipal government buildings. I think councillors have the right and the responsibility as EPCOR shareholders and as representatives of Edmontonians to challenge EPCOR's repeated statement that the land is needed for expansion. I have not heard this come up as a question at hand, and I find that very concerning. Finally, the last thought that came to me since our last meeting, which has kind of been discussed tonight, but maybe not stated in the way I see it. I think this proposed project is really ironic, and destroying the natural environment to build a solar farm is actually pretty funny. So with all those thoughts, I have nothing else to say at this time.
Thank you. Questions from Ms. Noga? Don't see any at the moment.
Sorry, we've just seen Councillor Paquette click in.
Councillor Paquette, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Jacqueline Noga, for your words. The longer this goes on, the more complicated it gets. And it seems like there are so many shades of understanding that we lack at this point to make a truly informed decision as far as the environmental impacts would be with the biodiversity. But for you, you're saying that it's beyond that, the choice is much more simple. And I'm just wondering if you could just encapsulate that in as simply as possible.
As simply as possible. Yeah, I mean, I would say that this entire proposal is based on the idea that the land is needed for one particular thing. And I think that that is in itself a really dangerous thing to be building on, and no one's challenged that kind of fundamental aspect of it. Do we really need this land for water treatment plant expansion? Is my question. I know I have an answer, but I would like to hear maybe why EPCOR hasn't spoken to that, or why they continue to insist that it is necessary for expansion.
Yeah, okay, I get your point. No, I that makes sense, because we've also heard that we may not even need to expand the water plant in our lifetimes, well, depending on how long that is. But I also, you mentioned something about setting a precedent, slippery slope. And I'm just wondering if you can expand on that thinking.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's there's almost two different aspects of it. First being that we've started this idea that this project is kind of still building on itself, this kind of momentum that we have going that started with a bad idea, and now we seem to be sliding down that slippery slope. And then tangential to that would be the idea that once we approve this project in the River Valley, with such little challenge as to the long-term implications of it and the actual long-term need for it, what's next? The next thing to be proposed that sounds like a good idea in the short term, and if EPCOR was allowed to build a solar farm here, then why isn't another company allowed to build, I don't know, a desalination plant or something like that somewhere else? Where do we draw the line? And I know there's been a lot of conversation that I recall from this meetings about how we need to take it on a case-by-case basis, but that's not really my experience with how decisions have been made. We do tend to focus on what was decided the last time and go from there as a starting point.
Right, and I guess we've seen that already historically, which is why we even have our bylaw to try to reverse that process. But I guess the other question I have for you is, honestly, I've gotten this in emails and I've seen it online. People asking, it's a small piece of land. What does it matter?
Totally. I feel like we've heard the answer to that question so many times already, so I will try to be succinct in my answer. I think it creates the idea that our river valley is not entirely protected. It creates the notion that, maybe if it's just a little piece here and just a little piece there, then what's the big deal? But I mean, really, it kind of brings me back to the whole idea of the Lorax. There's so many truffula trees out there. Why can't we just cut down some of them and all of a sudden you're left without any? And I think it's a slippery slope. I'm going to stand by that one.
But what if we could cut down the last few truffula trees in order to build a new kind of Sneed?
What's the point of the new kind of Sneed?
Yeah.
Why would we do it? Why would we take something that's already so valuable to so many different people in so many different ways and decide that we should be doing something different with it based on what I would say is extremely lacking information?
Yeah, okay. Well, thank you. I guess we just don't want to import them.
Yeah. I don't know if that's overly relevant in this situation, though. We have the energy, the whole idea that we need this energy as a backup has already been discussed and pointed out as a moot point.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Noga? Not seeing any. Thank you. Next is Francis Dorian Wabasca. Welcome back. Come on up.
First of all, I respect our mayor and council, and thank you for allowing me to speak. It kind of bothers me when I listen to so many different little stories, the way they say it, how it's going to be done. But I want to read you something I wrote down. This land of which we speak of still holds unto our stories and those many old generations of memory of our sacred burial grounds, mass graves and ceremonial locations in our river valleys and lands. Canada is not yours. You do not own it, and if you do own it, please show me a bill of sale. So far, no bill of sale has been produced as evidence of any Canadian court. We still own this land. We have the right to say no to any development that threatens its well-being and knowledge for generations to come. In the language of your legal ways. It means Aboriginal title, which means we still have every right to exercise our way of life, language, our way of knowing, and stewardship of these lands. I firmly believe in moving forward with the solar plant someplace else, just not on our sacred grounds. Let's work together not to be above the law. Doreen Waviska. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions?
Nothing?
Don't see any. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you so much.
And we're down to the last three who are new registrations that we've not heard from in the previous round of speakers. We have Lou Carbine, Soli Clan, and Hane Kiyuka. So we'll first hear from Lou Carbine, or Carbine.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I've actually taped a video, and it was forwarded on, and it's so very short. I wonder if you'd mind producing that for the council.
Yep, it's been queued up here. So
my name is Lou Carbine. I've been involved with wildlife research and conservation in Alberta and Canada, and actually in the worldwide.
Oh, we've lost the sound for the video. Hold on.
Perspective for many years, for many decades. I've been employed by the Canadian Wildlife Service for 35 years.
Let's just pause for a moment to get the sound.
Perspectives really reach well into time and over many different disciplines, mostly carnivore conservation, but also parks planning and matters regarding to natural area conservation. I'm not all that familiar with this particular proposal and any of the details, so I will refrain from talking about the specifics in this particular EPCOR proposal to develop a solar farm. But I will say in general, it is a great, unfortunate event if in fact there is going to be a major intrusion in the ribbon of green, which is a very unique natural area, particularly important because of its proximity to such a large population. These areas are important, not just for this generation, but for future generations. There's less and less of a contact of people with nature and natural areas. And if you have a larger area like the ribbon of green going through Edmonton, in close proximity to 1 million or so people, then it is really very unfortunate if we are going to dismember, just try to reduce the area and its overall size. If anything, we should be increasing it. If you do fragment landscapes, you generally decrease the biodiversity of these areas. They just become less valuable, less important, less unique. So I find this proposal really preposterous, quite frankly. You'd think that there are areas that are of less importance to such a large population than this particular site. so close to rivers, so close to other natural and very significant features in the landscape. So this particular proposal really does seem to be highly inappropriate. And I just cannot see how you can justify a major intrusion into this really very unique ecosystem.
Thank you.
Yeah, I can make just another quick comment. First of all, about the biodiversity, it's simply false to say that this development is going to have no impact whatsoever on the biodiversity. There are major migratory bird populations that the areas use as staging areas, and when they do so, they come in contact with a lot of the citizens of Edmonton. So bird watchers go in there, and in this particular small 50 or 90 acres or whatever it is, you'll be displacing migratory birds, nesting migratory birds, such as hermit thrushes, Swainson thrushes, black-throated green warblers. There are a whole host of species that will be impacted. The grasslands will have a lot of finches that you will be impacting. So certainly there are other areas where these exist, but you are whittling away at the habitat of migratory birds, and migratory birds are very threatened, I think, in modern times.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Carbine?
Councillor Paquette has clicked in.
Councillor Paquette, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure why it's not showing up, but appreciate it. Appreciate the presentation. I'm probably going to be accused of being a bit of a tree hugger, but I can live with that. When we're talking about migratory birds, how's that going for us on the planet?
Not very well. Certainly, worldwide, it's not good. In North America, it's been impacted in a major way in the last 50 years or so. There are reductions in numbers that amount to about 40% that have been reduced over this period of time. So we're 60% now that we have been coming down from what it was 50 years ago.
Okay, so, and forgive me for my ignorance, but I don't even know if Edmonton represents part of a major corridor for migratory birds or if it's irrelevant.
It is quite important because it's a ribbon of green. The migratory birds fly over agricultural areas, and they have resting spots, and they come to areas where they're green areas, and this is one of them. This is a major one. And I can tell you, we've documented this through bird banding. There had been a gentleman for about 5 or 6 decades who'd been banding birds in the River Valley. His name was Edgar T. Jones. Some people might know that name. But he had banded many species within this corridor, over 100 species. More recently, there's another chap, Janos Kovac, about 20 years or so now, that he's been banding birds in the River Valley, and he's banded over 80 different species. You don't see them unless you look for them. Most citizens around Edmonton wouldn't see them, but I think the thing to think about here is that it actually attracts, it provides an opportunity for environmental education. I know there's been a presentation about environmental education on solar panels and so on, but the ribbon of green does provide a wonderful opportunity for educating young people about, and adults as well, about the diversity that we have on the Alberta landscape, right here next door to us.
Okay, so you're saying we have a living lab?
We do, yes, absolutely. Close to proximity of a large population of.
Right, okay, so we know that regardless of where a solar field is placed, there are going to be bird deaths. And I'm just wondering if we have any numbers that would be able to inform us about the difference between the number of migratory bird deaths that we might see in a solar panel installation right beside a river versus one located far away from a water source?
There wouldn't be a huge difference in that regard. You know, you're displacing a few breeding pairs, not a large number. I think what the important aspect here is by having a small area that you impact, and if you continue to whittle away at this ribbon of green, eventually the cumulative effect can be significant. If you just take a small area, 50, well, relatively small area, 50 or whatever it is, 90 acres, that just whittles away at the edges. But if you continue to do this, you will impact the migratory birds, which accounts for the 40% decline in the last 50 years. It's this cumulative impact that really becomes important in terms of the declines.
Okay. Now, for people who are like, well, I don't really care about birds. What are the, like, why does that even matter? You know, how does that even impact human well-being?
Yeah, that's a good point. I think you have a good point there, but I think it's not just the birds in terms of the impact and the visual impact, it's the recreational impact, it's the spiritual aspects of the ribbon of green. It's a component. The bird migration is one component, but there are many other different aspects to it. And so you're absolutely right. Some people might say, you know, who cares about migratory birds? That's well, because they haven't been exposed to it. You know, if you had a chance to see the diversity, I don't think anyone would agree with that statement. We should do away with them.
Right. And do they fill an ecological niche as they go through?
Yeah, well, they do. Each species has their niches. You know, I think you'll find that finches, for example, would be prevalent in the grassland. And I would certainly say, you know, if you take that away, and it's what, 6% or 10% of the whole area, you impact 6 to 10% of the species that require that for their livelihood. So that's whittling away. I mean, that's a greater percentage than it would impact the birds that are in the forested areas. So that grassland becomes more unique in that regard.
I'm afraid
I'm out of time.
Time flies, so time is up. Next, if there are no further questions for Mr. Carbon, next up is Soli Clan.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Iveson and City Councilors. My name is Solomon Clan and I am years old. I am a Cub Scout and I love the River Valley. I like to ride my bike, go for walks, and cross-country ski. I am always looking for animals and their signs. I love learning about animals, especially owls, amphibians, and snakes. Many live right here in our river valley. Next slide, please. When I heard that EPCOR wanted to build the solar farm, I was happy about the green energy, but I was sad and worried about the location. Next slide, please. Here, there are many species that live in our river valley. Some live in the forests and some prefer meadows. The long-eared owl, for example, tends to live right at the edge of the forest where the forest meets the meadow. Next slide, please. Here are a few more species. I have been lucky enough to hold a tiger salamander. I have seen a great horned owl's own a couple of times. They are nocturnal. That means they fly and hunt in the night, which is when I'm usually in bed. Next slide, please. It will be a while before I grow up and I get to vote. When I'm grown up, I want the river valley to still be as vast and alive as it is today. Visiting and exploring our river valley will help kids my age to grow up appreciating and caring about nature. I don't think it is possible for EPCOR to build its solar farm in the river valley without harming the wildlife that live there. Next slide, please. So, I wanted to ask all of you, please. Number 1, protect Edmonton's river valley, all of it. Number 2, teach us to love it and protect it too. Show us that it is our treasure and that you will protect it for us. Number 3, make good plans with green energy sources that truly won't cause harm to wildlife. Next slide, please. Thank you for listening to my speech.
Well, thank you, Solomon. Questions? I don't see any questions for you, but thank you very much for joining us and making your presentation today. Really appreciate you. Last but not least is Hane Kiyuka.
Our office has been notified that they will not be speaking today.
Oh. And the last word was to Cub Scout Solomon. Okay, that is all of the new information. Unless there's any other new information. We haven't had any other registrations. Everyone else was notified.
There's just one piece of new information, is if possible, that I'd like to address very briefly.
Okay. But it better actually be now new information to the new information. Otherwise, I will cut it off. But go ahead.
All right. It's just in terms of asking questions of ecological planners or of people that have been on the site for council to understand what fence is on the property and what fence is not on the property. It's been mischaracterized quite a few times that I've heard.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I also sent in an email to the city clerk to ask if I could speak to one other point.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Kowalczyk.
Thank you. So this is to directly referring to Mr. Bonneville's points on biodiversity habitat and following up on Ms. Carr's point that the proposed wildflower garden is perhaps not an appropriate plan for this area, as it can have unintended consequences. And I just wanted to add to that to say that the city's ecological planner stated in their technical review that there's no guarantee that the planted grass and pollinator plants will even grow there. The assumption that they will ignores the process of natural succession and soil building, and it ignores what has happened here already. In stating that they don't intend to mow, for example, which Mr. Bonneville said, what do they plan to do then with the young trees that are already moving into this area and suckering? Does not mowing mean they will spray them with herbicide? What will that do for the biodiversity of the area? So is this even appropriate restoration? Similarly, there are a lot of pocket gophers in this area doing important work helping to restore the land, including improving the soil. If the fence means the new fence, as Ms. Dr. Farrow just referred to the fact there's not really a fence there now, if the fence means coyotes will no longer be able to enter this area and keep the population of the pocket gophers in check, how will EPCOR deal with the gophers? And then lastly, on Mr. Bonneville's point that this is low value habitat, contradicts the city's technical review, which says that this is actually rare and important habitat. Even Mr. Foster just said earlier this evening that only 6% of our river valley is this kind of habitat. And indeed, a provincial wildlife biologist has recently stated that every bit of this type of ecosystem should be conserved. We know that land is heavily used by wildlife, including deer, moose, elk, and long-eared owls. These are all species that we don't see in most of the rest of our river valley. So I think this does indicate that this is not, low-value habitat, but actually rare and important habitat. And that's what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you. There's nothing further. I will entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move.
Sorry, just before I come to you, Councillor Katarina, Ms. Gibson has some advice for us.
Apologies, I'm just being notified. We have one additional email that's come in that they wish to speak to new information again. Apologies, I can't recall. Cheryl Savard with the Edmonton Trail Runners has indicated she has further new information.
Okay, Ms. Savard, go ahead.
Hi. Well, thank you, and thanks for your patience. I actually had a question about something that was mentioned by Mr. Kennedy, where he mentioned, and I agree with the statement that it was inappropriate, but that he mentioned how there would be paved pathways. Of course, we've previously spoken to that, but I had learned something about impervious surfaces. And I learned this from an ecological planner, and that impervious surfaces, which are surfaces like paved areas that are really smooth, that don't actually absorb water, create all kinds of issues. And I just was wondering what the proponents had considered about that, and if anything, we know that they remove natural habitat function, they contribute to man-made erosion through large-scale water runoff zones. And in fact, this year, like Edmonton has noticed through more rain, we've seen massive large-scale erosion of our river valley. But the real issue has been because of all the impervious surfaces that have been constructed that cause all the runoff, where more natural habitats would have absorbed that runoff. So I just had questions about how they're addressing that, especially if they're going to create this zone. We've been very clear, we don't want more impervious zones. I would say nature doesn't. I would say our river valley doesn't. So if they're going to construct something like that between a fence line and a river valley, I just wonder how they're going to address erosion in that area. So that was my new information. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Katarina?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'll move closure of 3.7 and 3.8.
Second. Mr. Mayor, I have one question of administration before we move to closure.
Okay, if there are further questions of administration, then I can't accept the motion to close the public hearing just yet. And once we've asked questions of administration, we'll have to do a new information again. So just brace yourselves. Councillor Nicol, go ahead.
So, yes, Mr. Mayor, I understand the nature of the question, but I do feel it's important to ask. There has been a request to speak to our ecological planners. What is the protocol for that, as there's been a considerable number of speakers asking for them to speak towards their assessment?
You have been speaking to one of our ecological planners tonight, Mr. Paul Foster, who continues to be online.
Okay. We got one. Is Mr. Foster part of the entire team, or were there others?
Councillor Nicol, Stephanie, Ms. McCabe here. There are others in the team, of course. But we have also supplied all of the information from our ecological planners. We were completely transparent.
Oh, I'm not suggesting you're.
No, I'm just telling you that
Don't get me wrong, Ms. McCabe.
No,
the question
Councillor Nicol, I wasn't trying
Ms.
to
McCabe,
go
the
there.
question has been asked, and I just wanted to get it out there that we've had testimony from our ecological planners, Your Worship. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for administration? Any other new information, ideally pertaining to the one question that was asked?
Well, this is Raquel Farrow here, Rocky, and
Go ahead.
I do have a quick one, is because my issue was that I think council understands that my contention is that the presentation that was given misrepresents some of the information given by the ecological planners. So I just wonder if we couldn't get closer to the source of the people that actually wrote that report. For example, I forget the name of the gentleman that said that rather than the $2,000 price figure that EPCOR used, the ecological planners came up with a range of $20,000 to $40,000. Yet in the report I read, the number was $43,000. And so with sort of variances like that, I just think rather than sort of play whisper down the lane, my question would be, is there not a mechanism that council could ask of the planners to get closer to the primary source of the information?
Thank you for the new information. Any other new information on that? Hearing none. Councillor Caterina.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move closure of 3.7 and 3.8.
Second.
I just didn't catch who the seconder was. Councillor Banga?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. All right, on closure of the public hearing, please vote.
I'm a yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Zadok.
My device has gone completely to sleep, so I'm a yes as well.
I'm a yes as well, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, it's not coming on the screen.
We have all 13 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Display the vote.
Apologies, Mr. Mayor, eScribe is glitching, but it carried 13-0.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move first reading of 3738.
Thank you. Seconder?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Okay. Are folks able to click in to speak? Did you want to introduce Councillor Caterina?
No, I think we all understand what's before us, and there's been many speakers, so.
Okay. Councillor Cartmel?
Well, thank you. I didn't expect to be first, but actually this might not be so bad. First of all, I want to apologize to Mr. Johnson for my tone earlier this evening. I will confess to some frustration, and that's no excuse for how I addressed you, Mr. Johnson, so I'm sorry for that.
That's big of you, Councillor Cartmel. Thank you.
No, it's quite all right. So here's where I'm at, and this is, I guess this is why I'm frustrated. You know, at the very base of this is a land use hearing, and so the first question is this land better left as it is, or better left split in half and having a solar farm put on half of it? And I would say on that, if that was the only question put to us, that I would say no, it's not a good use to change that use. And then the subsequent detail is added that if we make that change, that the ecology of the 50 remaining acres, and I'm being fairly glib here, but that the 50 remaining acres, the ecology will be improved. There'll be more native species, there'll be more pollinators. And I guess the question I have to that is, how is that better? The beings that enjoy that space are quite happy with the ecology as it is. So is it better to have more native species, more pollinators, and all of the other, additions, so to speak, at the expense of having half this property covered in solar panels? And again, I'm not there. So then the next, it is then further layered on that, well, it is a solar farm, and a solar farm speaks to some of our energy generation ambitions. It speaks to additionality, but so does a wind farm or a solar farm somewhere else. It speaks to additionality that is local, and that eliminates a wind farm somewhere else, but it doesn't eliminate a solar farm somewhere within the limits of Edmonton. So then the question comes down to, well, is it worth the trade, for me, is it worth the trade-off to put a solar farm in the River Valley versus somewhere else in Edmonton? And that's when the conversation turns to a business case. And the one piece of advice that I've very clearly heard is that is the one thing we should not consider, is the business case, is the economics. And that's where I get really frustrated, because a significant amount of our discussion during this hearing has been on the economics of this solar farm versus other solar farms. It's been suggested by some that I've talked to that we could establish a solar farm in the northeast corner of the city on land that will not ever be capable of doing anything else, on disturbed land near some of the older industrial plants. That can connect quite nicely into the grid. That has additionality, that has locality, that moves us to a renewable resource for power generation. But it's power generation. It's not essentially a generator attached to a water treatment plant, and that is where it gets more expensive. So it seems to me that this question boils down to, well, do we take a more expensive option and leave the River Valley alone? Or do we take the least expensive option and sacrifice, albeit a very small portion of our River Valley? And again, that's what I understand is the precise question we're not supposed to ask when we talk about land use. So I'm not really sure where to go at this point. So I'm willing to listen, but I am really listening for someone to help me overcome that quandary, to help me overcome the justification that seems to be more or less purely economic, which was exactly the thing that I really couldn't ask the questions I wanted to ask about. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Henderson?
Yeah, I'm also really torn on this. This is not an easy one, and I've gone back and forwards on it and may still go back and forwards. But I'm reminded, and maybe this is an answer in part to Councillor Cartmel's question, because if this was a matter of just supporting a solar farm in the River Valley by itself, I actually think the River Valley would, and the rules around the River Valley would absolutely trump this project. I'm not convinced, however, and I think if this weren't the case, if you could make a go of it financially to build these kind of other projects in a different circumstance on a piece of land somewhere else, they'd be popping up all over the place, and they're not. So I think it is part of the synergy of having it next to the existing water treatment plant that makes this a viable project. And I'm reminded, a year ago we were sitting here getting the numbers on just how far behind we were, both in time and in progress, in having any chance of meeting our goals on greenhouse gas emissions. And I'm keenly aware that we've been talking about these kind of things for years, and we always have a reason in the end not to do it. And I think in the end, I think it's true. I think, yes, could you do something somewhere else? Yes, you could. Is it likely to happen? No, it isn't, because I don't think, and I think this is I think this is where the business case comes in and is a valid consideration on the land use, because I don't think it would be viable unless it was connected to that water treatment plant. I don't think it'd be financially viable. I don't think it would happen elsewhere. And I think that actually is an argument for why we should be considering it in this spot. This is not a question of we could do it somewhere else. This project either happens here or it doesn't happen. And that, quite frankly, knowing that we're going to need all the things, every last piece of solar that Dr. Fro was talking about, we're going to need that, and we're going to need this, and it still won't be enough to get where we want to go. And I'm, much as I never, I remember the gravel pit debate, and and that's, I think I think there's very few of us around that were still around for that. And I didn't support that, because I didn't think that as a one-off made sense in the River Valley. But I don't think this project, I think we're naive in thinking this project would exist anywhere but in this circumstance, which is why we're not seeing them spring up all over the place. And I think that is a strong argument for why we have to have it here. I think if we were really talking about digging up existing natural area that hadn't been disturbed, but unless I misheard, I mean, this was certainly a farmed area and it's been farmed fairly recently. So it's not about going in and taking down tree stands. It's about going into an area that was already disturbed. And yes, it would renaturalize, but there may be other ways to do that. There may be other ways to balance that off. So, you know, for me, there's an irony here in what I think, how I think I'm going to vote, but I will listen to the others. But I think if we really think there is urgency for us to be able to deal with our ability to create power in other kinds of ways that are renewable, I don't think we can say I don't think we can continue to argue that time is of the essence and turn down a project that is ready to go, knowing full well it might be 5 or 10 years. And by 5 or 10 years, we know we have blown through our carbon and there's no chance of meeting our goals. And we're going to get reports on that coming back shortly. And I think for that reason, if we really mean that there is an urgency for us to begin to get our power in different kind of ways in the city and close to the city, this is a viable project that can go right now only because of where it is. And it will not be viable anywhere else. And it won't go. And we'll be sitting here another 5 or 10 years from now having missed another set of guidelines and targets in terms of our energy renewal. So I do think for that reason that the viability of it, the fact that it can work because of where it is a legitimate consideration in the land use. It's not that you have to make money, but you have to have a viable project. And I think that's why the business case has some value in this discussion. And I'm out of time. I'll listen to everybody else who knows I may change my mind again.
Councillor McKean.
Thank you, and I want to thank Councillor Henderson for probably expressing how I feel. Very close to a yes and very close to a no. The project is compelling for a number of reasons already mentioned by Councillor Henderson, as well as the ability to work with our post-secondaries to increase knowledge and research and interest in solar. So I want to say on the record that I really appreciate the submissions by EPCOR and its staff and the submissions from the community. There was a notable submission to me, and that was from our Energy Transition Advisory Committee. And they didn't tell us to take the risk and go ahead, that it was worth it. But we were under a time crunch and a crisis, and we had to move now. And that would have been a compelling argument to me if our own advisory committee had put that kind of pressure on us that Councillor Henderson just expressed, and I completely understand why he expressed it, because we're hearing that, and I hate when we're told that we have to do something now or it won't happen, because I don't believe that. I believe we are creative, and I believe that we can invest in other sources. They might not be local, but it's always struck me that local, while symbolically important, perhaps, is not as important as investing in significant reductions in greenhouse gas. So the other thing that struck me as I went through this, and I have voted for projects in the River Valley, much to the chagrin of some of my constituents who we've heard from during this public hearing. And I get that, but I think we have to be really, really careful about the River Valley. And when we're allowing access to the River Valley for Edmontonians, that's one thing. But when we're talking about an industrial scale project, that's another thing entirely for me. And I've swung back and forth on this thing a number of times. But I've asked myself this question, and I've laid awake at night thinking about, what are my values here? What do I really, really place an emphasis on? And that would be the preservation, as some people said during this public hearing, of our most important asset. Our most important asset for Edmontonians, for tourism, for economic development, and I mean that by attracting and maintaining talent. This is our most important asset. And to impact that with an industrial development is more than I can agree to. So unless, and I will keep my ears open listening to other speakers as they carry on. Maybe somebody will say something that tips me back into yes, but right now I'm 53% no. And that's kind of where it is on these sorts of decisions, and how painful it is to hear all this evidence and try to parse it and weigh it appropriately. And ultimately, as we've heard, it's a land use decision. What is the best use of that land? And that, I would say, is to allow it to return to a more natural state, and find ways to do that in other places if we need to. But so that's where I'm at right now, Mr. Mayor. But I'm promised to keep my ears open. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton?
All right, I'm going to take a swing at this. I have listened to this project proposal not only for the last few weeks, but like Councillor Henderson, Paquette, and Walters, we've been listening to this for quite a few years. This starts at Utility Committee, and now we're here in a land use capacity. So while there have been a lot of excellent points brought up over the last 3 years, including in this last week, and I mean, these are ideas that are brilliant about where we could install solar and wind projects, how we could collaborate, who might be involved, what we might do in terms of land reclamation. These are amazing ideas, and unfortunately, I think that they are not germane to the discussion that we are here to have. I respect the vision that people have brought to this discussion, but this is not the question that is before us, nor is the question before us the validity of the business cases or the triple bottom line study or the EIA for the project. That was something that the proponent had to secure through a regulatory process. And I think what is important for us today is to understand that that met the regulatory process. Now, there are many projects in which I would have loved to see the financials, but I think this illuminates for us how complex that can be once you start to introduce those variables. And so, while I've enjoyed reading that, it is not, I'm afraid, relevant to our decision-making today. And I would argue that it was inappropriate for it to be brought up again and again by but throughout this discussion. I'm not going to argue who should or should not have brought it up, but I think it fundamentally should be disregarded in our decision-making process. So the question before us, as we discovered earlier today, is not a solar farm in the River Valley, but a solar farm as an accessory use to an existing industrial site that was deemed essential, and I believe we would all agree the site would still be deemed essential by its primary use. The question before us is not a public park or an industrial use, but whether the land, which is not owned by the city, it is privately owned, is used or remains dormant, remains a dormant reserve use. The amount of information we have been given is overwhelming and by and large not germane to the land use decision we are being asked to make. Instead, we have been presented with a reasonable case for a land use change that is contextually appropriate. I think one of the most difficult parts of this conversation today is that we are being challenged on our values as a council, and we are being asked to balance them against each other. The value of preserving the River Valley and River Valley land versus immediate and meaningful action on the climate emergency that council declared and supported last year. As someone who has spent a lot of time on the road talking to folks who abut wind farms, I know that there is no green energy project that is without controversy. And in fact, I would go so far as to say there is no energy project without controversy, which is why we have the AUC, which is apolitical, and why the threshold for intervention in those projects is so high. Because as we know around this table, if everybody finds a reason not to build these types of projects, you end up building absolutely nothing anywhere or near anyone. We have before us a recommendation from administration that planning supports this project. What I would ask my colleagues is, what evidence have we heard that substantially contradicts the rationale for this support? This has been framed over the course of this discussion as a conversation about trade-offs. And I think that heightens the rhetoric that we are facing. I think that when we frame this in the context of the unique circumstances, we have been given plenty of reasons why this project should be supported by this council, and that will be the direction of my vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Banga.
Thank you. Just wanted to make my comments regarding the need for the solar farm in the place that the application is before us. I know there are good arguments on both sides. There are lots of people against it, and good business case, but what I mean. And then we, as our city council, we try to, or at least give direction that we need to see green energy and a certain percentage of it. And, you know, we are probably, as we can all see, that there is not a big lineup of people trying to come up with these kind of projects. It's rare, simply put. And I know there are concerns about birds, concerned about big mammals and everything. Like, I don't discard those. But at the same point, last year, when it was before us, the main point of contention was that it has archaeological value, and it should be referred back so that the proponent can work with those concerns. And okay, they definitely went back, they worked them out, and now it is the stress is on other mitigating or factors that were mentioned in this public hearing. So I can understand. I mean, I'm not a River Valley person, so please, this is not, I'm not speaking from experience. All I am basing my judgment on this issue is from basically what I heard. I don't think anybody was really able to prove that this solar farm plant was not, it isn't supposed to be here, or it shouldn't be here. I mean, sure, there are concerns regarding pinch points. Yeah, those are valid concerns. But we do have the pinch points already. And I asked the question, and there is 20 to 30 meters space at underneath Anthony Handy Bridge. But this is 150 meters we're talking about. And then there's another pinch point on the side of the water treatment plant. That doesn't seem much. It's probably around 50 meters. That's what I've been told. But this is 3 times as much. I'm on this issue. I am usually not torn on a lot of issues, but on this issue, on this matter, I am still quite torn. And sure, we are supposed to be making decisions based on not how many people showed up for a hearing, or we're supposed to judge each case by the merits of its own. So at this point in time, I am tipping towards for the project or for rezoning, but I still would keep listening, and maybe somebody can change my mind. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So firstly, thank you to all the speakers who took the time to come out. This is a very tough issue. As has been stated, lots of complexity, and certainly any piece of land in the River Valley that's being offered for rezoning deserves that extra level of scrutiny that I think the public insists of and that our council has given. And these kinds of applications for me are usually 60-40 at best, one way or another. That's as certain as I can get. I did want to say that some of the presentations around whether this kind of solar project was appropriate. I think our energy transition goals have taught us, and other experience have taught us that there are many kinds of solar projects, small residential, various co-op programs, various other programs like PACE that we've been eager to enable. There are a variety of commercial solar installations and strategies available to us. There are a variety of utility scale and industrial scale solar projects. There's no one big way, nor is there only one small way to achieve our emissions reductions objectives. I appreciate our administration being firm about the ecological planning and planners that participated in this conversation, and I think that was importantly answered at the end. This all started with our energy transition strategy, as described as one of the key pillars of administration support, which was baked into the Water Services Inc. business plan and the rate filing, the PBR. And that led to the various scenarios that provided business cases to find out which was the best approach. And when I asked my question to Mr. Johnson earlier around what I could give weight to, there was a clear answer that I could give some weight, that we could give some weight to those pieces of this, that it was not out of bounds. The fact that this is on the land next to E.L. Smith is the reason that business case succeeded, and that is leads us to the question of the land use before us, in my opinion. The question, is this application before us the best use of the land or an appropriate use of the land that's being rezoned? And for me right now, the answer is more yes than it is no. EPCOR owns this land, which is part of E.L. Smith's longer term plans. I think that the biodiversity arguments were very compelling, both from the proponent and the opponents, for sure, but I do feel that the mitigation efforts described to us were the most compelling in the context that this is land adjacent to an existing utility scale facility that has an essential purpose today and will continue to have that essential purpose. And this will support that purpose in support of our green energy goals as a city and in advance of the future additions to the plant sometime down the road. So I believe our job in this case is to appreciate the complexity of this whole thing. I think all the pieces have weight. And to be accountable, actually, to that complexity, not to parse it up conveniently or in ways that serve our values necessarily, but the complexity of the circumstance that's before us. I think that EPCOR has acted in good faith with our whole community, with Enoch Cree Nation, and with this council. And they have met their very dense regulatory obligations in this project and what's been presented to us. So in support of Councillor Hamilton's very strong arguments earlier, and in support of admin's strongly rationalized recommendation, and with respect to all of those people who do care so deeply for River Valley and offered us passionate, intelligent arguments, like I said, this isn't a slam dunk by any means, but it is definitely in the yes column for me at this point in time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Walters. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, yes, like pretty much everyone else who have offered comments, this for me is a very challenging application. This is actually one of the few applications, very complex ones in particular, where I actually didn't ask any questions, and I thought I would note the reason for that is, for me, that's primarily due to the amount of information, the level of detail that was put into the reports, as well as, I think, the excellent commentary that was provided by our speakers. So that's why I want to thank all of our speakers who are speaking, whether in support or opposition, and our administration, because this is one of the few times I just didn't feel I had any questions that weren't already being answered through this process. So I also understand that there are some people who spoke over the last few days that feel there are no redeeming qualities whatsoever, that there's really no reason that a person should support this application. And I think, like some of the others who have spoken today, I can completely understand why EPCOR would proceed with this application. When you consider this site, there's this understanding that it was going to be potentially used for an expansion of our water treatment plant in a couple of decades. And since that's going to be its future use, why not allow something like this to proceed in the meantime? So I can understand the logic, and as others have spoken about, many of the other elements around why this would make sense for EPCOR. But for me, what I was thinking about Mayor Iveson's series of questions earlier today about the difference between the public utility zone and this application. Because, we often have that type of debate when we're talking about residential development. If something's already zoned RA7 and we go DC2 and do it a couple extra stories with better setbacks, we often debate the merits of what's currently approved for, and then what it could be. And for me, if the debate was between a public utility zone and this direct control zone, to me, it would be an easy yes. I don't know how you wouldn't support this if that's what we are being asked for. But why I've struggled so much, and as I've gone through this, is that what we're actually being asked to do today is to rezone something that is currently zoned A, which is, for lack of a better description, we'll call our Rivers Valley zoning. It's our Metropolitan Recreation Zone, I think is the official name, to this direct control zone. And therefore, we actually have to go into this debate about whether this particular use is the right use compared to what currently is today. And because we can't assume what's going to happen with absolute certainty, 2 or 3 decades from now, while there's a possibility that this will be needed for something well into the future, technology evolves, different things change. And so we'll have to there will be many others in these chairs at that appropriate time that we'll have to have a debate around the need for something like that and what best to do in terms of how you would use that land. So, not to oversimplify, but we only have a short amount of time. I could probably spend hours talking about my thoughts on this. But for me, I break it down to that very simple question, which is that should we change the current zoning, which is currently zoned A, to this direct control zone? And while I understand the merits and the benefits of this project and why it would have been brought forward, I can't support changing that zoning that we have in place today. I don't see that being the right decision for the use of this land over the next 20 or 30 years or however long it could be used in that regard. So that's not an easy decision because, again, I appreciate why it would be something that many could support. And I would hope that all of those who spoke in opposition, who I think were very vocal about the need for investment in things like solar installations and renewables, that if this is defeated today, that you wake up the next morning and try to make sure we come together and figure out how we're going to advance a lot of that other work, because that's still critical to do. And we don't have a lot of time to address that need. But I think based off everything I've viewed, based off everything I've heard and read, I won't support this application today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Zadig.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll outline my reasoning here, and hopefully I won't cough while I'm doing it. I've been having a bit of an attack here. So if we were looking at the land use, which of course is what we should be doing, I first look at the perspective of the adjacent land uses, so devoid of the conversation about the river valley, which is integral to this whole discussion. But at first, the adjacent land use of the water treatment plant, it does seem appropriate that another industrial type of use could be found adjacent to a water treatment plant, particularly one that powers that water treatment plant. So that makes sense. And then also, I didn't really hear this from the public, but there's also some type of interesting connection and appropriateness of green energy amongst trees and amongst water. And that's interesting because if you think of a coal-powered plant, if one was ever being proposed, we know that the trees would not last long and the water would dirty. So there is something interesting about the solar panels being proposed in the river valley, notwithstanding the environmental degradation that we've heard about. But in the end, a lot of the justification for this, we've been hearing about, it conforms with a lot of our green energy initiatives, stuff beyond our land use considerations. And although I was not around at the time when past councils made the decisions to protect the river valley, I think, as identified by many, this is something that's really important to the city of Edmonton. And it's going to take courage for us to stand true to that commitment. And while this could be an exception, we do know of other exceptions being proposed at the moment, and there might just be a handful over a decade. I am concerned that there will be more development, that this, and the justification for that will be based on the decision here. So I'm not willing to amend the area structure plan or spot rezone. It's a significant area structure plan. It's not the Castle Downs outline plan and dealing with a different type of land use. It's something pretty significant to the whole city, and for that reason, I'm not going to support this today.
Thank you. Councillor Essinger.
Well, like many others, I've been sitting on this fence and I've swung back and forth all evening. And it's very complex. When I look down and say, is this the right land use? I think as many of the speakers would support solar, it's just they don't support it there. And I think the last speaker, Sullivan, when he said to protect his river valley for future generations, it reminded me that our decisions have long-lasting impacts. And so at this point, and I'm going to listen because I am struggling, I'm going to vote against it. unless I hear something else. I'm not sure it's the right decision to go there. And if it was somewhere else, I don't think it would be a hesitancy, but it's right there. So I will listen, but I am struggling. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nicol.
Well, thank you very much, Your Worship, and I wanted to listen to everybody before I made my comments. So I guess my opinion lies in, and I'll start with this simple principle that I've always held about the River Valley. Parks and green spaces in the River Valley have essentially a democratic element to them. No matter what your income is, where you come from, who you are, what you do, you can all enjoy the space equally. And it's to this principle I speak to. So to place a solar field, to be blunt, an industrial use in the River Valley should be avoided unless the taking is absolutely essential. And in my opinion, this taking is not essential. As a matter of fact, I find it very disturbing to pit two environmental priorities against each other in such a fashion, in such a way. And frankly, I find EPCOR's position on this matter disturbing, but that is another matter for future discussion. The choice simply polarizes two positive social outcomes. Now, what I remember from EPCOR is that we are the shareholders of that company. To say it's strictly a private company is to ignore the fact that we are the citizens of Edmonton, we own that company, and we as council act as your shareholders. So I find it very concerning that this company that we hold high in our regard, at least in my opinion till today, has made for a bad choice. Bad for the public, bad for EPCOR's brand, to be quite honest, and bad as an environmental consequence. So, to be clear about this, I do not believe that the application satisfies the regulations as has been outlined by another councillor on earlier. From a land use perspective, in the absence of municipal guidelines, I remember asking this question, to be blunt, do we have any guidelines and guidance to the installation of a solar field in the city of Edmonton? We have none, so we should fall back on the provincial guidelines as the next appropriate rules and regulation. And to me, they clearly state this solar field should be someplace else. And I think common sense would drive to that. I would further add to a comment made earlier by another councillor that this application is predicated on an economic concern. And I do agree that this was the main reason for this application. And given that economic concerns, in my view, are not legitimate land use concerns, as that I've been instructed to, I dismiss them summarily and take this as to be a non-essential taking. I will not support this application. And as once, River Valley land is lost, it's lost for good. And frankly, I'm reminded of an old French economist who once said, our children will hate us if we do such a thing, and for this is industrializing our River Valley. So I will vote no.
Councillor Hamilton, if you could take the chair.
I've got the chair.
Power.
So, almost 13 years ago, shortly after I arrived here, Mayor Mandel asked me to take on the city's environment initiative. And I didn't know what I was getting myself into at the time when I said yes, but one of the first things he asked me to do is get on a plane and go to the UN Climate Change Conference in Indonesia. And I had an opportunity because of the way the connections worked on my way back after going to one of the first events where some of the city networks that we've helped to build met, and we're talking about the important role of cities in tackling this challenge. I was actually on a layover on the way back. I had 12 hours to kill in Tokyo. And so I took the train in from the airport, and fresh with all these conversations about what kind of innovation, what kind of commitment, what kind of investment was going to be required to meet the challenge the scientists were laying out for the world, even then, it blew me away how many solar panels there were. Just whizzing by on the train. And I thought, holy smokes, we are so far behind. That was 13 years ago. And so I started to think then, we need to put solar panels everywhere that makes sense that we can find. And we've tried PACE, we've tried solar incentives, we've tried zoning bylaw changes, we've lobbied other orders of government, we've supported a price on carbon to try to get the incentives to line up. And we've also said that we want some of that generation to happen here for resiliency, for our grid, and for economic development as policy decisions that informed the regulatory direction that the city in its capacity as regulator gave to EPCOR through the performance-based rate setting. So in that regulatory context, which is not before us here today, we're now critiquing that, by the way, but that was all approved previously, and the other regulatory oversight has said this is fine, and the applicant itself has shown its books elsewhere and here. And so I do give some weight to the fact that we have asked the company to do this, wearing another hat. And they have determined, as any other applicant has the right to come before us in a land use context and said, we think this is viable. May we have permission to do this? And the question then comes, from a land use perspective, does this make sense in this site? And first of all, administration recommends yes, I give that weight. There are impacts, but there are mitigation strategies for them that include reforestation, include improving access for folks and for wildlife to move around this site. And we're talking about a direct control with very limited opportunity for use that's effectively temporary from what we understand. And so it's not like we're paving a big piece of the river valley till the end of time. And so to those who are still on the fence, I'd ask you to think very carefully, not just about the message it sends, and we've heard great concern about the slippery slope of precedent of if we do this, why wouldn't we do this everywhere else in the river valley? Well, this is the only place, save the other water treatment plant, where you can put a substantial renewable energy source behind the meter, save the transmission costs, and provide a backup as well as a research site, but primarily an energy backup and a zero carbon energy source with no transmission loss, next to a base load as we try to reduce our GHG emissions for municipal and utility operations. What would it say if we were to say no to that? I mean, we can say, well, it didn't work in the river valley. But is it going to take us another 13 years? So young people have been invoked, and my family enjoys the river valley as well. We live close to it, we walk in it frequently. I would not support putting solar panels throughout 7,000 acres of the river valley. But next to the water treatment plant, on land that is reserved for its expansion, that's previously disturbed on a temporary basis to help us achieve our climate goals, makes sense to me. And my son was giving me the gears the other day. He said, what are we doing to reduce greenhouse gas emissions? He's in grade 6. He's panicking because of what he's learning about what we have not done over the last 13 years and more when we've known better. So I'm out of time. Take the chair back.
Return the chair.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, everyone, for your words. And deep thank you to administration for all your hard work, and for the folks at EPCOR for also a lot of work, and to the public for passion and for knowledge, and all the hard work you put in individually for the city you love. It's a really tough one. It really is. And for all the reasons that the mayor just detailed, that everyone detailed, it's tough because to me, this is a case of wanting to do all the right things, but it's all coming out just a little wrong. one of the questions we had is this essential? And we have to separate that. Is something like renewable energy, in order to reduce our greenhouse gases, essential? Well, yeah, we know that. We know that we need to expand our energy sources. Is it essential in the river valley? And that's the land use question. And that's where I get snagged up. Because we do have this council-driven requirement for local generation, which is a great requirement. And we hear that this is a viable project that could go in if we approve this land use. But we know that we can get renewable energy right now from other places for less money without going through any of this. Without going through any of it. So it's viable by flawed metrics. It's viable by a box that we've constructed for ourselves. If we're serious about the environmental impacts and reducing greenhouse gases in order to have a viable planet for future generations, then we're also serious about all of it. And we make decisions that have as little impact as possible on the entire environment. We also know that this site, it's been plowed to the depth of a plow, but we know that underneath it are archaeological artifacts, and we don't know what those are. What we do know is that it was upgraded from HR4 to HR3, and that's without any serious investigation. We do not know if it elevates to HR2, which then changes the entire conversation. We don't know that. And we also know that we do need a more robust policy on land use in regard to solar installations, and we don't have that, yet we're going to be making a land use decision today. Wahkotoen is a concept through which I try to view things. It means we're all connected, kinship, and that what happens to us as humans has an impact on the environment and vice versa. And one of the problems we have is that we think so much in component pieces, which is a strength. But sometimes we get too much into those pieces and into our heads, I think. Maybe I do. When I should be listening sometimes to the promptings of something more powerful. And I guess that would be future generations. We've heard about the need to protect future generations. Well, I just don't think they'll thank us for infringing on the river valley. And no one's saying that if you put in one installation, you put it into the entire valley. But we have heard that these bits and pieces add up. They add up. And just like no one loves traffic. And when they're in it, they're like, wow, this traffic is bad. Well, they are the traffic. Each decision we make that infringes upon this small part of land impacts it. I'm worried that this gets approved and we become the laughingstock of the world for a city who, for environmental purposes, decided to put a solar installation in a very environmentally delicate area when we are surrounded by brownfield, industrial, and all of the other things. And that's why I can't support this.
Thank you. Anybody else before I go to Councillor Katarina to close? Tony, she's all yours.
Oh, well, thank you very much. And like everybody else, I certainly appreciate the presentations and everybody presenting. But for me, I like consistency. And once a council decision has been made, I 100% support whether I'm on the yay side or nay side in supporting that decision. And that's what I mean about consistency. Climate emergency, That's a council decision. Energy transition strategy, that's a council decision. Reduction in GHGs, that's a council decision. I wasn't always on the yes side of those decisions, but once the decision is made, it is our duty as a council to make sure that those policies and decisions that are made actually have a chance of coming to fruition. And so, with that being said, even though I'll admit that I wasn't on the same side as the majority on a number of these decisions, I do believe that it's my duty at this point to make sure that whatever that decision was, whether I was a yes or a no, does have the opportunity to move forward. And this project moves all those things forward, absolutely everything forward. I got to compliment Councillor Hamilton for being the most succinct and the most sober in her comments. We can use all kinds of emotions and buzzwords and for the future and for grandchildren and for all sorts of things, which have absolutely nothing to do with the decision that we're trying to make today on land use that will actually benefit all those other decisions that I've identified that have been made by this council. Whether you supported those decisions or not, show me that you are consistent now, because if all those passed, everybody who voted yes to climate emergency, city plan for 2 million people, energy transition strategy, be consistent in your support for this that will actually drive all those decisions that have been previously made. So with that, I think you can assume that I'm going to support this solar plant where it is. It's the appropriate place for it. And just in closing, one more comment. This is not public land that we're discussing, and that's how everything's been framed around. This is public land that we're stealing from the public. This is EPCOR's land. They have the right to come forward. And we base our decision on land use, not on anything else that's been said for the last 2.5 weeks. That's not what we're here for. You might not like it, but that's what we're given decision-making powers. And if you don't think you understand it, and that's your reason for not voting for it because you haven't heard enough experts, you don't understand it, well, none of us then should be here. Because we are generalists. Not one of us here on council has the ability to understand the legal perspectives. There is one engineer, I can give him that, Tim. But for the rest of us, we're all generalists. We rely on administration to bring forward the best possible information. And they've used many, many consultants to bring forward things that they don't understand and compile it to be comprehensive that is understood as best as possible by council, but it is your decision. So don't use that as an excuse that you didn't hear enough from experts or you don't understand what's going on. I think we all understand what's going on. This is land use next to a water treatment plant by a company like EPCOR that has been brought into question on their motives for this. There's nothing EPCOR has ever done wherever they are, whether it's Edmonton or outside of the city, where they haven't performed or been socially conscious of everything that they do. So even that implication that they're doing it for themselves, well, I think that, 65% of everything that EPCOR does or makes or earns is returned to the city of Edmonton. And everybody that's sitting here on council and every other Edmontonian that's in the city, be consistent. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote on first reading.
Yes for me, Mr. Mayor.
Noted, Councillor Caterina. Here it comes.
We have 13 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote, please. And that is carried 7-6.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move second reading of 3.7, 3.8.
Thank you. On second reading, please vote.
Yes.
Display the vote, please. Carried.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move consideration for third reading on 3.7, 3.8.
Thank you. Please vote to allow consideration. Display the vote, please. That's carried.
And Mr. Mayor, I'll move third reading of bylaw 18889 and 18890.
Second.
Thank
And
you.
that's yes from you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Please vote. And display the vote. And I'm being asked to read out the division. It is Councillors Banga, Katarina, Esslinger, Hamilton, Henderson, Walters, and myself in the affirmative. Councillors Cartmel, Zadek, Knack, McKean, Nicol, and Paquette opposed. All right. Are there any subsequent motions arising? How about any notices of motion? Not seeing any, then this meeting is adjourned. Thank you all.